Hello and welcome. This is One World Sports Radio and Guerilla Cricket South Africa, and we're bringing you every single moment of the South African women's journey in this ICC Cricket World Cup. My name is Dave Mitchell. Alongside me is Jenna Searle. She'll be on with me in just a moment. We're live from the Mount Maunganui Oval in the wonderful New Zealand country. It is a beautiful day at the Bay Oval. South African women taking on England women. Just some news from the toss is that South Africa have won the toss and decided that they would have a ball. They're singing the national anthems proudly. Nkosi Sikelel' iAfrika and God Save the Queen. You've got to ask the question, well, both countries invoking a deity. Well, that's the question to ask. Well, who actually is going to be the victor here? Jenna Searle, good morning to you.
Good morning, Dave. How are you?
Yeah, all good. Very excited for this encounter. South Africa 2 from 2 and would want to make it 3 from 3. But it's not going to be an easy fixture, is it? Because this England's women's side is certainly top class and one not to be taken lightly.
Yeah, definitely not. They are a quality team. They've shown in the past that they can do spectacular things. However, they haven't really been so great so far yet in this Women's Cricket World Cup. And I think that's something that the South African women's team needs to take advantage of and make sure that they get in there as soon as possible.
Momentum Proteas have struggled a little bit with batting, but it's been their bowling that has really been top class. And I suppose it's almost a common thread within South African cricket around the challenges with batting. In the first game against Bangladesh, and then their second against Pakistan, where they came right in the end and really left it to the 11th hour to win that game. But crucially for the ladies in green and gold, it's all about getting the win. It doesn't matter how it comes, you might say, but certainly that you are able to pick up those points that will help you get closer to those knockout stages of the World Cup. Let's quickly run through both playing 11s. For the English, it's Tammy Beaumont, Danny Wyatt, Heather Knight, a seriously experienced campaigner, Nat Skyver, Amy Jones, Sophia Dunkley, Catherine Brunt, Sophie Eccleston, Kate Cross, Charlie Dean, and Anya Shropsall, another name that you would have heard before. On the Momentum Proteas side, it's Lizelle Lee, Laura Volfott, an experienced opening pair and one that we've seen a lot of. Tasman Brits, Sune Luce, Mignon de Prier, Marizan Kapp, Chloe Tran, Trisha Chetty, Shabnam Ismail, Masabata Klaas, and Ayabonga Kaka. Jenna, I mean, that is a power bowling lineup. South Africa, one of the toss and bowled. Would you have liked to seen a change, maybe a bit of a rotation, or is it consistency with horses for courses?
I would have liked to see in the South African side a spinner, like a proper spinner. But having said that, though, I do think that they need to stick together, and an unchanged South African team is not a bad thing.
Yeah, particularly, the coaches will always be thinking about how they can continue with winning form. If you've won, why change the squad at all? Before we get into it and before we call the first ball, we just want to go through a couple of housekeeping items. Let's go to Facebook, like the One World Sports Radio Facebook page. Go to YouTube, like this video, and subscribe to One World Sports Radio. We will be bringing you every single moment, as I said, of this South African women's journey at the ICC Cricket World Cup in New Zealand. And click the bell, because then you'll know exactly when we are live for you to enjoy the wonderful cricket that has been going on at the Women's World Cup in New Zealand. And lastly, what we love is cricket, and we want to keep broadcasting it to you. Please consider supporting us on Patreon. Your contribution will help us stay on the air, get to the venues, as well as buy broadcast rights that help grow the game. Go to www.patreon.com/1 World SR. So it's the same as our Twitter handle, One World SR. speaking of, if you want to tweet us at Guerilla SA, Guerillasa, that's Guerillasa. What are you hoping to see from this fixture? You know, it's one that could certainly offer up a mouth-watering contest.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that fans all over the world will want to see big scores from both sides. Obviously, as a South African fan, I'd like to see the Momentum Proteas coming out on top. But I'd like to see these experienced batters of the England team score some runs, get some under their belt. And then obviously looking to see the South African batters do the same thing.
Yeah, you mentioned that this England women's side hasn't been on their best in this World Cup, but South Africa 2 from 2. Do you think it'll be a slightly more even contest? First ball now is squeezed out to square of the wicket from Shabnam Ismail's first delivery. Tammy Beaumont getting off the mark immediately. It was a ball that was slightly overpitched, but runs are runs nevertheless. So, do you think this game is a lot closer than you would imagine usually with these two sides?
Yeah, definitely. We saw in the previous World Cup that these two teams met each other in the semi final, and England did come out on top. So that is something that might be in the back of both teams' minds. But I don't think that they're going to say this is the definite result, as both teams.
Ring field, and this one's just left alone outside the off stump. Just two sweepers, one at third man and one sweeping out at deep cover.
Yeah, so I think that both teams will be looking to change that result, and obviously have a better showing this time around and just take it from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I could hear a dog walking in the background. The poor dog's thinking, what on earth are you doing awake at this time of the night? No, we're bringing you broadcasts of the cricket. Third ball now. And this one is catches the edge, but it's controlled. It's soft hands down to third man as everybody gets one each. And not a bad start here for England, but I think the key is to pace yourself. If you think you're going to rush the game against Shabnam Ismail, the quality that she offers up, but also the pace at which she bowls, you could find yourself under pressure.
Yeah, definitely. But I think it would be nice for the England batters to feel bad on balls straight up, just to make sure that they're getting that momentum underway. A good start is not a bad thing at all.
No, not at all. There's just 2 runs from the over. Fourth ball, and happy to leave that one is Tammy Beaumont outside that off stump. And dying on the way to Trisha Chetty, Sinead Lewis at the toss spoke about how the wicket, the particular strip that they're playing on today, is one that has been used. And so I wonder if it was the right decision to have a ball, because it's certainly going to get more challenging to bat on with the wicket softening. Again, this is Boulder. Has she bowled her? Surely she's bowled her. That one went through everything. No, that went through everything. It was a wonderful Yorker from Shabnam Ismail, and I thought I saw Bales being displaced, but what a delivery.
Yeah, it was really good. Just watching the replay of it, Tammy Beaumont did very well to get back behind that. It was fast. It was a very good length. Yeah, and a great ball there by Shabnam Ismail.
Nevertheless, Trisha Chetty with Lizelle Lee next to her just takes that one behind the stumps, left alone there by Danny Wyatt. And one done, 2 without loss. You were saying that you would have liked a South African spinner in this lineup. Do you think it's probably the better selection? I mean, we've just recently seen a men's series completed here where Keshav Maharaj didn't do all that much, barring the second test. So I wonder if, while the strip is older, it's one that's been used here at the Bear Oval at Mount Maunganui, but it's also somewhere that traditionally spinners don't do all that well. Or not
Yeah.
necessarily don't do all that well. Sorry, let me rephrase that.
Mhm.
Marizan Cup is going to bowl the second over. They don't necessarily get utilized as much as perhaps they should.
I do think that the women's game is very different to the men's, and it's difficult to compare the two. So saying about Keshav Maharaj, yes, but also no at the same time.
Definitely, I see your point. So, Danny White facing up to Marizanne Kapp, and she tries to just maybe waft at that a little bit, slightly away a nip from Marizanne Kapp. 115 Ks now, and she's just getting started. Just taking the sea movement there. It was a lovely bit of away movement from Danny White. She's got third man and fine leg to contend with outside the ring. Other than that, it's a fairly standard ring field. On the offside with 5 and 4 on the on. She pulls away from that one. Marizanne Kapp nearly let go of that one, and that could have been dangerous, but that's very late to pull out of that delivery.
It was a bit late. Clearly, something must have happened there. Danny White, very experienced batter. She's good up the order for the England team. And it's going to be exciting to see what she can bring out. I think she's due some runs.
Kapp in again, and this one just comes back into the right-handed Danny White, and she didn't quite see where that went after she defended it on the front foot. So showing that the ball is moving quite a bit here. Still, we've spoken about it being a pitch that is worn slightly, but very helpful to South Africa's seam bowlers here. Kapp in again. She comes right arm over the wicket. And this one not getting up as high as Danny White would have expected. And that's why she's kind of trying to play across the line there. But 3 dots for Marizanne Kapp. The experience of Marizanne Kapp, Jenna, is invaluable. And they'll be grateful that she's back into the mix of things, having missed out that previous series against the West Indies.
Yes, definitely. And her bicep is a bit taped up at the moment.
This one is defended on the front foot there. Wonderfully done. So Danny White showing us the textbook front foot defense.
Yes, so Marizanne Kapp's bicep is a bit taped. I do think that they rested her as a precaution in the West Indies tour. But yeah, I think she is fit to play, which is obviously a good thing for the South African team.
She now bowls the 5th delivery of this over. Danny White just opening the blade there, and it's catching the outer half of the bat. That's going square of the wicket. Volfart does the fielding, and they'll get back for 2. So the first runs in this over coming off the penultimate ball, and Danny White goes to 3, while Tammy Beaumont is on 1. 1 ball remaining in the second. It's 4 without loss.
So yeah, I do think that Marizanne Kapp's place in the team is invaluable. She's experienced. We often see her consulting with the bowlers when she's not bowling. So yeah, that experience definitely shows through.
Kappy in again. It's overpitched and slashed away. And my word, what a screamer of a catch. Laura Volfart. Wow, she's absolutely laced that, has Danny White. And she's taken a screamer of a catch there at backward point. Kapp gets the first wicket. England are 4 for 1.
Yeah, Laura Volfart had walked in quite hard on that delivery. And wow, she really did. It was hit hard. She actually takes it on the third try. Yeah, manages to grip onto that with her right hand. A wonderful catch, very sharp there by Laura Volfart.
It shows that with the juggling how hard that Danny White had hit that one. And like you said, she walked in hard, and it was hit quite sternly or stiffly. And so it was a combination of the two. And so South Africa have their first wicket. The value of getting an early wicket, particularly in a white ball game, can certainly shift the momentum or the direction of the game. But when you have Heather Knight walking to the wicket at number 3, you're by no means on top in this game. She's a seriously experienced campaigner. She's been around for the longest of time, and she's, like we were talking about Marizanne Kapp's experience, Heather Knight is also invaluable to this England's women's side.
Yes, she is, and as the captain of this team, she plays a very responsible game. She's wonderful to watch. She's classy. She's got a lot of talent, and obviously she uses that as much as possible.
Yeah, 31 years of age, the right-handed batter. She's not going to be on strike because Kapp finishes that over with a wicket, and Shibby Ismail is on strike, or she's beginning her second over to Tammy Beaumont. But what a great catch in the end! Juggled it a bit, and Cup looked as vicious as she always does when celebrating a wicket. But Laura Wolfart calm with that one. It could have been a very stressful moment for Ismail. And again, and this one goes back into the right-hander, pops out. There's a shy at the striker's end, and in the end, Heather Knight is home safely. And Laura Wolfart's been absolutely class this year with fielding. I mean, I seem to remember, I think it was the Black One Day International where she plucked a pear off of the tree in which she was taking a screamer, diving to her right hand, and that one still a challenging catch. She's got a smile on her face now, but at the time she was having a mild heart attack.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a really stressful situation that she was in. But the classy player that she is, she was able to stay cool, calm, and collected for that.
Got a bit of tape on her fingers as well, and that might be a concern if she's not careful. Ismail with a shorter length this time, and Knight's able just to get on her toes and guide this down to third man to get off the mark.
Yeah, that tape on Laura's fingers, I don't think is too serious. She often has tape around her fingers, so that's not something I would be too worried about.
No, it's just maybe a precautionary measure just to look after those fingers. Batters are always trying to keep an eye on those fingers. It's the last thing you want is to get fingers injured. A little bit of a way nip there from Shabnim Ismail. Slightly wider line than I would have liked. Do you imagine it's to try and entice a drive like we did see there to dismiss Danny White?
Yes, I do think that could be the potential plan, especially with the slip in place. But that was a little bit wide.
Yes, and it was a no ball as well, and so the umpire signaling a free hit, front foot there. Shabnim Ismail just overstepping, and an opportunity to swing the arms early on.
And Tammy Beaumont is definitely someone who can do that. And it'll be interesting to see which shot she decides to go for. Obviously, ball dependent.
Yes, that's the crucial thing, is to see what Ismail bowls. She comes in again, and it's nearly a Yorker. It's a fullish length delivery and slapped out wide of Madon, and it's a valiant attempt to try and chase that one down from Tasman Ridge. She doesn't get there in the end. It's a boundary. This is an expensive over so far from Shabnim Ismail. 7 from it, and there's still a couple of deliveries to come.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see from Tammy Beaumont, that she takes her chances, and that when she gets an opportunity to free the arms without any risk at all, that she takes it. And yeah, she is a great player, and this is definitely something that fans of women's cricket want to be seeing.
Somewhat of a Nelson. It's 11 for 1 as Ismail comes in again, and this is just defended. Beaumont trying to open the blade here to guide this to the left hand of backward point, but not able to squeeze that away.
Yeah, good stuff here from Shabnim Ismail, fixing that line, definitely pulling Tammy Beaumont onto that front foot to get her to play outside her line.
Yeah, pushing the England batters to feel confident. That one had Tammy Beaumont just hanging that bat out, and hands covering the mouth there to say, "Ooh, that should have been a little bit more." But good recovery there from the last two from Shabnim Ismail. It's 3 gone. It's 11 for 1.
Yeah, I think Tammy Beaumont will be a little bit disappointed with that, but she needs to make sure that she just comes back next over, make sure she's nice and tight, and just go from there.
Yeah, Heather Knight needs 4 runs for 500 runs in Women's Cricket World Cup, and it's really an exemplary ambassador for the game is Heather Knight. She's on 1, so she'll need 5 in total, and really just a draw card to women's cricket.
No, it is, and we've seen how women's cricket has come such a long way in the last couple of years with the more exposure that it's getting. I do think that the women are stepping up. Obviously, a lot of the teams are becoming more and more professional as the days go by, which is wonderful for the women that are involved in the game.
Oh, that one just nipping back. It was a foolish delivery from Marizan Cup, and Heather Knight was able to defend that one. That could so nearly have dismissed the England captain. But just have a look at that previous over of Cup to White. She was right there and thereabouts on that off stump line, and it was that wicket delivery that was just wide outside that off stump, and Danny White trying to free her arms there, beat it past Laura Volfart, but not able to get it, and she hit it straight to her. This one is a foolish delivery and just into the pads of Heather Knight. Maybe there's a plan here to go in, and possibly the away delivery to Knight. We know that, like you said, with the professionalism of teams, it means that there's a video analyst on site, and that will assist all of these teams to come up with their plans and execute, and hopefully win their contest. Because, like you've mentioned, that England have struggled and South Africa have not, and every win counts. This one is pushed up there into that foolish length delivery, but just defended by Knight.
Yeah, having said that, England have struggled, and unfortunately they've come out second best so far. But the South African team have also struggled. They've just managed to pull through in the end and pull the win out the bag. So both teams will be looking to do better this time around.
Yeah, I think this is a crucial clash as Cup is in again, and once again Knight just defending off the back foot. 2 balls remaining in this, and it's again 4 dots in a row. Last over from Cup, we saw 4 dots, and then that's when the shackles were broken with the boundary. So it's going to be interesting to see how the mind games, or rather the psychology of this comes into the final 2 deliveries here of this Cup over. She goes again, and this one straying. It's almost a leg stump. Not quite a half volley, slightly shorter than that. And again, there's runs here for Heather Knight as she plays the square of the wicket on the onside, and collection work there. And again, the 5th delivery of Cups over is one that yields runs for England, 13 for 1.
Yeah, I think that Marizan Cup is definitely bowling to a plan here. She's angling the ball into the right-hander. And then obviously we saw in the previous over taking it away in the last ball.
This is exactly what you've seen, and this is squeezed out past a diving Laura Volfart, but that's going to go square the wicket on the offside. It's 4 runs, and a fantastic way to end the over for the English. It's 4 gone, 17 for 1. Beaumont on 6 from 10, Knight on 7 from 7. Cup is 1 for 8 from her 2.
Yeah, and that's the class that we know that Heather Knight has, making sure that good delivery has good placement, good timing, and with the pace on the ball from Marizan Cup, she just needs to time that well. Just opens the face of the bat and just punches that through the cover region.
Yeah, just keeping the control on that one as she guided that all along the ground. And like you said, with the pace of Marizan Cup, it's just going to race away to the boundary. It's a lightning outfield here at the Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. Ravine says, so Wyatt didn't do any better than Winfield Hill, whereas Beaumont has. Perhaps England are picking from the wrong end of the alphabet as this one is left alone through to Trisha Chetty. Does Ravi have a point?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I think selection is always something that's difficult. Do you go with the batter who has been out in the middle that is due runs, or do you change it up? It's a tough one. And obviously the players are always under pressure to perform.
It's almost against common sense, because as Ishmael comes in once again, and this one has just beaten the bat of Beaumont. That was a little bit of a wind-up. She put a big stride in there, and then shadow bats to say, well, I maybe should have left that one. It defies logic in cricket sometimes, because if you were picking a team based on performances, you would drop players or pick players randomly according to their performance on the previous game. But cricket is a strange sport, and I'll give it to you after this one as Ismail comes right on over the wicket. She passes the umpire now, and it's a foolish delivery, and it has Beaumont driving, but a wonderful stop there in the covers to prevent a certain boundary. So cricket will, selectors and coaches will pick cricketers that haven't scored runs or haven't taken wickets in ages based on quality of performance years ago. And it's very few sports where you'd pick a player based on promise or talent or long.
I think we've lost Dave here for a little bit. Shubnam Ishmael in here for the fourth ball of her over. It's full, it's straight, and Tammy Beaumont just defends that out to the mid-wicket region for no run. Yeah, I think as Dave was saying there, that cricket is a funny game, and it's interesting to see how different players deal with pressures. And yeah, it's good to see that players, obviously the game becoming more professional, are taking things seriously, and selection needs to be taken seriously as well. So when a player isn't performing, sometimes a drop is necessary. Shubnam Ishmael in here for the fifth ball of her over. This ball is back of a length outside the off stump, and Tammy Beaumont, solid defense there, straight back to the bowler for no run. We see Shubnam Ishmael having some trouble with her front foot. Looks like her big toe is taking some strain. Her boot has a hole in the front, just to allow a little bit of extra movement there, so that the toe isn't slamming into the front of that Adidas boot. She's taking her run up for the sixth ball of her over. She'll be looking for another dot here. And she gets it. It's full. It's on off stump, and it's defended straight back to the bowler by Tammy Beaumont. And that brings up a maiden over. Shubnam Ishmael's bowled 3 overs for 9 runs. The score is 17 for 1 after 5 overs. Tammy Beaumont is on 6 of 16, and Heather Knight is on 7 of 7 deliveries. A good strike rate here up front by both batters, both England batters. But they're going to be looking to up that a little bit, maybe a little bit later on in the overs. Having said that, though, the power play is still 5 more overs. So it is going to be interesting to see whether the England team start to free their hands and risk losing another wicket to get Nat Silver into the crease. But here we see Marizanne Cup in for the first ball of her third over. It's full, it's on leg stump, and it's worked away to the leg side. Tasman Brits doing some good recovery work. They come through for 2, and that takes Heather Knight up to 9 runs of 8 deliveries. The score up to 19 for 1. Marizanne Cup has been a little bit inaccurate, in my opinion. She's bowling a little bit too straight here to the England team, but we know that she has control, and she's obviously bowling to a plan. She's trying to attack the stumps. In here for the second ball of her over. This ball, a much better, more controlled delivery. It's full outside the off stump, and it's defended very well into the offside for no run. We've seen the contact point of Heather Knight being so good. She's playing underneath her eyes, very controlled. She's playing straight into the ground, which is good to see. Marizanne Cup in here for the third ball of her third over. And straighter again, but this time a little bit shorter than the first delivery. Just defended out to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run. She's been good, is Marizanne Cup, and we know that she has got a lot of skill, swinging the ball both ways. A lot of control as well. In here for the fourth ball of her over. It's outside off and it's chopped on. Heather Knight, the England captain, is out for 9 of 11. A very good delivery there, just playing outside the line of the ball. She gets an inside edge and it's chopped onto the wickets. She's visibly disappointed, and that's understandable. She would have been looking to bat for long, but Marizanne Cup is the wicket taker here once again for the South African team. Her figures now 2 for 10 after 2.4. And it seems as though Heather Knight was looking to leave that, and she just didn't get the bat up in time. Obviously, the England captain is very disappointed at this. Sure, that is disappointing here. She goes for 9 runs off 11 balls. She hit 1-4. She also had a very good strike rate. She was looking good contact points. This is very disappointing here for the England team. Sort of an easy wicket here that the South African team got. And we see Nat Siver coming to the crease here. She's batting at number 4 for the England team. She's experienced. She's one of the best all-rounders in the world. And it's going to be very exciting to see what she can show here for the England team. She'll be on strike. Marizanne Kapp has 2 balls left in her over. Score is 19 for 2 after 5.4. Tammy Beaumont on 6 of 16 balls. And Nat Siver yet to face a delivery. So far this World Cup, she's made 111 runs in her 3 games with an average of 111 and a strike rate of 116. So she's definitely someone who is an exciting batter. She can hit the ball. She's quality. We have third man out, fine leg out, and in a ring field. 1 slip in place here as Marizanne Kapp comes in for the 5th ball of her over. It's a full and straight and just defended out to mid-wicket for no run. Just seeing a replay of the 2 wickets so far. Wonderful catch at point to dismiss Danny Wyatt. Laura Wolfart took it on the 3rd try. Bobbled out of her hands a little bit, but cool under pressure, and she managed to hold on to that. 2nd wicket, Heather Knight just chopped on outside off. And the last ball of the over is back of length outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Nat Siver. Goes through to the keeper, Trisha Chetty, for no run. And that brings us to the end of the 6th over. The score is 19 for 2. And we're just looking at the most wickets taken since the ICC Women's World Cup in 2017 in the first 10 overs. Obviously, those opening bowlers there, we have Marizanne Kapp on the top of the list, tied in first place with Elise Perry, both quality right-arm seamers. And Shubnam Ismail on 20 wickets at 3rd place, and good campaigners there of Anya Shrubsole in 4th place, which is very good to see. Shubnam Ismail coming in once again, the 7th over of this South African bowling innings, and this will be her 4th over. Her figures are 0 wickets for 9 runs as she runs in to Tammy Beaumont. Right arm over, it's full, it's on middle stump, and Tammy Beaumont does very well to squeeze that out into the leg side. And the South African team chase that down to the boundary. Good collection there, all 3 from the leg side chasing that. But the England batters run well, push hard, and they come through for 3 runs. Very good running here by the England team. We see that bizarre wicket of Heather Knight falling. Replayed and replayed. And the reaction of Marizanne Kapp is always a stellar one. She's a fiery player. Shubnam Ismail in here for the 2nd ball of her over. The score is 22 for 2. Ball of the 2 so far. We have backward point and point cover. This ball full on the off stump, and it's driven out to Tasman Brits, who's at mid-on for no run. And I think that's what Shubnam Ismail is going to be looking to do here. She's going to be looking to build up the dots, build. And her partner at the other end, Marizanne Kapp, has been the wicket taker so far, but Shubnam will definitely be looking to get in there to take a couple of wickets, especially early on. It's definitely something that a fielding team obviously look to do. Get wickets early on, but at the same time, keep the runs down. England have done okay so far in the runs department, but unfortunately that 2 on the other side of the dash of the wickets falling is not a good thing for them. Shubnam Ismail in here for the 3rd ball of her over. It's a half volley just outside the leg stump, and it worked out very well by Nat Silver to the fine leg boundary. Come through for one, and the score goes up to 23 for 2 after 6.3. We're seeing on screen the rest of the batting lineup. So far, we have Amy Jones in at 5, Sophia Dunkley at 6, and Catherine Brunt, the experienced seam bowler, in at 7. Obviously, she is an all-rounder. So a very experienced batting lineup, obviously with Sophia Dunkley being the exception. It's of raw talent she has, but lots of runs under her belt. And Shivnam Ismail, it's full and straight, and it's squeezed out once again by Tammy Beaumont. Definitely a plan here to look to bowl full and straight at Tammy Beaumont. We know that she's very good off the front foot, and she'll be looking to free her hands through anything that is pulled back a length, a touch from that Yorker length. She's very good on the drive. We're just seeing a replay here of Nat Silver's 100 against Australia. A very classy innings. This ball back of a length outside the off stump, and it's punched off the back foot by Tammy Beaumont, and that's the length that we know that she can pounce on. Good work there at backward point by Laura Wolford as she takes a shy at the stumps, but they didn't need to do that necessarily, as they come through for a single, taking the score up to 24 for 2. Good running there by the England team. Seeing that Laura Wolford was moving to her left to collect that delivery. She's taking advantage of the extra time that it's taken. Shibnam Ismail into Nat Silver. It's full on the off stump, and it's just defended to mid on for no run. That brings us to the end of the 7th over. The score 24 for 2. Shibnam Ismail's figures, no wickets for 14 runs after 4. She's been a little bit expensive, but she's definitely looked aggressive towards the England batters. Tammy Beaumont on 10 of 19 balls, and Nat Silver on 1 of 5. We see on screen a construction worker on a crane watching the cricket from high up. He has one of the best views in the house. See Marizanne come in here for the 4th over of her spell. Her figures 2 wickets for 10 runs. She's been the wicket taker for the South African team. In here, right arm over to the right hand of Tammy Beaumont. This ball full outside the off stump, and we see almost an exact thing that Heather Knight was doing, almost trying to leave at the last end, at the last second, just catching the inside edge, but this time not chopping onto the wickets. It goes down, and the fielder at slip, I think is Lizelle Lee, just does the collection there. No run taken, but Marizanne Cup is really moving the ball here. It's swinging and it's seaming off the wicket. In again, full outside the off stump. It beats the bat of Tammy Beaumont. And I think both Marizanne Cup and Tammy Beaumont are a bit perplexed as to what happened there. A wonderful delivery and just beating the outside edge of the England batter. Sure, very tight there. Ball is definitely moving. Tammy Beaumont did take 2 steps out of the crease there as Marizanne Cup was in her gather. Just found herself a little bit rushed there on that occasion, and Marizanne Cup lets her know that. Don't take me on. Giving her a bit of lip there, Tammy Beaumont. Having a bit of a discussion of the South African team. Talking about a couple of things. Marizanne Cup is reviewing that decision as we see Jacqueline Williams, the 3rd umpire, having a look there to see whether that ball caught the outside edge of Tammy Beaumont. But Ultra Edge is showing nothing off the bat there. There is daylight between bat and ball. And South Africa lose the review. Sure, interesting. Marizanne Kapp is searching for another wicket here in her fourth over. Good decision there by the on-field umpire. Not out is the decision. Marizanne Kapp probably a little bit disappointed that they'd gone up for that review. Obviously losing that, leaving them with one for the next 42 overs. Hopefully they won't need that review. Marizanne Kapp in here for the third ball of her over. This ball flew outside the off stump and Tammy Beaumont leaves this one alone. Goes through to the keeper, Trisha Chetty. And Marizanne Kapp, no runs so far off the over. Zalvi is standing at slips. She's going to be looking today to try and score big. Her first game against Pakistan of the Women's World Cup, she was out for a low score. This ball beating the bat once again of Tammy Beaumont outside the off stump, back of a length. She goes for it and pulls out of the shot at the last second once again. Goes through to the keeper, Trisha Chetty, for no run. That brings us 4 balls in the over that have perplexed, I think, Tammy Beaumont. And once again for the 4th ball over. This one seaming into the right hand of Tammy Beaumont, and it's just defended out to mid-wicket. Wonderful bowling here by Marizanne Kapp. Aggressive and controlled all at the same time. And that's what we know that she can do. She's very controlled but aggressive. Definitely looking to strike here for the Momentum Proteas. The last ball of the over, it's full, it's outside the off stump. And that brings us to the end of the over. It's left alone by Tammy Beaumont. It was quite wide. And that brings us to the end of a maiden over. 8 overs done. Marizanne Kapp has bowled 4 overs, 10 runs, 2 wickets. Tammy Beaumont still on 10, this time off 25 deliveries. Nat Sava on 1 off 5. The team total for England is 24 for 2 after 8. There are 2 overs left in the power play as we see scenes of the beach. It looks quite pleasant in New Zealand. Just looking at that scorecard of the England batting team so far. Tammy Beaumont on 10 of 25. The next 2 batters, 3 and 1. We see Ayabonga Kaka coming into the attack. Right arm medium from the Tauranga end. Right arm over here to Nat Sava. It's back of a length outside the off stump and it's driven hard off the back foot for 4 through the covers. It's definitely not what Ayabonga was looking to start off with. After the tight work that the opening bowlers did for the Momentum Proteas, change of pace won't be a bad thing, I think, for the South African team. But Nat Sava taking full advantage of the missed length outside the off stump. Laura Wolford making a good dive. She was quite far from that one. Ayabonga Kaka will be looking, to right that error. This ball angling into the right hand of Nat Sava, back of a length just outside the off stump, and it's defended out to mid on for no run. A better ball there from Ayabonga Kaka. We've seen her being the wicket taker of the South African team so far in the last couple of games. She'll be looking to do the same thing here. This ball full and it strays down the leg side. It's called a wide. Bit of a rough start here from Ayabonga Kaka, but we know the quality and class that she is. She'll definitely pull it back here. Quality of these women's players here at the Women's World Cup definitely doesn't mean that a rough start is going to be a rough game. In here for a redo of the 3rd ball of the over, seaming into the right hand of Nat Sava. It's full on the off stump and it's defended out into the off stump, into the offside, for no run. We're seeing Tammy Beaumont and just a diagram here of the balls that she's faced so far in the Women's World Cup. Dot balls, runs, and boundaries, definitely taking advantage of missed length. Ayabonga Kaka in for the fourth ball of her over. Good delivery, and it's just defended out by Nat Silva for no run. Looking at the replay of Tammy Beaumont and it missing the outside edge or Morazan Cup, excuse me. 8.4 overs gone in here for the fifth ball of her over. It's a back of a length outside the off stump, and Nat Silva rocks back onto the back foot and punches that hard into the offside. But the safe wall of Mignon Dupria at cover point just cuts that one off. Good stop. It was hit hard to her, but we know that she's a quality fielder. She definitely put her body on the line there for that one. A good stop. Near the last ball of Ayabonga Kaka's over. It's short and straight, and it's pulled away to the onside boundary. Nat Silva taking full advantage here of the missed length that Ayabonga Kaka experienced the first and last ball of that over. It goes for 4, a wonderful cricket shot there by Nat Silva. She's tall and she just gets on top of that. Very controlled, goes out to the mid-wicket boundary. Ayabonga Kaka will be looking to come back the next over, knowing that she needs to control that length a little bit more to Nat Silva, especially being so good there, just rocking back and pulling that onto the onside. And that brings us to the end of the ninth over. The score is 33 for 2. Tammy Beaumont still on 10 of 25, and Nat Silva on 9 of 11. Tammy Beaumont looking a little bit shaky to Morazan Cup, but Nat Silva looking comfortable. As we see Morazan Cup in once again to the right hand of Tammy Beaumont. This ball full on leg stump, and it's worked away nicely into the onside. They come through for a single. Seeing a replay of that shot of the last ball of Ayabonga Kaka's over. Nat Silva just hitting that hard through the leg side. Classy cricket shot there, taking full advantage of the missed length by Ayabonga Kaka. Second ball of Morazan Cup's fifth over, the last over of the power play. It's full outside the off stump, and Nat Silva just frees her arms through that. A wonderful cover drive through the cover region, beats the fielders on the offside for 4. You see Nat Silva finding rhythm here. Morazan Cup once again missing her length. It's full and wide outside the off stump, and the tall player and quality player that Nat Silva is taking advantage there once again of the missed length by the Momentum Proteas. Third ball of the over, back of a length on the off stump. Much better length here by Morazan Cup, and it's just defended out to mid-on for no run. The score 38 for 2 after 9.3. And we see 100 strike rate by Nat Silva, 13 of 13. She's looking good here, looking calm at the crease, defending the good balls and making sure the bad ones go to the boundary. Morazan Cup in here to Nat Silva once again. It's a full on the off stump. Defended out to the captain at extra cover, Sunelis, for no run. These dot balls here by Morazan Cup is definitely something she will be happy about. At the same time, looking to attack the stumps, looking to put the England batters under pressure. Morazan Cup for the fifth ball of her over into Nat Silva, back of a length on the off stump, and it's punched into the offside, but Laura Wolfart does good work there to collect that. No run taken. And we see that Nat Silva did an interview in the Cricket World Cup, and she was asked which player she would like to hit a 6 against the most, and her answer was Morazan Cup. So I suppose this is her chance. Last ball of the power play. Morazan Cup, back of a length on off stump, and it's just defended out to mid-wicket for no run. And that brings us to the end of the 10th over, the end of the power play. Morazan Cup has bowled 5 overs, 2 wickets for 15 runs. She's been the wicket taker here for the Momentum Proteas. She's been aggressive, at the same time controlled. She's bowled very well so far. Tammy Beaumont on 11 runs of 26 balls. Nat Silva on 13 of 16. Both players, quality batters, definitely be looking to score some big runs here today in Tauranga. At the Bay Oval, and we see the umpire signaling the end of the power play. Ayabonga Kaka back from the Tauranga end. She'll be looking to fix up her previous over. She went for 9 in her first over. This ball flew outside the off stump and it's driven hard by Tammy Mont, but there is protection out on the cover sweeper region. And Mignon Dupré does good work. The England team come through for a single, and that brings the score to 39 for 2 after 1 ball outside of the power play. The second ball of the over, full outside off stump, and it's defended to mid-on by Nat Silva for no run. We have a replay here of the 2 wickets that Morrison Cup got. The first one was Danny Wyatt, caught at point, a very sharp catch by Laura Wolfart, and the second, Heather Knight, chopped onto the off stump by Morrison Cup. As we see Ayabonga Kaka, the third ball of her over, it's a back of length outside off stump, driven hard, but Ayabonga Kaka gets a left hand to that ball and no run taken. Much better start here from Ayabonga than the previous over, the first over of her spell. She comes in here for the fourth ball of her over. It's full on off stump and it's driven hard back to the bowler, but it hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. Seems that Ayabonga Kaka took a dive there to her right. She got a hand to it, and Tammy Beaumont at the non-striker's end might be in trouble here. We've seen this at the Women's World Cup twice before, if I'm not mistaken, that the non-striker has been given out. Good work here from Ayabonga Kaka to get something on that as the ball crashes into the non-striker's end wickets. Tammy Beaumont definitely in trouble here. They send this up to the third umpire, and we're seeing the replay here. Oh, that is very tight. The bat is past the popping crease. Whether it's in contact with the floor or it's still in the air, I think, is the question here by the third umpire. And Ayabonga Kaka did very good work. It was driven hard straight back to her. She just got right hand fingertips onto that.
Hi, Jenna.
Hi.
You're
Hi,
going
Anis,
solo
how
like
are
a
you?
champ there. Well done. Under
Thank
pressure.
you.
And I think, but short. Oh, no, sin.
Sure, that's a
If we're taking it from where the Bills line up, there's a frame that's missing. But I think she's just made it. Just made it.
Bat was in, but they're still checking here to see whether the bat was grounded or not.
Oh, with the lighter bells, it does make a huge difference.
Yeah, it does. Ayabonga Kaka, very good work there. It was smashed hard by Nat Silva back at her. So lightning fast reflexes there to get a hand on that. Sure, this is a tough decision here.
I wouldn't want to be a third umpire. This is where we normally send it up to Simon, our fearless leader. And he would probably give it benefit of the doubt, to the batter. Benefit of the doubt, not out, is the decision from the third umpire.
Good work by Tammy Beaumont to get back into the crease there.
Good reflexes from Ayabonga Kaka to get a hand on it, and then from Tammy Beaumont to dive back into the ground.
We see a field change here. We see long on go out as this ball is full outside the off stump and it's driven hard to Sunelis at extra cover. Does good work there to save that. It was hit quite hard to her. Nat Silva not scared of hitting the ball hard. No run taken there.
Yeah, Kaka just missing a length so far in the first 2 overs. Missing it twice in her first one. She's normally been the really tight bowler for the moment Proteas.
That was the last ball of Ayabonga Kaka's second over. It was full on middle stump and it was driven out to the fielder at long on by Nat Siver. They come through for a single and 2 runs off the over. Ayabonga Kaka's figures 11 runs, no wickets from 2 overs. The score is 40 for 2 in 11 by the England team. Tammy Beaumont on 12 of 27 and Nat Siver on 14 of 21.
Much better. A good comeback over from her, just as I was saying that she was missing a length. A very good comeback over, only 2 from it after going for 9 in her first. So she is carrying on where the first where Marathon Cup and Ishmael left off, just keeping it really, really tight. And now Masabata Class coming in, and she is so excuse the pun, she is all class. As she's coming in now, past the umpire, outside off, and defended back down to mid on.
Yeah,
or stage 40 for 2, yeah.
We know that Masabata Class is quality. We haven't seen her too often with the new ball. She doesn't like bowling in the power play. But being the 12th over, I think good decision to take Marizanne Cup off and just bring a change of pace here into the lineup of the South African team.
And she comes in again, this one, straying onto middle leg and worked into the vacant area in the leg side, just past square leg, and they come through for 2. 42 for 2 are England now. Projected score 249. As we've seen during this tournament, anything over 200 seems relatively safe more often than not.
Having said that, though, we know that the Momentum Proteas are a quality batting lineup. I think anything under 300.
Class comes in. This one dropped short, and it's caught. Dropped short, came off of the back of the bat, and just, well, it went down the leg side, and then I think it came off the back of the bat and just popped off over to slip. What a bizarre dismissal of Shiva that was. Just trying to get the replay to see exactly what happened. She went for the pull shot, and it hit her in the hip, and as she went through the shot, it hit her on the hip first, and as she went through the shot, it hit the back of the bat in a follow-through, and it popped off over to slip. Wow, that's unlucky.
That is very unlucky. I don't think anyone is quite sure exactly what happened. Nat's visibly disappointed with herself there. That is terribly unlucky there. She was looking so good. But unfortunately, that is the game of cricket. And Lizelle Lee took a sharp catch there, something she wouldn't have been expecting, especially off that ball.
Yeah, to be fair, I've never seen that in my life. Wow. That is, so she went for the pull shot, and she was through the shot too early. The ball hit her in the hip, and as she was swiveling around, it hit the back of the bat, and the ball just flew to slip, and she's gone. And the new batter at the wicket is now going to be, I missed that on the screen, is going to be Amy Jones, the England wicketkeeper.
She's a very competent batter. She's in at 5. She's played 52 innings. She's competent. She's experienced, and she can hit the ball.
Very average of 25, not too bad. As this one from Kaka comes in, it's full Yorker length on off stump, and it's just dug out down to third man for the single. Ball moves on to 43 for 3. We're just seeing replays of that dismissal. So she too early on the shot, hits her in the hip, and during her follow through, as she's swiveling around, it hits the back of the bat, and it's just guided gently to slip. Never seen that before in my life.
That is grossly unlucky. A good take in the end by Lizelle Lee. Kind of came up on her, and the England team in the change room. It's looking slightly worried here.
This one from Kaka outside off, slightly off base, and driven into the covers where it's cleaned up by the wall, as you called it in the previous over, neatly for no run, and that is score remains 43 for 3.
Yeah, good work here by the South African bowlers.
I think it be really tight.
Yeah. I think 2 wickets have been very unlucky here for the England team. Obviously, that one of Nat Siver. And then we saw Heather Knott when I think she was leaving the ball.
She was leaving the ball. We've seen as Kaka comes in for the last ball of the over, this one outside off and left alone. Score remains 43 for 3 after 12. We've seen that before, especially when South African bowler starts getting the crazy eye. We've seen it happen a lot with Dale Steyn, where a batter would try to leave and it just plays on. They beat him by pace, and just comes off the edge and it goes into the stumps. So it's good to see. Good for the Momentum Rocket, at least 43 for 3, good start. But following the trend of this tournament, the power play, or in the games that the Proteas have played, the power play hasn't given away that many runs.
No, it hasn't. And I think in the women's game, often it's not always taken advantage of is the power play, with the exception, obviously, of the Australian team with Alyssa Healy at the front of that attack. She definitely is one to free her arms, and it'll be exciting to watch the South African game against Australia.
As Kaka comes in, and this one is on middle and off, and it is just played down to mid on for no run. That's going to be. I think that's going to decide who's who gets the advantage in the semi-final or in the knockout game. So, this game as well, as Kaka comes in for a second ball. This one a slower ball looped up gently, and it is just worked down to mid on again for no run. England haven't won a game yet. Knock on wood. South Africa haven't lost a game yet. Knock on wood. And I think one of our colleagues in the WhatsApp group has done the jinxing already, saying that ball as Kaka comes in again for the third ball of the over. This one, good line and length on middle and off, and is defended to the offside for no run. Saying that neither the English men or women have won a game in Australasia this year. So he's already testing the jinxing gods or goddesses, and this makes me worry. As this one is outside off, and it is beaten by the pace, trying to leave or play it into mines, and just dead bats it straight down. Straight down into the ground for no run.
Yeah, the England batter's not looking too great on the leave this morning.
Could it be that the pitch is a bit too paced? This one loop juicily outside off and just stroked through the covers for 1, cleaned up by deep extra cover. The England score moves on to 44 for 3.
Good work out there at cover sweeper by Mignon du Preez.
Well, it was Mignon du Preez. Okay. What was it? He was on screen. Kaka comes in for the final ball of the over. This one on middle and off, and it is just tapped down to long on where Brits just came in. So just went dropped down to, and they played it straight to a. So that's a single to end the over. 45 for 3 off 13. Bowman on 13. Jones on 2.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're changing the field as they are. We saw in the previous 2 overs of Ayabonga Kaka, sending mid on out to long on, just to allow the England batters to take the single off the last ball, perhaps protecting the over and not wanting the England batters to hit hard over the top. See, Ayabonga Kaka is bowling a good length. So it's not a bad option to protect that boundary.
Yeah, it's probably much better to get one. It's definitely much better to get 1 or 2 off the over rather than going for 5, because it was a very good over until then, and the single at the end 2 and going at 2 and over is perfectly fine. As class comes in, this one outside off and left alone, straight to the keeper for no run, 45 for 3. The score remains. A very deep, a very good lane. I think that Kaka in a loss over found a lane. And I think if she could just keep banging on that, England's going to have a lot of problems.
Yeah, we know that a lot of the South African bowlers are rhythm bowlers.
Yeah.
And they fall into a really good rhythm. And once they're hitting a good length, they're generally quite consistent to keep that length.
This one from class is straight on middle and off and played straight back to almost caught, but the English ran through for a cheeky single to a mid off. A mid off as Ismail has a shot this time. So it's a direct hit, but the batters are safe.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that catch that Shubnam Ismail took in the last over against Pakistan. We know that she's an incredible athlete, and taking a quick single to her is always a risky thing. But Tammy Beaumont is quick, and she gets through there, luckily.
As class comes in, this one a bit straight, it tucks up Jones, and it is just worked into the leg side for no run. End up by mid wicket. I think we're going to see if let's see if they observe the same protocol of just dropping mid off or mid on back for the last ball of this over of cards. And she comes in for the 4th ball of the over, and this one is on middle, a bit shorter on middle and leg, and it just worked down to fine leg for a single. 47 for 3 is the score. 14 for Beaumont. Jones is on 13 of 8. It's on 3 of 8. Sorry.
The South African bowlers have been good about bowling to their field so far in this innings. Consistent, which has been a good thing, obviously with the exception of the bad balls that have found the boundary.
Yeah. As class comes in, 5th ball of the over. This one strays down leg side, and there's a fine tickle on it, and it's going to beat fine leg, and it runs away for 4. Just as we were commentators, curse again, just as we were praising the lines and length. And this one, there's no edge on it. It was leg bias, came off with iPad. And it just beats the keeper and runs away for 4.
Yeah, slightly disappointing there. Yeah, but slightly disappointing there from class. She'll be looking to hit that back of a length outside the off stump line. But yeah, it's just straying a little bit down the leg side there. Obviously, we're all human. We're allowed to make mistakes.
Yeah. As class comes in for the last ball of the over. This one outside off Yorker length, and it is no run, a dot ball. It's class worked really hard for the past couple of overs, and she kept it really tight. Just had a bit of a glitch in the matrix, and it just drifted down the leg side and was able to find that the thigh pad and just ran away for 4. She'd be disappointed with herself, I think, more than anything else. 51 for 3 off the 14. Not too bad. I think it's still game on either way. We look at it. Current run rate's 3.64. England will look to keep it considering and accelerate late. South Africa will hope to keep it tight. And this one outside off. And they take a cheeky single, and their throw is wild. Nowhere near the stumps from Laura Wolford. And they get through to the single safely. The score is 52 for 3.
Yeah, a good pickup there by Laura Wolford, but unfortunately the throw just going too far over the stumps. But, wonderful backing up by Mignon du Preez there behind the stumps.
Good to see. I think that single was just a test if the Proteas were paying attention, as we see in the field. As Kaka comes in again, and this one driven straight to shortish extra cover, where I think that's Cup, where it's like Cup. cleans up very nicely. No run, geeing her players up. Wonderful stroke, just pushed very neatly into the cover. Well stopped as comes in again. This one outside off, and it is straight to Laura Volpa. This time not taking a chance. Beaumont not fancying her chances against Laura Volpa as much as Jones does.
Mhm.
As you say, Jones is very quick between the wickets.
Yeah, and Laura Wolford is a very good fielder.
As
So it's
Kaka
not
comes
something
in
you wanna
again,
face.
this one's very straight on middle and off, and just defended back to it, where she does the fielding of her own bowling, who remains 50-50.
Yeah, Ayabonga has been good so far fielding off her own bowling. We saw that chance where she got fingers where Tammy Beaumont was almost run out on the non-striker's end. And Ayabonga has been sharp there, something that she's been working on.
As Kaka comes in, this one outside off and just played with a horizontal bat through the covers, and it is cleaned up by a deep extra cover by the sweep on deep in the deep extra cover boundary, and the English come through for a single 53 off the 14.5. As the last ball is over, this one is worked a bit square. It just beats the ring again, and it is cleaned up by that sweeper on the deep extra cover boundary, and they have called drinks after 15 overs, 54-3. Beaumont on 15, Jones on 5 after 10. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, as we've said, that England are yet to win a game, and South Africa have won 2 so far at this Cricket World Cup. England will definitely be looking to better that score of 0. But the South African team are not going to give it to them.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's how the game goes.
It just makes me, going into this game, I was very, very, my concern was that South Africa went life and death with 2 of the smaller teams. And England have had their big games already. So it's going to be, that's my worry. Like England have had 2 of their big games, and they were sort of competitive. Whereas the Proteas played 2 of the weaker teams and went life and death with them. So now we're going to see the depth of this Protea side.
Yeah, true. I agree with you that the Momentum Proteas haven't played to the best of their ability so far in the Cricket World Cup. So, yeah, as you said, interesting to see the depth that they're going to fall into now against the quality England team. But the Pakistan and Bangladesh team, definitely contenders. I think both teams played well to take it so far into the game.
Yeah, I just feel that our bowlers, which has become, it's not just for this team, but a traditional South African thing, where the Proteas bowlers have kept them in the game. And I just like to see the batting lineup really fire under this pressure today of playing one of the stronger teams in this competition, even though England haven't had a good start.
Yeah, I agree. And the South African batting lineup is definitely one that has the potential to be very fiery.
Yeah.
Definitely bat long. And we saw Trisha Chetty, really taking things really far for the South African teams in the first innings against Pakistan. She batted very well, which she hasn't done in a while. So that's really nice to see that that batter who's batting at number 8 is scoring some runs and valuable runs for the South African team.
Yeah, as we're just seeing highlights on the screen of Tammy Beaumont taking the Momentum Proteas apart in 2017. But this is a different Proteas team compared to back then. Not that different, but still. As we see in England in Bristol 2017, England scored 375, and unfortunately South Africa falling short 305. So very high scoring game, which is completely opposite to what we've seen so thus far in this tournament, more often than not.
Yeah, it is. That game, they batted really well, the England team. Yeah, we saw 200s there from Tammy Beaumont and Sarah Taylor. And I think if one of the South African batters had gone through for a century, it would have been a different story.
As Klaas comes in, this one very wide outside off stump. Jones having to reach a bit forward, but she gets him back to it, and it just trickles down to point for a single. No, for no run. Sorry, apologies for no run. Just having that, just tempting her outside off stump, and she's gladly going to have a swish at it as the Klaas comes in. This one a bit straighter and just forward defense by Jones, straight back down across the bowler for no run.
Yeah, Jones definitely had good contact points here so far in her innings of 5 of 12. She played under her eyes. She hasn't taken too many risks. She's going to be looking to bat long here, stretch the England innings out here for her team.
As Klaas comes in, third ball of the over, this one worked gently down to mid-on for no run. Seeing more highlights. Oh, they're showing Heather Knight's dismissals in the World Cup. Oh, she's having a problem outside off stump, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
But 3 different dismissals. It's not the same dismissal each time. So I don't understand what they're trying to analyze there. As Klaas comes in outside off again, this one worked straight to extra cover for no run. I don't know what they're trying to analyze. If it was the same sort of dismissal each time, it would be a different story. But it's 3 different dismissals. One was caught in the covers. One was she was beaten outside off by the spinner stump, and one she was bowled leaving. So I'm not quite sure what they're trying to say.
Or maybe just a bit of hesitancy there outside the off stump.
Could be, but those things happen. It's going to be difficult to overanalyze. And then this one from Klaas just struck down to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, Klaas has been good so far.
She has been very good, except for the over just before the drinks break, where she just let one slip that was going for 6 runs in that over, 4 of them being leg byes. But other than that, she's been very tight. Let's not put the markers on her now as she comes in. And this one is Yorker-led, the dugout, and it's a maiden from Klaas. What a fantastic over.
Lovely. Definitely putting the new batter at the crease, Amy Jones, under a bit of pressure. And especially after drinks, that's something that you want, an over with no runs, just to make sure you're reminding the England team that, the South African team is here not to joke around, and we want to make sure that we continue this wicket-taking streak.
Definitely. Bowling keeping it very, very tight. And it is something just to know that it's game on, and just building the pressure. It is a sight to behold. Oh. As we in the chat, we have Coach Dave, who's back with us, saying starting his pun game, showing the great pun game, saying you could have even said that over was bowled Klaas. As the new bowler for South Africa, there's a change of bowling, and it is Trion coming in, and it's the second ball of the over. She's still keeping a cap on Trion, and she's just bringing it in, and it is staying on mill and off. Just work to mid on for no run. This one is short outside off, straight to the top. For no run.
I think a good bowling change here by the captain, Sunelis. Just
Another
slowing
good
the
change
pace
of
of the
pace.
game down.
She comes in, the fourth ball of the over. This one, outside off and cut. and it is just picked up by the sweeper outside on the offside boundary for a single. Chloe Treon keeping it tight, just keeping South Africa. I like what the Proteas are doing now. They're basically controlling the momentum, controlling the tempo of the game, keeping everything tight as Treon comes in. And this one is outside off again and worked to that cover fielder on the deep extra cover boundary. And it is another single, 56 for 3 of the 16.5 overs, 1 ball left in the 17th. Just controlling the game. It's very, as she comes in, strays this one onto the leg stump, and it is worked down to deep mid wicket for a single. 3 off the over. England 57 for 3 off the 17.
Yeah, I think
it's really working.
Yeah, definitely. Spin is often used in the women's game, not as a wicket-taking option, but more to slow the game down. Spin is vital in the women's game, and we see it often used for 30 overs in a row sometimes.
Yes, we did in the Pakistan and Bangladeshi game, where they just kept coming and coming, trying to control and slow the game down, taking the pace off the ball, making sure that the batters have to create their own pace. As Klaas comes in for the first ball of the over, beaten outside off stump is Beaumont. Whoo! That is, Klaas has got a tail up, and she has now found the rhythm. As you said, a lot of the South African bowlers are rhythm bowlers, and it seems like they've just clicked into that rhythm. They've found their gear, and they are now on the money. What a beauty outside.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont does not look comfortable outside the off stump at all today, especially on that good back of a length.
As this one, she strays on a bit too straight, and Tammy Beaumont just clips her off of her leg, and it runs away for 4, past down to deep back square leg, and it's 4 fine leg. Couldn't come around fast enough to clear that up, but that was Klaas just straying again on a line after a peach of a delivery, the previous one, and Tammy Beaumont has the wherewithal just to take advantage of the bad ball and just whipped it to the boundary as Kaka comes in. This one a bit straight in. There was a stifled appeal, and the umpire says no. This time, this one is straighter and beats the bat, but I think it's going might be a bit too high.
I agree with that height.
Just seeing a replay now. Good bounce. Oh, there was a healthy inside edge. There was height and an edge, so that is what stifled the appeal. As Kaka comes in now, past the umpire. This one on off stump. Beaumont finally thinking that she had luck before playing on the leg side. Tries to whip this one from outside off to the onside, and this one just gets a leading edge, and it just trickles down to mid-on for Nora. Oh, just showing replays of Cup's first spell, and it was a beaut as Klaas comes in, hoping to finish the over well. This one strays onto the leg stump again, and Beaumont works this one down to fine leg for a single. 1 ball left in this over. The score is now 62.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont has been good off her legs so far in her innings. Struggled outside off, and I think that's something that the South African bowlers need to make sure that they capitalize on. Get her pushing at you a little bit outside the offside, and eventually they'll get the edge.
Just lay the trap, but you've got to have consecutive balls, and you've got to have the consistency to keep bowling at one batter at a time. As there's a bit of a delay, not sure what, as Jones is ready to take strike, and Klaas comes in past the umpire. This one on or short of a length on off stump, and it has just worked to the covers for no run. Score remains 62 for 3 after 18.
Yeah, not a bad start here from the England team, but obviously those 3 wickets that they've lost are not ideal. The 2 batters at the crease looking to rebuild and just make sure that they can bat long through the middle order. Obviously, they still have Sophia Dunkley and Catherine Brandt, who are both very capable batters.
The as we said, the England this English team is a quality side. As Guerilla comes in again, and this one just helped along its way to this one looked a bit innocuous, but the sweep shot was pulled out, and it is swept well down to a fine leg for 4. Just straying on a line, just helped along its way for 4. As she it's a replay. Thought they were rushing through this over. As she immediately apologizes to her keeper and the rest of the team, just getting it wrong there. As Kieran comes in, this one looped outside off and just stroked through the covers, cleaned up by the sweeper on the boundary, and they take a single. 67 for 3 is the score.
Yeah, we know that Tammy Beaumont is good against spin. She stays low, she gets through the ball.
Just worked well, as we're seeing the plane hover overhead. You were saying about the best seat in the house earlier on. This one is outside off again and worked to that fielder at deep extra cover for another single, rotating the strike well. As you see the difference after this ball, Kieran comes in, and this one is dropped a bit short, and it is swatted straight back down the ground, too long on for a single. As you can see, the pressure is off the batters because they got the boundary off the first ball, and now they seem a lot more confident just nudging and working it around. They don't have to do much. They've already got 7 off the over. As this one comes in, drops it short and wide outside off stump, and just lots of work for that fielder on the deep extra cover boundary. Another single is taken, 8 so far off the over. Very good over for England. As Kieran comes in again. This one is looped up on a leg stump, and it is worked down the ground too long on. 9 off the over. England 71 for 3. I think that's what they were doing with the Klaas and Kaka dropping mid on down. If you protect the first ball and the last ball, you're going to have a very good over, it seems. If you keep it tight for the rest of it.
Yeah, no, for sure. You definitely want dot balls there in the middle of that over if you're going to be keeping it tight. And as you said a little bit earlier on, that a single down to that fielder on the boundary is better than the boundary.
Definitely. As we're seeing replays of Amy Jones's dismissal, caught behind against the West Indies. Okay, just that one. For now, why do they should be analyzing her to dismissal? Oh, she hasn't gone out yet. Okay, against South Africa, then they would. As Shabnim Ismail comes back into the attack for a quick burst. This is going to South Africa's strike bowler, apparently voted by ESPN Info, doing a little poll before the tournament, the best Yorker in women's cricket. As she comes in past the umpire now, this one is a good length on middle and off, and just Amy Beaumont just plants a front foot and defends it straight back down the ground.
Yeah, Shabnim Ismail is a very aggressive bowler. It's nice to see her back into the attack here. I think a good call by the South African captain, Sunelis.
Also, very, very, very good. She's one of the quickest bowlers in the women's game. This one outside off, and it is worked down the ground to on Honora.
Yeah, playing with a nice straight bat is Tammy Beaumont, which is nice to see. Obviously, with the ball getting a bit of movement here by this momentum Proteas, that's something that is vital when playing against some swing bowling.
As Ishmael comes in, this one short over length outside off, and they just drop it down, and they take a quick single to as the ball dribbles down the point. They come through for the single. It is 72-3.
Definitely an option, a run option here by the England team. Soft hands, just timing the ball well, playing under the eyes. And both batters at the crease are good runners. So.
Maybe tempting the South Africans, saying, we can take a quick single whenever we want. If we drop it dead, you guys are too far out. So maybe just tempting them to come in a bit and then making it easier to chip over the top as Ishmael comes in. And this one beaten outside off stump is Jones. Just swishing for this one outside off. And she's beaten on the drive. Ishmael is going to be won't be too disappointed with that. Just, however, Jones is going to be very upset with herself. As we can say,
just a bit of an off cutter there by Shabnam Ishmael, change of pace. Just played too early there, did Amy Jones.
Oh, and this one from Ishmael straight, and it is straight down the ground, very straight, and it beats a diving mid-off, and mid-on is on a tail after it, but is going to lose the race to the boundary. That was a fantastic shot. Just a class, just diving all over it, and not able to cut it off, and it spoils what is still. There's one ball left. A very good over from Ishmael as she comes in for the last ball of this over. This one drops short, and it is going to be leg by as it comes off the thigh pad of Jones, and it runs away for 4, beating the keeper. It's going to be disappointing for Ishmael because that is an unforced error. But the shot was, the ball was on. I would say it was. She dropped it short, changed as a reply to being driven straight beautifully down the ground, and it just manages to. Oh, it is runs. I think she may have broken her back as well. And that one just ran down for 4. The score is 80 for 3 after 20 overs. The run rate is easy to work out. That's 4 and over. Quick math. Bjorn comes in again. This one dropped short outside off, and it back down to the fielder at the extra cover for a single. Amy Jones back on strike. She's on 16 of 23. As Coach Davis back. Hey. I think he's on mute. As this one is outside off again and worked back down to the same fielder at deep extra cover.
I shan't be silenced.
Yes. Welcome, Coach.
Technology. This decided to down me. Well, good cricket for South Africa at the moment.
Bjorn drops this one a bit short, and it's flat batted straight back. Put down the wicket for a single.
I'm glad somebody appreciated my pun.
Yeah, I like that pun was so good. Bjorn comes in. Third ball of the over, fourth ball of the over, sorry, and this one is just defended straight back. It does the fielding of her own bowling, and the score remains 82 for 3. Rushing through this over.
Yeah, rushing the England bat is not a bad option. Just reminding them they need to be the ones to score the runs.
This one is on middle and off a bit short, a touch too short, and it's just defended straight back down the ground. 2 runs of the over, good over so far. 1 ball to come of 21st as this one is looped up and worked down the leg side for no run. Jenna, I don't know if you want to take a quick break.
Yeah, I think I will. I'll see you in the next 10 overs, Dave. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you, Jenna, for being world class, not Masabata class.
World class.
Technology. My laptop was just like, I'm going to sleep. Anyway, technology is what it is. South Africa versus England, 38 for 2 after the first over, 41 for, 38 for 2 after the first 10 overs, 41 for 1 after the 11 to 20th. So 80 for 2 for 3 is where we find ourselves in the 21st over. What have you made so far? I mean, Marizanne Cup was world class. 2 for 15 in her 5. Simply sublime.
Senelus comes in to the attack as she loops this one on the full, and it is just worked down to a long on for the single.
South Africa's 26-year-old captain. Yeah, a bit of a loosener there, but
loosener from Senelus.
Technology may not be working, but my brain certainly is.
Nicely done.
They keep showing some elderly gentleman.
Yeah, this one is outside off, and it's a bit short and wide outside for the off stump, but it doesn't pop up that much. It keeps low, and it's worked to the offside, and it takes single to mid off. To Shakava.
Yeah, it was just hanging on the ring. There was Mignon de Priya.
Senelus tosses this one up a bit of a pie outside off, and it is worked on the full from outside off to the leg side, and they come through for a single. The score is 85 for 3.
Not exactly what the shot that I was perhaps looking for.
As this one is looped again a full toss, and it is not taken advantage of, and just worked down to cow corner for a single. Her eyes lit up at everything. She said this shot is on and just didn't get anything on it. As she bowls her 4th full toss of the over, and this one is worked down to fine leg for a single. Amy Jones was quick on the sweep, but then it ended up being a full toss, so it was almost head high as she worked this one down. As she was down on a knee, as she worked this one down to fine leg, and this one is dropped short by Senelus, and it is straight to short extra cover for no run. What an eventful over. England not taking advantage of some bad balls, to be honest, from Senelus.
Yeah, South Africa's captain being wayward there. She got lucky in the end with that dot to wrap it up. 5 from her first. It's 87 after 22.
It's that was a bit disappointing. England are going to be very disappointed about that over. They should have gone for a lot more runs than 5. But South Africa will be like, we stole one. If we can keep doing this, we can keep them contained. As Tyrion comes back, this one dropped short and worked back to Laura Wolford at backward point. A lot's going to be a lot of expectation on Laura Wolford during this tournament. And today is the South African batters are going to have to come good, as this one is darted onto off stump material, and it just worked again to the offside where it is cleaned up in covers for no run.
It's an important point that you make about South African batters coming to the fore. And particularly...
As this one is tossed up a bit more and worked down to mid on for the single.
Yeah, particularly Laura Wolford. We know that Lizelle Lee's probably undercooked coming into this fixture.
Yeah.
As she struggled in the previous one as well.
As this one is outside off, and it is defended to the offside where Laura Wolford does the fielding at back point on a run.
Yeah, it was exactly that performance after this one.
As this one is darted a bit straighter, and it is defended into the leg side where there's no one covering. The English comes through for a single. The 2 might have been on there, to be fair, but not taking any chances. Just getting a 40 prod with getting the inside edge of the bat, and this one running through past square leg. They just come through for the single.
It's a good over here by Tran.
Yeah, Dave, as you were saying.
Yeah, it's just a good over by Tryon here. She's really been able to keep things tight. But crucially, that the performances from somebody like Lizelle Lee need to come to the fore. She's the best one-day player in the world. She had some time off whilst her partner was giving birth, and so as wonderful as that is from a continuity and a rhythm perspective as a batter, she's been away from the center, which means, like I said, undercooked coming into this World Cup. And they're hoping that she comes right, and whether it's now or in a knockout game, I don't think South Africa would particularly mind if somebody else is able to contribute as well.
As the last ball from Tryon is dropped a bit short outside off and worked to the deep extra cover for a single 90 for 3 at the end of the 23rd. Look, as I was saying, as is tradition, the South African bowlers have kept the team in the game. As Senelis drew this one, it dragged down outside off, and it is worked straight to backward point for no run. Not taking, they're just finding the fielders with Senelis now, not taking advantage of some very under par bowling, to be fair. And this one is dropped short, and it is going to be a no ball as the ball bounces twice before it reaches the batter. That's very interesting to see. Haven't seen that in a while. It dropped very short, but no bounce whatsoever, and it basically rolls. And this is going to be a free hit. I didn't know that they're giving free hits away on double bouncing no balls. I thought it was
free
only
everything.
On everything now. Okay,
everything.
As this one looped out way outside off stump, and it's going to be called a wide. So this, I think, Senelis is going to have to reconsider bowling herself, trying to sneak in a couple of overs here as she comes in to re-bowl the second ball of the over. This one is dropped a short back of a length, and it is going to be cleaned up on the long on boundary. And they only get a single off the free hit. So 3 off the over so far, 94 for 3. She'll be happy with only conceding. Did they take 2? Yeah, they took 2.
It's a difficult over here for the South African skipper.
As this would drop short outside off, and it just rocked onto the back foot and played to deep extra cover for 8 singles. Oh, so that is 5 off the over so far. 3 balls left to come. Senelis letting things slip a bit here, as she loops this one off stump, and it is worked straight to a wall to the covers for a single. Having a difficult time out there is Senelis, as she comes again, and this one is driven through the covers, and it is going to be cleaned up by the sweep of Ismail, and they take another single. So that is, the score moves on to 96 for 3. That is 6 of this over with 1 ball to come, as Senelis comes in again, and this one is wide outside off stump and is cut, and it is going to be cleaned up by that fielder, by that sweep on the boundary for a single, and it is 97 for 3 after 24.
Yeah, it's one of those where a world-class bowler is just not having her best day. Senelis, one of the high strike rates in women's cricket in one-day internationals, and she's really just struggling here today. And South Africa's captain has to make sure that she is able to remedy this and possibly think of taking herself off. Traditionally, perhaps the alternative leg spinning option would have been a Dene van Niekerk, but it doesn't have that with her. So she's got to make the best of the available options.
Tryon comes in again. This one outside off and work to backward point for no run. First ball of the over. Yeah, she's got to put that over behind her and then come back with a fresh mind for the next one, as this one is looped up on middle and off and defended straight back to the bowler for no run. So remains 97 for 3. A decent partnership building here between Beaumont and Jones. When England were in a bit of a spot of bother, earlier on, as Tuan dupes this one outside off, and it is a no run.
For ball by Tron, she's just keeping it tight here. Like you said, they've gotten a nice partnership together.
54 is the partnership. Now this one on off stump again and worked to the covers for no run. No, 54. My math is leaving me. 53 is the oh man. 55. The fall of wicket was at 42. My math just left me. As this one is straight up middle and off and works straight back to the bowler. The score is still 97. My maths just left me. Just for a second.
No, I get it. That's time of the night. It's not early nor is it late.
And this one, Jones uses her feet a little bit for a little bit of a shimmy, and it's a maiden over. Well bowled by Trian. For the score stays at 97 for 3.
Yeah, it's crucial when somebody at the other end, the bowler, is not going all well. You want to be able to contain things at the other end. She's bowled well, has Claire Tron.
That is basically a maiden over. Is basically gold dust in one-day cricket, and especially in these middle overs. If the Proteas can sneak through these middle overs with not too much pressure, will be back on England. But they need to maybe find a way to get a breakthrough right now, just to derail some of this momentum that England are busy building, as I think Dave is having some technical issues. Scores 97 for 3 after 25 at the halfway mark. We double. It normally say that you double after 30, but as Klaas comes in for the first ball of her new over, as this piece has taken itself out of the attack, and this one is on middle stump and just worked down to mid on for no run. Yeah, we were seeing the projected scores at the current run rate. England would make 194, sorry. Going at 8 over with 247. Hopefully that is not the case, as Klaas comes in for the second ball of over. And this one is outside off, and it is just guided down to get down to third for a single, as the score moves on to 98 for 3. It's going to be a very, very, very tight bowling performance that is going to be needed by the South Africans to contain this England lineup. 98 for 3. The partnership is now 46. As Klaas comes in again, this one, outside off stump, and it is looped back to the bowler, just beaten for lack of pace. She was early on the shot, and it was looped up. But Klaas didn't get a hand to it. She stuck her foot out though. But it beat her outstretched foot, and it just went straight to mid off for no run. It's going to this South African bowling lineup is really keeping the team in these games recently. But it's good to see that they are going to. Let's see what they can restrict the English batting lineup to, as Klaas comes in for the fourth ball of the over, running in this one. Jones using her feet, shuffling across, but tucking herself up, forcing herself to get tucked up, as Klaas just dropped it in a little bit short, as it is worked to mid on for no run. 98 for 3 is the score. Amy Jones is on 26, and Tammy Beaumont on 36. As Klaas comes in again, this one on off stump and driven down the ground to mid off for no run. As Furzy on YouTube also joining us with with fans, a lot of news balls from Snake. So that is well done. Very good fun work from from our listeners here, as we've got Klaas coming in for the last ball of the over, as Jones shuffles way across again and works this one from outside off to the leg side where it's cleaned up by the long on fielder. As we were saying earlier on, myself and Jenna, at the end of each over, they're busy dropping mid on back to long on, and giving away the single instead of the boundary, where if it's been a quiet over, teams tend to want to attack to gain momentum off that last ball. But if that's the case, giving away the single is much better than giving away the boundary, just to keep things tight. As England are on 99 for 3 of the 26, after the 26th over. Tammy Beaumont is on 36. Amy Jones is on 37. As I wonder if Ishmael will get another over. As we're just looking at the scorecard, a decent partnership here. As Trion comes back in, this one is outside off, and it is smashed past mid off to her left, to the left of mid off, and it's smashed for 4. Good start by England in this over after the maiden in the previous one by Terrier. This one looped outside off. Yeah, just beats cover mid off, and it is gone for 4. Score, and that's the 100 up for England. Score is 103 for 3. As this one is looped outside off again, and it is just cut off the back foot to the fielder, a deep extra cover for 1 run. The score is 104 for 3 after 26.2 overs. The score predicted now says the score predicted score is going to be 246, as this one is dropped short again outside off by Tyrion and worked down to that extra deep field on the deep extra cover boundary for 1 run. 6 of the over already, and England are going to be fine with just working this one around. As this one is a full toss, and it is treated how it should be. It is just swatted away through deep through the mid wicket boundary for 4. That is a real loose delivery from Trion, and it is given the treatment it deserves, and that is 4 more. A little bit of a shimmy there by Amy Jones, as she works this one to the mid wicket boundary for 4. This one is pitched up and on the half volley, driven straight back down to the bowler for no run. Beaumont on 37 of 70, Jones on 36 of 50, and the alarm bells might be starting to ring for the South Africans now, as this one is looped up outside off stump, and Jones uses her feet, and it is driven and well cleaned up by in the covers by Tanelis for no run. 10 of the over, 109 for 3 after 27. Beaumont on 37, Jones on 36. And as I said, the alarm bells might be starting to ring now for the South Africans. They have got to find a way to break this partnership if they want to keep England quiet. To be interesting to see who Tanelis turns to. As Klaas comes back in, and this one on off stump, and just works to rolling the changes at the other end, while Trion tries to squeak through some overs. As this one is worked down, this next one, Klaas comes in, and it is, as I was saying, I predicted it, worked out the guy to bid on for no run. Score remains 109 for 3. The alarm bells are starting to sound for the South Africans. They need to find a way to break this partnership. As Klaas comes in for third ball of over. Past the umpire now, drops this one short, and it is going to be given a wide as it just drifts down the leg side, and that is the 1 for the over. England won't be too upset about that. It's a free run, and it was pretty an innocuous bouncer. Apologize. The run rate is now gone over 4, as the score is 110 for 3. As Klaas comes in again, this one again drifting onto the leg stump, and this one off the pad, and it is a single. The score moves on to 111 for 3. That's in Nelson, as we are just waiting for the fourth ball of the over. There's going to be some fielding change, I think. Sinead is trying to G up her players. Nope, no fielding change. Just Klaas making her way back to her mark.
Speaking of class, you're world class.
Oh, no, you world class. No, you. As Klaas comes in,
My
this one outside
technology
off.
is not world class.
As Klaas comes in, this one outside off stump, and it is worked to mid off for no run.
Yeah, South Africa have really kind of let this game drift slightly. It's one where they had the early ascendancy and have allowed England back into it. So it's still evenly contested, and the score prediction is not too dissimilar from the first over.
As Klaas comes in, this one as Jones shuffles across out to outside off, and this one is down the leg side. Oh, that's rough. And it is called a wide by the umpire. So the score moves on to 112 for 3. Klaas just following Jones. Not following Jones, just sticking to her guns and keeping to her line as Jones moved way outside off stump and just made that into a leg side delivery, as this one is full on off stump and is driven, getting the inside off of the bat, and it just goes to mid on for no run.
Yeah, it's a full toss then. She's gotten away with a fairly fortuitous dot ball there, has Masabata Klaas. She's got one ball remaining in this over.
As Klaas comes in past the umpire now, this one outside off, and it is worked to the covers for no run. Score remains 112 for 3.
It's been an expensive period as well for the South Africans.
Yes. I think the English players are now in a position where they're willing to take on the spinners, take on the slower bowlers, and just work around, get a boundary off early in the over, and just work everything else around, and just try to take the singles and rotate the strike. We were saying, Paul brought up that rotating the strike has been a big problem in the women's game, but England are showing how it's done.
No, certainly a lot better than some teams, but this is a must-win encounter for the English women.
Oh, it to be in South Africa being the must-win game against anyone, because a team that's been innocuous and looked undercooked during the entire tournament will eventually come good against South Africa, which is tradition. As Kaka comes in again for the start of a fifth over. This one's outside off change-up delivery, and it is worked to that fielder. Deep extra cover for a single. The busiest woman on the field is the sweeper at deep extra cover, which is the Zali at this stage. Doing a lot of work, as they actually came back for 2.
Yeah, it was a good bit of running. Just a drop of the head, and immediately the second was called very quickly there. And
this one pitched up by Kaka and swatted back down the ground. The non-striking batsman following up had to take some evasive action, ducks underneath it, and it beats bid on for the boundary. As I was saying, try to get the English batters would be trying to get the boundary early in the over and just noodle around the rest, but they seem to have been successful in that plan. So thus far in this over, as Kaka comes in for the third ball of the over, this one outside off and just stroke beautifully to the deep extra cover boundary. for the single.
It was a lovely shot there to just get the one. And like you said, Lazelli's been very busy, but there's 7 from the over so far. This is going to be expensive, one can imagine.
As we were saying, that's going to be the game plan. Just get the boundary earlier, and they managed that. So now the pressure is going to be on the South Africans to pull back this over, and this one is just played again to the fielder. Deep extra cover for another single. I wonder if they're going to bring Marizanne Cup back in.
Yeah, Cup picking up the wicket of Danny Beaumont and Heather Knight very cheaply. So it certainly is an option for the South Africans.
As Kaka comes in, and it is played to Lazelli at deep extra cover, taking the second. Lazelli on that boundary, just being a bit lackadaisical, giving away the 2. So the score moves on to 122 for 3.
Bunty Singh on Facebook is saying that he suspects there is a wicket coming soon. I think if he's a South African fan, they very well may be that there's going to be a wicket soon. If he's an English fan, then hopefully he's crossing his fingers that there won't be.
I'm sure him being Indian, he's supporting South Africa right now.
Down with the colonialists.
Yeah. As Kaka comes in for the last ball of the over. This one finds the outside edge, and she reaches for this one outside the stuff, and it's down to third. Apologies for the single. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3.
1,
almost
2, 3, 4.
Yeah, once I got official, if only there was a 5. I mean, 2 wickets come. 2 wickets in 2 balls.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. No, it's a cardinal sin to avoid saying it on air, but an expensive one from Kaka. 2, 4, 1, 1, 2, 1, and South Africa will not be happy with that. To go with a couple of expensive overs from Sune Loose, South Africa needs to find some rhythm with the ball. It cannot just be only one end putting in the hard graft here.
Also think that the constant bowling changes from one side may also be it's inspired if it works, but it just breaks up the rhythm of the bowlers if it doesn't. So it's tough work being a captain.
Absolutely. So the character that's with you, what is its name?
I don't know. It's just Beanie Baby. As my daughter, my daughter who's currently away with her mom. This was one of her favorites. Beanie Baby. She is hopefully going to bring some luck today. As Marizanne Cup comes into the attack, and this is the 6th ball of the over. Sorry, and she gets to Beaumont, and she gets one outside off, and it just runs down to fine leg for the single. She moves on to 48.
Yeah, it just caught the inside edge. There's Beaumont trying to drive that through the offside. The first ball was a dot.
As Beaumont trying to take a bit of a walk down the ground, and it is just finding the edge, and it trickles down to fine leg. As Jones is now facing up to Cup, who runs in, and it's outside off and just defended 2 point for the run.
As enjoying some of the refreshments.
As we see one of the English batters playfully choke another one, maybe trying to. Oh no! Is that Vegemite? No.
I hope.
As this
she looks so fancy eating Vegemite.
Oh no! This one from Marizanne Cup is played to the. I'm not upset about the ball. I'm upset about the Vegemite. Played to deep extra cover for a single, and the score moves on to 1-2-5 for 3. Oh no!
But why does she look so fancy? Like she's sitting there, legs crossed, very like bougie. I feel like there's a pinky that needs to be chucked out. My word, that is fancy for somebody just eating spread on toast.
This one is whereas that comes straight into her legs, and it is worked into I think a fielder at backward square for a sorry, at foul corner. Apologies, deepwood wicket for a single. 3 off the over so far. 1 ball to come.
And Beaumont one short of half century here.
As Jones is facing up on this for this last ball, it's
Mhm.
well dug out by Jones, and it is played down to mid on for no run.
Yeah, it's a good over here by Marizan Cup, trying to stem the flow of runs in this English innings. The 126 for 3 after 30, going at 4.2 to the over, and Anis has lost his appetite because of the appearance of Vegemite.
Yeah.
Not a fan of
Well,
it.
Vegemite, Bovril, or Marmite.
I don't mind Bovril. I'm not so much of the vegetable variety. I'm not a fan of that. But each their own. I just felt like she should have been entertaining Her Majesty the Queen with that fancy startup get up. She almost had like, if you imagine what the maitre d' does with the tray with on his fingertips, just walking very fancy like, yeah.
As this one is outside off, and it is driven. It's straight to extra cover who misfields, but luckily, but off is there to clean up, and there's still no run. Tammy Beaumont on 49, not out, facing Kaka, as this one is outside off stump and straight to the short extra cover again, and there's still no run. No, I think the butter and Marmite and melted down using it to spread over the state as it's on the braai is an interesting way to go. It's very good. As Kaka comes in for the second ball of the over. Third ball, sorry, apologies. And this one is worked to the fielder at deep extra cover, and Tammy Beaumont goes on to a 50 of 84 balls. England 127 for 3. Well played by Tammy Beaumont. Rebuilding, doing a good job rebuilding this innings after England were 42 for 3. This partnership is now worth 85, and they've been there for a while. And this going to be a bit of a worry for South Africa as Kaka comes in again. This one is worked down the ground again to a long on where it's cleaned up and they only take a single.
Yeah, it's been a patient knock by Tammy Beaumont. She's had to play within herself at times, but getting to that half-century milestone, and she'll want to think about cracking on to getting 100 here with a little bit of time remaining in this game.
As this one is outside off, and it just worked down to a third for a single. 3 off the over so far, 1 ball to come. South Africa pulling it back a bit. It's bringing on more of their strike bowlers. Kaka keeping it really tight after being a bit wayward in the previous over, her previous over. Just coming in now for the final ball of the over. This one outside off, and it's stroked well to the deep extra cover boundary where they've moved taken Lizelle Lee out of there and put one of their more mobile fielders.
Mignon du Preez having to
Mignon du
put the
Preez,
skates on there. Yeah.
Putting Mignon du Preez out there instead of Lizelle Lee, who is not known as the most fleet of foot fielders. Look at that alliteration. Fleet of foot fielders in the South African team. Fleet-footed. Yes, fleet-footed.
You'll get
like
there.
To add the extra, like to add the extra F. Fleet of foot. Okay.
Right-footed.
The score is 133 after 31. That's another iteration there. All the three. The score is the run rate is 4.19. As Marizan Cup comes in again, beautiful Yorker on a middle and a leg, and it is dug out by Amy Jones.
It's a wonderful delivery from Marizan Cup, just swinging into the right-handed Jones, and she'd had to dig that out with a shovel, really.
Yeah, nearly broke. It took some of her toes out, which is something that is not actually seen often in limited overs cricket with the men or the women. And this one just short of a length, and Amy Jones is quick to capitalize and just swats it away to the leg side, and it beats the fielder at fielders coming around from fine leg and deep mid wicket, and it runs away for 4. The score moves on to 134 for 3.
And at this point, it's really just on South Africa to try and keep those boundaries away. They won't mind the singles, but it's those boundaries that they won't be thrilled with. As
Great
Jenna
follow
Searle
up
joins
ball.
us.
Hey, Jenna. Great follow up ball again from Cup, again in the block or on off stump, and it is well dug out again.
Jenna's far too chipper for my liking. Maybe she's just liking the South African bowling here. I don't know how
It's
you
far
are this
too
chipper
early.
anytime before the light.
I'm not feeling as chipper as I maybe sound.
Yes,
But
this one from Cup is outside off, and it will work to the fielder at deep extra cover for another single. As 135 for 3. The most active person in the field today is the fielder at deep extra cover. As this one, the fifth ball of the over, this one strays down the leg side, and it's a slower one, and it beats everyone. As Beaumont shuffles across, beats the leg stump and it's given a wide. And it just is taken on the bounce by the keeper Chetty, as Marizanne Cup's going to have to re-bowl that one. As she comes in, and it is swatted away, beats backward point, as it runs away for 4. Sublim Ismail on the third boundary can't come around fast enough to cover that one. So that is 8 from the over. So 10 from the over so far, with 1 ball to come.
Gina, do you think South Africa are better at bowling in the second innings? I mean, we've found that they've had success, and should they have thought of batting first?
That's a hard question, Dave. Yeah, I think South Africa is a good bowling side. So first innings, second innings, both obviously very different times.
As Marizanne Cup comes in for the final ball of the over, and this one is worked to the fielder at deep extra cover or another single. The score is 141 for 3, and that is the drinks break. As I will be taking a bit of a break now and leave you in the capable hands of Dave and Jenna. See you guys in a bit.
Really appreciate it.
No problem. Bye, guys.
So your thoughts around that? Go ahead.
So just to get back on that. But I do think it's going to be exciting to see the South African team batting in the second innings, chasing a total. So I think a bit of a change up there, especially against this England side, in the form that they're currently in. Not a bad thing. Going into the second half of these round robin games. So yeah.
Do you think that it's perhaps a test for the South Africans in order to put them in a slightly challenging position because they're thinking about how the longer you go at the World Cup, the more worn the wickets get and the more challenging it is to bat second? Do you think they're looking long term to say, okay, cool, we might get a World Cup knockout game where we are forced to bat second on a worn wicket, and we have to make the most of what we get with the new ball bowling first?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's almost exactly what the thinking was, bowling first today. Obviously, there was a little bit of something in the wicket, and maybe that's why Sinead then made that decision and obviously worked up front. Now, obviously, the England batters getting away from the Momentum Proteas a little bit. But yeah, definitely a challenge to let the Momentum Proteas bat in the second innings to chase down a total, and just to get the feeling of chasing in case, as you said, they have to do that in a knockout game.
Yeah, it's something you've just always got to be mindful of. If you take each individual game as an isolated incident at a World Cup, I think you're going to find yourself caught unawares if you have to in a knockout game. So Beaumont and Jones, having come together when England were in some serious trouble with White, Knight, and Siver, really not putting all that much together on the scoreboard. And these two have been really good to watch for England fans. If you're a South African fan, not so much. But talk to us about how they've applied themselves here.
Yeah, they've played really risk-free cricket. Both of them good contact points, making sure that they're keeping out the Yorkers that the South African pacers have bowled, and then taking really nice advantage of the spinners. Both of the South African spinners being part-time bowlers, both having to step up to the task with missing the South African captain, Dane van Niekerk, and also not having a full-time spinner in the starting 11. So I think the South African spinners haven't been under too much pressure so far this World Cup, both Bangladesh and Pakistan not taking full advantage of their missed length and lack of confidence, I think. Whereas the England batters, both at the crease, Tammy and Amy Jones, have really said, well, if you're going to bowl me a full toss, I'm going to make sure that I'm putting it away. And I think that's something that they've done well, taking advantage of the spinners and making sure that, bad balls go for boundaries.
Yeah, we're just looking at some images. It was a frustrating moment for South Africa's quick. She's the leading wicket taker in one-day internationals for South Africa, Shabnam Ismail. She was chasing down that delivery that Anis described to try and cut it off. That eventually went for a boundary, but at the moment she went over the boundary, probably landing a bit uncomfortably there, and looked like she may have a flat tire because it was something of a bit of a strain for her. But speaking of spinners, South Africa's captain has been expensive. 12 from her too. She continues. Zane Lewis, it's full and wide, and Beaumont can only just bunt this into the ground without lack of a run.
Yeah, we saw Suneli's bowl really well in the tour against West Indies.
She's in again, and this is over pitched and nearly swept fine, but the umpire gives it a wide. Good stop there by Trisha Chetty.
Yeah, I think she bowled herself at good times in that tour at the Wanderers Stadium. She trusted herself, but this World Cup she hasn't been too great. I'm not sure what's going on. She does like bowling with rhythm, and when that doesn't happen, she's a bit all over the place.
Certainly, this is down the wicket from Beaumont. She just guides this down to long on, and they'll get through for one. That also brings up the 101 in this partnership between these two wonderful batters. They're just congratulating each other there after the wide got them to the 100. That one is a bit of an attempted drive from Jones, and Trisha Chetty's sharp to it. No run there. So 143 for 3 after 32.3. Loose in again. She's going quickly here in this over, maybe trying to rush things. This is a fuller delivery, and just once again bunted down to Chloe Tryon at long on.
Yeah, we saw Sunelis in the second over that she bowled. She was really struggling with the leggy.
She's in again, and this is driven hard at Lizelle as a catching cover, but it's on the bounce, and so just one ball remaining in this over. And I'd love to hear a little bit more about that and why she's shifted things with her bowling. She's in again, and just driven out into that deep extra cover region where the sweeper cleans up. Mignon de Prier, 33 gone, 1-4-5 for 3. She's changed actions.
Yeah, she has. She's just bowling out of the front of the hand a little bit. I think maybe just trying to just find herself here a little bit, just trying to get through 2 more overs. Her and Chloe Tryon need to bowl 10 overs between the two of them. Obviously, them making up 10 overs of the 50 with the seamers. Obviously, if they're having a good day, to bowl 10 each. So, yeah, I think she's just trying to get through the over here a little bit, make sure that she's not bowling any extras.
The challenge as well is that with Shabnam Ismail off the field, possibly dealing with a small injury. I just worry about where the remaining overs will come from, because South Africa has a number of part-time options, but we're going to have to see how they go about it, because with Sene Lewis not doing all that well, where's she going to go? This one is a class into Beaumont. Beaumont comes down the wicket, catches the outside edge. A valiant dive there from Trisha Chetty. She gets a little bit of a fingertip to it, but it's a 4 down to third man, and England are on the march here.
That really is the first chance that Tammy Beaumont has really given, especially after the power play. But a good ball there from Masabata class.
Missed opportunity. A little bit of a flat-footed response there from Trisha Chetty.
Definitely, yeah.
Masabata class in again. Beaumont whips this away. It's a leg stump half volley. What a fantastic stop there. Mignon de Pree at a forward square leg dove to her left to cut that off. My goodness me, that was a fantastic piece of fielding.
Yeah, it was. We know that Mignon de Pree really is great in the field. She's always on her toes, quick to the ball, good when she's diving. She stays really low to the ground, which is like a quality masterclass of fielding.
Absolutely class. In again. Speaking of masterclasses, this one is defended off the front foot, fallen on the off stump. Beaumont thinks about a single, but she thinks against it, as Lizelle Lee steams in from a shortish cover region. England one away from the 150. They're halfway through the 34th. Beaumont on 62. Jones not far away from her own milestone here. She's on 46 from 66. Class in again. Down the wicket comes Beaumont. She's not afraid to use her feet. Bunted at mid-on, where it looks like Marizanne Cup is the one who does the field. No, it's Tasman Brits. She's the one doing the fielding there. And good work by her to cut off what may have been a certain boundary. Good use of the feet here by Tammy Beaumont.
Yeah, she has been good. She definitely looks to kind of walk out at the bowlers, forcing them to change up their line and their length.
This one is a slow ball from Class, and it's well read by Beaumont, but she's not able to get any real momentum off of that shot. It was 83 kilometers an hour, and she just bunted that down into the wicket. It was a cutter there from Masabata Class.
A very good variation delivery.
One ball remaining in the 7th. 1 for 18 for Class, in her 7th rather, not the 7th, 34th over nearly complete. And that's a massive shot from Masabata Class, and she's going to get the finger. Yes, South Africa have a wicket. Tammy Beaumont is looking whether or not she should go upstairs. Her partner Jones is giving her some advice. There's 7 seconds left to go. Is she going to go up quickly? 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. She's not. She's going to walk. And that is the end of Tammy Beaumont. She's gone for 63. England with just the one review remaining. And Class really breaking the back of this vital partnership for the English.
Yeah, definitely a very crucial wicket here from the Momentum Proteas. They needed this breakthrough. Well bowled here by Class. She's been asking questions the whole over with that missed chance by Trisha Chetty behind the wickets. And the last ball of this over really showing how good the over was, obviously besides that the boundary of the first ball.
Ball that nipped back and trapped Beaumont in front. She's gone for 62 from 97, striking at 63.9. That is the conclusion of a really well-played 62. She'll be disappointed with herself, but it brings Dunkley to the wicket with England only having 6 wickets remaining. And Sophia Dunkley, as she comes in at number 6, is... tell us a little bit more about her.
Yeah, she's great. She's young. She's not too experienced, but she has been playing in the England team now for about a year. She's got lots of talent, a wonderful player to watch. She creates lots of opportunities for herself, uses her feet, plays well against the spin, good contact points. She waits for the ball. Yeah, I think she's a quality player.
She'll have some time to rest at the other end because she's not going to be on strike. Like you said, 23 years of age, fresh into international cricket, and her performances here will certainly leave her among the legends of the game if she's able to accelerate the innings for the English women here. They really want to get close to that 250 mark, and they'll need 100 from the last couple of overs here. Amy Jones is on 46, but talk about this delivery.
Yeah, so just pitching outside off was that wicket that got Tammy Beaumont.
Extra flight there from the South African skipper, and Jones goes to 47. And this was as this one's driven out to off on the offside to that deep extra cover fielder.
Yeah, that last wicket just seaming in and trapping Tammy Beaumont. A good ball, good use of the seam there by Masabata class.
So 150 for 4. As the single brought up the 150. She brings out the leggy again, does Sine Lewis. It's wide and dies out the wicket as Jones has to, Dunkley rather, gets her first runs on the board.
Yeah, good to see that leggy coming out again from Sine Lewis. And it did get quite a lot of turn.
Absolutely. The next one was a wide one and was turning away, and Jones goes after it, and she just gets one for it. One wonders why she didn't consider perhaps just leaving that one and give herself the extra ball to play at. Nevertheless, Dunkley is facing up to Lewis. Much better line and length from the South African skipper here. Better control from her. There's just 3 from it. There's 1 to come in her 4th, but she's been expensive up to this point. Good to see she's able to bring it back once she's found that rhythm. This one's a little bit wayward on the line, and the sweep comes out as Dunkley will get 2 there.
Yeah, good work there by Masabata class, who was at square leg, had to work out to a fine leg region. But she gets it in there, and they only come through for 2.
35 overs gone, 154 for 4. And this England side still got some time here to set a platform in order for them to really launch. What's a par score for you?
At this stage, 250. I think if they can get to 250, they're definitely in the game. England have some quality bowlers, very good. Anya Shrubsole, Catherine Branton, and they have the likes of Kate Cross coming in with a little bit of medium pace. She's been quality for them. So yeah, they also have quality spinner Sophie Eccleston. So yeah, that's definitely something that they can defend.
Absolutely. It is a marvelous day at the Bay Oval at Mount Maunganui. First ball from Chloe Tryon is a little bit short and pulled onto the onside, and we'll see some cleanup work there from Tasman Brits. Let's just chat briefly about Tasman Brits, because she's somebody who's struggled a little bit. In this South African lineup, it's been either her or Laura Goodall, and when Tasman Brits was in the squad, she was opening at times, and it was a question I asked in the previous game against Pakistan, and I'll give more context to that question. Tryon left around the wicket. She comes in again, and this one's driven out to that deep extra cover fielder, and they screamed through for the second. It was a good early call there. And, the importance of having some consistent performances when you're at the top of the order, you've got to be certain of where you are. Try in again, and I'll eventually get to this question. It died out and defended. So, Tasman Brits, is it frustrating for her because she's gone up and down in the batting order?
Yes, definitely. I think as a top order batter, that is it puts you out a little bit, I think.
A little bit more flight there from Tryon, just defended, no run.
Yeah, but just to touch on that, I think that the South African team has obviously that wonderful partnership of Laura Wolfort and Lizelle Lee.
Tryon in once again, and this is a shorter, but into the pads as Dunkley's able to work this to backward square with Trisha Chetty running away to go do the collection work there. 1 to come.
Yeah, so both Lizelle and Tasman Brits look to go hard up front, which is not a bad thing. And then we have that contrast of Laura Wolfort, that class, elegance. So that's always a bit risky.
Amy Jones is on 49. It's a wider delivery, and she's able to get some bat on it. That's going to be a 50 from her 71 deliveries. Well batted. She put together a partnership with Tammy Beaumont when England were nigh on down and out, and she's continued to put the performances to show the England selectors that she's absolutely the right person for the job.
Yeah, so just to touch on that, both Tasman Brits and Lizelle Lee go hard up front, and they play high-risk cricket. And unfortunately, that's something that doesn't come off every game. So that as selectors for the Momentum Proteas is something that you risk up front. When they do come off, it's wonderful, but when they don't, it's tough. So yeah, just Tasman Brits, I think she does need to give herself a little bit more time.
Yeah, it's always a difficult one. This next one from Sine Loose to start the new over, driven out to that extra cover. And the way that Amy Jones got to a 50, it was just a wider delivery, just cut out into that offside region with the sweeper. Loose in again. It's the leg spinner. And that leg break delivery was too full, and it was a sweep by Dunkley to get a single. Sine Lewis has been struggling with control with that the leg break delivery. Not able to land it on a couple of occasions.
Yeah.
Chetty crouches down now. This one's driven and is going to be collected at long on. And a scampered, an easy single really in the end. 3 from the over so far. She might... no, sorry, I'll jump in. Sorry, just to get that one with extra flight has driven out to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, as we were saying a little bit early on with Shubnam Ismail being off the field and not knowing whether she'll be able to come in, Snellis does have to get through a couple of overs here.
Lucy in again, and down the wicket comes Dunkley. Tried to use her feet to bludgeon the ball, but slightly late on coming down the wicket, and that meant that she was only able to get a dot there. Dunkley on 7 from 10. Loose in again. This is a wonderful delivery. She says politely to the umpire, "How was that?" But not to be the case, and inevitably it will be just the one there for it. So 4 from the over, 5 for Sine Lewis bowled, 25 for her tally, and England after 37 are 163 for 4.
Yeah, Sine brought it back nicely, I suppose, in that over, just going for the 4 singles, not conceding a boundary, which is nice to see. But I do think that they need to keep working on those dot balls, putting the England batters under pressure.
So just the major scores of Beaumont and Jones in this England innings. This one has Dunkley all confused from Tron. It's the first ball of her 8th, and it was one that drifted in and maybe just got a little bit of a nip, but possibly not worth a shot. I'm not sure. That looked like it might have been closer than they thought. Sweep shot comes out, but it's a fine pedal, and they'll just get one, almost a chip shot onto the green. And the umpire looks like she's still watching things, and we seem to be watching intently as to Chloe Tryon's gloves. Not sure. Umpire maybe not thinking that came off the bat, but she gave it leg byes in the end. Tryon, good length this time, and just knocked out to that deep extra cover fielder for 1.
Yeah, we see Tumi Sekukune on the field as the substitute fielder while Shubnam Ismail is off the field. They've been taking a couple of singles to her, a couple of 2s actually, when she's been sweeping on the boundary.
Yeah, she's exactly the person that this next delivery goes to. And there's a second fumble there, and that means there's a 2 once again. There's been a couple of those instances, and Sekukune just raising her hand and saying, sorry about that. Those ones that become 2s can be so invaluable when it comes to the run count at the end of the game. It's those narrow margins, and it's the way that games are won, particularly in white ball. This one's slightly shorter, And Dunkley tries to give herself room on the offside, but only finds Wolfart at backward point.
Yeah, I think it's a bit difficult as a substitute fielder to come on after being on the bench for a couple of overs.
This one turning off the delivery there, and there's a massive shot for run out. Quick work there, and Chetty just dropped her hands onto the stumps after Marzan Cup, seemingly doing the fielding. It was drop and run, and this could be the end of this partnership breaking early. Bit of lazy running there, or is it sharp fielding?
I think a bit of both. Marizan Cup is definitely not someone you want to be taking a very risky single to. She's good in the field. Oh.
Got her. Jacqueline Williams, the third umpire. She's a West Indian, and she gave that one out. It was good bit of work from Marizan Cup, a good bit of work from Trisha Chetty to take it cleanly and dispense with the bails. South Africa have picked up their 5th England wicket, and that is an unfortunate end to the innings of Amy Jones. She batted so well, and to go out like that is a blemish on how she's batted today. She's been run up by Cup for 53 from 74. England 167 for 5 after 38.
She played a wonderful innings there, calm, collected, a little bit slow on the strike rate, but not bad in the context of the game. She had to rebuild when she was batting with Tammy Bowant.
And Catherine Brunt comes to the wicket at number 7. She's really hoping that she can add to this England score and not capitulate at all, because there's still 5 wickets in hand. But when you see a number 7 coming to the wicket, you know it's the start of those who are not picked necessarily as specialist batters. And so she'll want to put a nice partnership together, maybe about a 40 odd or also with Dunkley here. Certainly capable with the bat. She is 36 years of age and been around the game long enough to know what is required in a situation like this. Start of the 39th, Sine Lewis. Out of the front of the hand this time to Dunkley, who just drives this out into the offside without a run.
Yeah, Catherine Brunt is definitely an experienced player, playing as an all-rounder in this England team.
This one is Fuller and just driven out to long on. Tryon does the fielding for 1. Brunt will now face her first delivery. Let's see how she goes here. Sine Lewis just taking a bit of a breather here between deliveries. It was a lightning bit of work there from Marizan Cup to quickly get onto it. The release as well was crucial, and the teamwork there from Trisha Chetty to dispense with it. Lots of flight on that delivery by South Africa's captain. Brunt tried to drive that out into the offside, and she wasn't able to get that one away. So she's got to wait a little bit longer. There's a change in the field. Looks like fine leg was moved ever so straighter and loose. And again, and this one's driven out hard, and a great stop there by Lizelle Lee. She dove to cut that one off. Good bit of work from the bowlers in using their patience with spin to keep things quiet. That the next one is also just a dot.
Yeah, much better over here by Sunelius.
It's much better as well. There's a lot of turn there. That absolutely ripped out of that surface. So certainly some assistance here. And like you said, with England having a specialist spinner, it's going to be an interesting observation to see how that pans out. Lewis bowling far better in that over. Just the single from it. She's conceded the 25. I thought she'd conceded 26 if she had 25 at the end of the 5th. Nevertheless, 168 for 5 after 39. Dunkley on 10, Brunt on 0.
Yeah, it's good to see Sunelius trusting that leg spin delivery once again. And if she is getting a bit of purchase there off the wicket, then it's definitely something that she needs to be using.
Absolutely. As we come to the final over of our stint here. We can call it a morning, a day. I'm not quite sure, but try and with the first ball of the overs, just bunt it up the ground, no run. It will be Anis and Purav that will be bringing you the final 10 overs. This one's a little bit of room and is again out to Tumi Sekakune, who's been very busy since she came onto the park as a substitute. Score predictor is saying 248. So it's not that far from what they were saying in the early stages of this innings, as well as the final 11 overs here. And we'll see how this one goes. There's a slight interval. We see some kids playing out there in the outfield. And this one's a full toss and overpitched. And there's a bit of work here for Ayabonga Kaka to clean up as she comes from fine leg to square leg. And they'll just get the one from it. And that means Brunt has a score on the board.
Yeah, I think Ayabonga Kaka is going to be needed here at the death. Who must have got the Class Marizon Cup. Definitely going to be finishing off the innings here.
Yeah, this one was a quick single there. It was nearly another run out. Sine Loose with a big smile on her face and a couple of hands on heads. That so nearly could have been another wicket there. It was Masabata Klaas who was doing the fielding. And if she'd hit, that may have been very close. And Dunkley might have found herself without safety at home. Brunt defends this next one. And there's just a dot. So one ball remaining in the 40th.
Yeah, slightly risky running here from the England team. But they do need to keep rotating the strike, making sure they're getting 4 and over, if not more.
Drifting into the right-handed Brunt. She's not able to get that away. It's 171 for 5, 40 gone. I'm going to bring Purav in. If you would like, you can have a bit of a break. Have a wonderful day, and please forgive your dog tell your dog to forgive you for being awake that early.
Thank you, Dave.
So, Purav, good morning. Oh, well, good afternoon. What time of the day is it for you? It may well be
2:30.
Half past
Thank
2.
you.
So you're on the other end you're on the other end of Monday. Hopefully, it was a good one.
Oh yeah, it is a public holiday in Canberra, but first of all, just a wonderful work by Jenna. Thank you so much for dragging that along. So yeah, and
Absolutely.
I'm also just pumped to join the team again.
Absolutely. This one is swept out, and they'll get 2 from it. It's good running there. Sine Loose has been slightly wayward with her bowling, but 27 from her first 6 overs. 6.1 overs. I don't think she'll be impressed with that. She holds herself to such a high standard. Floated and down the wicket comes Dunkley. She absolutely tried to smash that, but not able to get it past Sine Loose.
And Sunelus has given at least 4 or 5 full toss in her 7-over spell.
She hangs on to that one too tightly, and that one's short and cut away to that extra cover. You're right. It's been a frustrating time to watch as a South African when bowlers bowl full tosses. Dragging down one here and there. I think if you can forgive, but a full toss is almost a sin. This one has Brunt coming down the wicket, trying to push it to long on, but not able to connect it quite cleanly. So she's got 2 more balls left in this over to try and squeeze out a couple of scores here, does Brunt. She faces up again. Lots of flight, and she's lifted this up and over. It's floating high in the air. It'll bounce safely in a vacant space, and she gets a boundary from it. England, 1 to come in the 41st. It's 178 for 5.
As Harsha Bhogle pointed out yesterday, that pitch can only help if it lands. So the bowler has to land the ball here.
Yeah, it's an old adage. You got to use the surface here, use the facilities, world-class facilities. Sine Loose in again, and this is a much better line length from her. Just driven out into that offside as they squeak through for a single. 41 gone, 179 for 5. Dunkley on 15, Brunt on 6. Loose has bowled 7 overs, 0 for 33. An expensive one after bowling just a single, getting just a single in her previous over. And with 8 from the over, she won't be impressed with her performance, will she, Purav?
No, definitely not, Dave. There were loose deliveries in that over, which were dispatched rightly so.
Right. So projected score is 218. And whether or not they'll get there. Oh, there's a bit of a chip in a reverse sweep attempt from that first try on over. Do you think it's going to be enough?
I think England should at least look for minimum 230 to 240 from here, because that we have seen in this tournament is kind of a competitive and a safe total.
This one just worked out onto the offside. A quick single there, and Brunt is able to get to the other end. 180 for 5.
And Dave, Shabnam Ismail has still 5 overs left in her bank. So why is she not being used now?
Yeah, she just went off with a bit of a strain earlier whilst fielding down at the boundary. This one is paddled fine, and Kaka does the fielding. So she will get to Will Dunkley. Yeah, just trying to chase a delivery down at the boundary, and not able to come back on just yet. Hopefully, it's not too menacing in that in that injury. This one is given a bit of width rather, and Sekukune cleans up for just the singles. 2 balls remaining in this over, 183 for 5 and 4 from the over.
And Chloe Tyrone has so far given her 41 runs in her 9.3 overs.
Yeah, absolutely. This one's knocked onto the onside. She does the fielding of her own bowling. So yeah, like you said, she's not been effective in terms of striking, but has been helpful with the way that she's gone about her bowling today, particularly with the absence of Shabnam Ismail towards the latter part of this innings. This one is short and wide and cut away. Sekukune does the fielding once again, and they'll just get 1 for it.
What I like about Chloe Tyrone is that she finishes her over really quickly, which does not give the time for batter to settle.
Yeah, Santoshi Gurung on Facebook has said, well, he thinks the 270 plus score. I'm going to be not sure if that is going to be the case. And you were asking me if it's near 4 a.m. No, it's 5:41 in the morning here. So just getting underway with the day. 42 overs gone. 185 for 5, 15 extras. Slightly expensive on the side of the South Africans. They won the toss and they decided they'd have a bowl first. Early wickets for the South Africans meant they were on top, but a lovely partnership between Beaumont and Jones. This one is the first ball of Kaka's 7th, so there's a change in bowling here. Ibonga Kaka coming in and just swatted back at her by Dunkley for no run there.
Yes, it would be indeed difficult for England to get in excess of 270, but I think 250 looks a reasonable target if they can achieve that.
Absolutely. So, Purav, you're going to be joined by Anis. I'm going to hop off and make sure that you pick up the remaining 5 wickets fairly quickly, please.
Indeed, Dave. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Just
Anis.
Hi, Purav. How are you,
Good
man?
day, mate. Good.
Day,
So,
day.
are you excited for the last 8 overs here?
Yes. It's going to be very interesting. Hopefully, South Africa can keep this tight and restrict England so that our batters are in the game. This one is a good Yorker, and it is dug out well by Dunkley, but misses everything, all the stumps, just misses leg stump as well. Score remains 187 for 5.
And this is what South Africa needs, more Yorkers at the depth.
Yes, they have to really keep it tight as Kaka comes in full, very full, and this one is dug down to long off for a single.
And as all of you listeners know that I am a big fan of Ayabonga Kaka. She has been the find of the tournament, especially for me.
She has kept it really. She's been consistently keeping it tight, and she's going very well. This one, a slower ball on, and drop. This one is a slower bouncer, and it is just lofted by Brunt to the fielder at deep back at deep backward square, who comes around and dives forward to attempt to take the catch, but it just manages to slip through her fingers. It would have been a blinder of a catch if she took it, because she would have taken it down by ankles. Brunt just getting the toe end of the bat there. Unfortunately, unable to complete the catch. And that is the end of the over. England are 190 for 5 with 7 overs left, as Klaas comes back in, who has fantastic figures of 2 for 18.
Mustaba Class has 3 overs left in her spell. She has finished 7 overs, 2 wickets for 18 runs.
Needs to really keep it tight now. In these death overs, England with 5 wickets remaining can really launch from here. As we see the field, it's a very, very offside heavy field with no fielders out on the boundary on the offside. All the fielders out on the left. So this might be an indication that Klaas is going to try to keep it really straight and not give any width outside off stump. As the first ball is full on the offside, but Dunkley gives herself some room and gets a bottom edge, and it just trickles down to the fielder at long on for a single.
Yes, Anis, those are interesting field placements. I'm so surprised that there is no one protecting out on the offside in the deep.
The Klaas is going to have to be really tight with the lines, and this is a full toss on a leg stump. Not given a no ball for height. So, but Brunt, who gives herself some room, just manages to push this one away to mid off, and that ring field on the offside is so tight. Asking the English players to go over the top of the outside. Brunt giving herself lots of room, but stepping back across, and only manages to work it into the leg side for 2. They come through for 2 well run runs. This is going to be, it's a battle of balls right now. I think, and whoever blinks first is probably going to be the one that gets the little moral victory here. Can Klaas hold a nerve, as this one is on the leg side, following a Brunt. This time I think it's Brunt wins it done. It's Brunt, yes, following her. Yeah, following her, not giving her with anything outside off stump. She's trying to work something to the offside, but following her, just trying to make sure that she does play it to the leg side where there is all that protection. Giving away the single is much better than giving away a boundary. As Klaas comes in for the 4th ball, and it is whipped away to the leg side where it's covered by deep backward square leg, and they only take a single. Zell Lee there covering the ball on the boundary. As I was saying earlier on today, not the most fleet of foot of the South African fielders.
Brunt and Dunkley in this over both have tried to make ample room, but they have so far failed.
It's the lines are. I think that it's just that Klaas has just been keeping to a line. So this one is on a middle and off, and they tried to steal a sneaky single. They have. There is a throw at the striker's end. The stumps are broken, but I think that she is fine. A no run there. Tried to steal the single, but sent back by her partner. Brunt sent Dunkley back, and she's scampering back, and the stumps were broken. So there is an appeal for a run out. It's gone upstairs, and yeah, she's well
He
safe.
looks comfortably in, yeah.
Comfortably in. Yeah, we could see that with the naked eye already. And so yeah, maybe just the formality of just checking. So yes, Dunkley's safe. That's the end of the over. England 195 for 5 with 6 overs remaining. Probably eyeing about 240, 230, 240 right now. So yeah,
Yes.
game on.
But another blow to South Africa is right now that update for Shabnam Ismail, and she has a left big toe injury, so that means she won't bowl in the depth overs now.
So maybe Sine Lus coming in and trying to sneak those 3 overs in at the beginning, earlier on during the second power play. Oh, as this one is fired into leg stump by Kaka, and Dunkley just manages to get the leading edge, and it goes for a single to the offside. No edge, actually, leg bias, so it would have gone down leg stump, but firing it in on that leg stump, knowing that all the protection she has is on her on the leg stump, and bowling to a field very well. This one also on the leg stump, and there's a wild swing by Brunt as it trickles to the covers again. It is cleaned up, and they scamper through for a single. They're going to be running for everything right now, so I think South Africans are just going to keep it tight, both to the field as they've been doing very well right now, and that is a huge blow for South Africa not having Ismail to finish up.
And it has been all smokes but no cigars for the England batters right now.
Yeah. As this one is again fighting, but this one was going down the leg side. Dunkley looked to give herself some room, so playing this but forced the 2 stumps outside of leg stump, and she just can work it down too long on for a single. This one, a leg stump Yorker, well dug out again by Brunt, and this one is worked down too long off for a single. So far, 4 runs off the over. England on 199 for 5 after 44.4 overs. Run rate of 4.46. Dunkley on 24 and Brunt on 16.
And clearly making an ample room, and trying to hit the ball strategy is not working for the English.
Yeah, I think the South Africans are keeping their nerve, and they're bowling the line. They're going to get the most benefit from the field that they've set. The thing is that they're not going for boundaries, but they are giving away the singles. So the England are seemingly able to go at a run of ball, as the last one was worked away again to on a leg stump, giving no room, and they come through for a single. That's 201 for 5 after 45. So the 200 up for England, 6 runs off of that over. Kaka has figures of 0 for 41 off of 8, and there are 5 overs left. If we look at the scorecard, we know that Ismail, who can't bowl anymore, is at 5 overs left. Marizan Cup has 3 overs left. Kaka has 3 overs left, and Matsabata Class has 2 overs left. So they seem to be the ones that are going to finish up.
Correction, Kaka has two
overs left. Apologies, 2 overs left.
So Sunilus has plenty of options in the last 5 overs.
Well, she's really got 3. I don't think she's going to want to bowl herself. As Cup comes in, and this one is chipped straight to cover, and Cup picks up her 3rd wicket as Brunt is beaten in the air by a slower one, and this one just gets the bottom edge as she gives herself some room, trying to work this one over the top of that offside ring, and she just gets a leading edge rather, and it goes straight to the fielder as Sine Loose picks up her third wicket. Very well done. And that is the end of a Catherine run caught by the substitute fielder in the covers. And England are 201 for 6. Just what the doctor ordered for South Africa, getting that wicket.
Yes, and as you see that this was a well executed plan from the captain and the bowler. She stuck to her line. She did all the basics right, and then she got presented with a wicket.
Kate Cross coming in is the next batter. She is going to be on strike as the batters didn't cross, which is interesting since the ITC changed the rules recently, which is going to be only enforced from October, if I'm right.
Yep,
That
from
the new
from
yeah
1st
the
of
new
October.
bat will always be on strike regardless of the type of dismissal. Whether the batters have crossed or not with regards to catches. As Marizan Cup comes in for the next ball, as Dunkley is facing, and this one is full on leg stump and worked down to a long on for the single.
And so far, Madison Kep has been the pick of the bowlers for South Africa.
That experience, yes, that experience is showing. She's bowling with aggression. She is leading this attack well. Especially now she's having to step up as well. Not that she hasn't before, but she's showing why she is one of the leaders of this attack. As this one is a slower one down the leg side, as a cross steps across and tries to scoop it over the keeper, but doesn't get anything on it. And I think that's a bit harsh from the umpire calling that a wide, but it was down the leg side. A cross step way outside off stump, and was just trying to help it on its way over the stumps, over the keeper. However, it was called a wide, and this one is a bit shorter. And again, a slower ball bouncer, beating Dunkley. No, not beaten. She's caught. It was so innocuous. There wasn't even an appeal, and Dunkley is beaten. It gets the edge rather, and it goes straight to the keeper, and it is taken. Wow.
This
Marizan
and
Cup gets 4.
she has managed to get Dunkley, which looked set better.
Yeah.
Um,
I didn't think she got an edge to it because there was like no excitement from the fielders. It didn't look like they appealed. It was just that's almost as weird as the
the Celebra
wicket
appeal,
earlier on.
you would mean?
Say again?
So when I see bowlers doing Celebra appeal, I kind of
Yeah.
don't like it, but this was no appeal at all.
Yeah. So it threw us off a bit as Ecclestone comes in to the wicket. 2 new batters at the crease. Sophie Ecclestone. I wonder if she's related to Bernie and the Formula One guy. Probably not. And then
No.
as we just going through Marizan Cup's 4 wickets, can she get a fifer? It would be just rewards for one of the mainstays of the South African team.
And she hasn't picked a fifer in her ODI career so far, so this would be her first fifer if she manages to get it.
What a place to do it at a World Cup against the old enemy England. And this one just strays down the leg side and it's another wide. The score moves into 205 for 7. Yeah, there was no appeal. That was like so blasé from the South African. Just, I thought she was beaten. I thought she got nothing on it. As Cup comes in for the third ball of the over. This one is full, and it is worked down to, it's cleaned up by a deep mid-wicket, and they come through for the single. Ecclestone off of the mark of the first legitimate delivery of her inning. Cross is now facing the first ball of her inning. England, the momentum just shut right down. These two ladies are going to have to go from ball one, basically, if England want to post anything over 220. As this one is another slower ball, and it is defended, but it pops up. Would have gone straight down the throat of a short cover, but the fielders on the offside are all on the ring. So it just bounces innocuously to that fielder in the covers for no reason. Last ball of the 46th over as Cup comes in, steaming now past the umpire. And this one is trying to work again down the leg side, just missing, just over middle stump. And it goes through to the keeper for no run. Cup unlucky there not to get a fifth.
And Madison's cap best bowling figures so far has been 4 for 14. So if she picks up one more, this would be quite an achievement for her.
This is going to be, it's now, I think it's going to be a race to see who can, like I said before, who's going to blink first. And so far, it seems like England have blinked first in this little mini battle here at the end in these last 5 overs. 4 overs to go. 206 for 7 is still very chaseable, I think. But once we start getting to that 230 to 40 mark, I think that England will feel a lot more comfortable at the end of everything.
Yes, indeed, Anis. England look all set for a big total when they had their 4th wicket partnership of 107 runs in 136 deliveries.
As Kaka comes in, and this one worked to the leg side for a single down to the backward square.
And once the 4th wicket fall on 149, the batters have like failed to consolidate.
As Kaka comes in again, and this one on leg stump, and it's worked in the air, and it is beats in the fielder at deep mid wicket for 4.
It could have been a blinder.
It would have been a blinder of a catch, yes. Oh, you just got bitten by a mosquito. I've been joined by my children. Just here off to the side. Oh, there you go. My daughter, as this one comes in, and it is played down too long on for the single.
So the kids are all set for Monday school.
Yeah, I've got to make lunches after this. After the next few balls.
Super dead.
Yes. As this one is on a middle and off, and it is worked down to the boundary at mid wicket for a single as the score moves on to 214 for 7.
214 for 7 and 3 more overs to go.
3 overs and 2 balls. It's going to be good. Oh, just this. She knew she would have. We just see replays of the attempted catch, and it would have been a blinder. As Kaka comes in, this one full and works straight back over her head, and it is cleaned up by long off for a single.
Kaka has so far been expensive. 8.5 overs, 50 runs and no wickets.
Right.
She's having a rare off day.
Yeah, as Kaka comes in, and this one is on leg stump, and is worked down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for a single. And that is the end of the over. 11 foot, 10 off of it. Kaka Kaka, 0 for 51 after 9. England 216 for 7 with 3 overs remaining, going 4.6. It's still chaseable, but we're about to get to that point of a no return, being getting over 120, 130.
Yes, indeed. England would like to at least have 240 from here on. So I would say 24 in their last three.
Yeah, they're going to. I think they're going to try to go for a run of ball or better. As we see the game between Pakistan and Bangladesh playing at the same time, as Marizan Cup is comes in, and there is a wild sweep from cross, and it's up in the air, and it is taken at Gali, who comes around and completes the catch. That's 5 wickets for Marizan Cup. 5 for 34 after 8.1. What a superstar! What a superstar!
First time
First
in
fiver.
her first fiver in her ODI career. What a right time to get your first fiver.
As Gion takes the catch at short third, man, it is 5. She's got 5, and that is her first 5-4. And what a place to do it at a World Cup. At a World Cup against England.
Now the next batter comes is think so.
Everyone in my house is waking up. The dogs have woken up. Sophie Dean comes to the wicket.
So now Charlie Dean is at the
Shirley.
crease.
Sorry. Yeah.
With Sophie Excelstone.
Sophie, yeah.
Not related to Bernie Excelstone. Charlie Dean. I like a name.
Charlie Dean, yeah.
Yeah. So now it's all on the shoulders of Charlie and Sophie.
As Marizan Cup comes in for the second ball of the over, and this one is a slower one again on off stump, but it's worked away by Ecclestone to the leg side as it runs away for a single.
And I would still back Marizan Cap to pick the remaining 2 wickets because she is bowling beautifully.
Today everything's just come good. It's good to see her without not earlier on. She was aggressive, had the crazy eyes. She took 5 and breaks out the smile, and it is very good to see.
Also, I read a wonderful article about Marizan Cap's wife not being able to play in this World Cup.
As this one is looped outside off stump, and it runs and it is played into the covers for no run, and the score remains 2-1-7 for 8. As this one from Marizan Cup coming in 4th ball of the over. This one is worked away as Dean takes a step across to the offside and is worked away to the leg side and cleaned up at a deep mid-wicket by a blitz.
14 balls left in the innings and England are 218 for 8.
Aliyah, that is Pura. This is Aliyah.
Good day, Aliyah.
She's shy. As this one is outside off stump and driven straight back to Marizan Cup. He gets a hand on it and it lifts off to the offside.
Aliyah could be one day playing for South Africa, and I bet you would be the most happiest dad on the planet.
Definitely. But we're starting to work on those ball skills already. as Marizan Cup comes to finish her 9th over, and this one is on off stump, and it is full and worked down too long on for a single. The score is 219 for 8. 2 overs remaining. South Africa, England, sorry, seem to be on the driving, not in the driving seat. This match is in the air. It can go either way, and that is what we like to see. It's going to be very competitive from here out.
And
It's just gone to that region where it's a defendable total, but it's a gettable total. So the bowlers have something to bowl at, but the batters have something to chase.
And South Africa's batters are not having the best of the series so far. They have scored less than 220 in both of their innings.
As Kaka comes in, and this one is whipped from the leg side. They've brought a fine leg up, but luckily it's covered by deep backward square, and they only get the single as Ecclestone just works this one to her off of her legs, and she gets the single. Dean and now on strike, 220 for 8 with 11 balls left in this innings. Kaka knows that these English batters are going to go for it now, as she bowls coming in for the second ball. This one a slower ball on middle stump, again very full, as it's cleaned up again at the backward square.
Masabata Class had 2 overs left in her kitty, but still I'm surprised that Sunilus went with Ayabanga Kaka.
Yeah, we're going to see if that's going to be a mistake, as Kaka comes in for the third ball of the over, and this one is down the leg side, and it is going to be called a wide. Eventually, you had to think about it for a while, but they're being very strict on anything down the leg side, even things that might actually hit leg stump.
Masabata Class's bowling figures were 8 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs, and 2 wickets.
And as Kaka comes in, and this one worked straight down the ground, as Kaka's figures are 0 for 55 after 9.3 at the moment. So maybe Sinelus has missed a bit of a beat here. But maybe Kaka's just got a bit of extra pace that they're worried that they reckon would be troubling these tail enders. As this one is full, and it beats short fine leg, and it's going to run down and beat the fielder and beat the field for 4. The score moves on to 227 for 8 after 48.4.
That was a really smart improvisation from the batter.
She just stepped across and played a little paddle sweep, using the pace of the ball. So maybe the extra pace of Kaka is acting backfired here for Sinelus. Just also Kaka just straying in a line and working it down the left side.
And the fielder could have done just a bit better.
Yeah, but she had a lot of ground to cover from a short fine leg, and anything. Oh, this one from Kaka is down the leg side again, and it's going to be called a wide. These are freebies for England. These extras might come back to haunt South Africa.
Kaka has gone for 8 runs in her 5 deliveries this over.
My kids are busy roughhousing here behind me as Kaka comes in for the last ball of the opponent. Oh, finally got her length right. The Yorker beats Dean, and that ball takes middle stump. Just as we were saying that Sinelus might have missed a trick here, Kaka comes in with a beautiful Yorker, and it just takes middle stump and cleans up Dean, who is on her way for 8. After stepping across and playing that little paddle, Kaka keeps her nerve, bowls straight. If you miss, I hit, and gets middle stump with a beauty of a Yorker.
That was a perfect delivery for a tail ender. This is how you should bowl.
Perfect delivery, full stop, for a at the death in the block hole straight. If you miss, I hit, as I said, and it just takes middle stump. And it's so good to see that the South African ladies can bring out Yorkers when in the men's game the art of finding the Yorker is a bit of a dying art because of I think it was Nasser Hussain who said your margin of error is so huge because, especially with batsmen like AB de Villiers and the like, where if you get to just an inch either side, too full, or too full or too short, and they can bludgeon you for six. So bowling the Yorker isn't as is a very risky ball in today's cricket, thanks to T20. As Marizan comes in for her final over and the final over of the innings, as this one is worked by Ecclestone down to deep mid wicket for a single. As what's her name?
And I couldn't agree more with Dan De Castro saying Kaka is his favorite player in the tournament. I am in the same zone, my friend.
Yeah. She's been consistent, but like her and Klaas have been absolutely phenomenal this tournament so far. As we got Marizan Cup licking her lips as she's bowling the last over to the number 9 and number 11 batters. She's going to fancy herself. She's looking for 6. As this one is a slower ball and it is looped. Oh, just getting mistimed, and it barely beats the circle in the air, and it just dribbles down too long on. Sorry, for a single.
Marizan Cap is looking for number 6, and as a Liverpool supporter, I can say that 6 is a sweet number, having won 6
Yes,
Champions
it
League trophies.
Yes, it is. As the score is 234-9. The big outside edge this time from Shrubsole as they take a single, 231 for 9, and now Trion is starting to limp a bit. This is going to be, that will be a disaster if she's also injured. Since she's playing the all-rounders, one of the all-rounder roles in this team. 2 balls left of this innings. England 231 for 9. It's starting to look a bit ominous here, as this one is short and it is worked away and it is fielded at deep backward square. They come back for 2 and it's good running in the end. They're not going to go up for that. Marizan Cup took it on the bounce as she broke the stumps, and it is a good 2 runs. 1 ball to come in this innings and 233 for 9. So South Africa are probably going to have to chase a 238 at maximum, 235 at minimum.
And it could have been a lot more closer if the fielder had managed to collect the ball at the first attempt.
Yeah, there was a bit of a fumble in the outfield, and this one is sliced outside off stump, and they are coming back for 2, and oh no! They got to break the stumps.
Another
Misfield again. Another misfield again, and it is lobbed back to Marizan Cup, who had all the time in the world, who has a little underhand throw at the stumps and misses, but luckily it's cleaned up before they could sneak another single. So South Africa will need 236 to win off of 50 overs, 4.72 runs and over. It is going to be a very good chase. It's anybody's game. If we just run through the scorecard quickly. If you would do that for us, Burak.
Okay, certainly, Anis. So England have scored 235 runs in their 50 overs at a loss of 9 wickets. There were 10 wides, 2 no balls, and 8 leg byes. For England, their star batter was Tammy Beaumont, who scored 62 runs, and the next best was Amy Ellen Jones, who scored 53 runs in 74 balls. Let us have a look at their partnerships. So their fourth wicket partnership was 107 runs,
Mm.
and then there was not a decent partnership in their first innings.
Yeah.
So just and if you can do the fall of wickets for me as well as the bowling scorecards, please, Anis.
Okay, so the first wicket was Danny Wyatt, who was out to a beautiful catch by Laura Walford, bowled off Marizan Cup. Then Heather Knight playing, trying to leave one, getting an inside edge, and clattering into the stump again, bowled by Marizan Cup. And then Nat Shiva, caught by Lizelle Lee, bowled by Klaas, but it was a weird dismissal. I've never seen anything like it before, where she was playing a pull shot. It hit her hip, and in a follow through, hitting the back of the bat just straight to Slim. And it was a dull, easy catch. And she fell for 16. And then Tammy Beaumont went for at the score at 149 for 4. She was given out by LBW Class. After that, it was Amy Jones who was run out, unfortunately, by Marizan Cup and completed by Chetty.
Trisha Shetty.
Trisha Chetty, yeah. And then we had Catherine Brunt, who was caught by Suke. Oh, I can't pronounce it now. I apologize for that. Who was caught by the substitute field who was on for Ishmael and bowled by Cup. And then she was gone for 17. And then Cup again, getting Sophia Dunkley for 26, caught behind. Again, one of those where no one appealed. And it just went straight to the keeper, and it was given out. Kate Cross was not Kate Cross, sorry. Kate Cross was
Charlie
the next
Dean.
to 4. Yeah, Charlie Dean was the next to 4, with a beautiful Yorker by Kaka.
Ayabonga Kaka.
And then Kate Cross went for Sky this one to give Marizan Cup 5-4. And the bowling figures, Shabnim Ishmael, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs, no wickets. Marizan Cup, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 5 wickets for 45. Ayabonga Kaka, 10 overs, 59, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 59. Matsabata Class coming in at 8 overs, 2 for 23. Chloe Trion came in going at 9 for 44. Sinead Liss, who did look a bit loose in a couple of overs, bowling a couple of no balls, getting a couple of extras. First 2 bounce no ball I've seen in a long time. 0 for 33. So to summarize again, South Africa will need to chase 236 to win off their 50 overs. And just to cover our bases, we have got the Bangladesh ladies playing the Pakistan ladies, and Pakistan need another 49 runs or 40 balls in that game. It's going to be a cracker, that one. So that one might come down to the wire. So it's going to be interesting to see. But we thank you for joining us, and we will be back after the break with the resumption and the South Africa's chase. Purav, thank you so much.
Thank you, team. Thank you.
Everyone, have a good day. Bye-bye.
and welcome to the Full Quarter Podcast. My name is Mpumi Vani, and I've got Tim Del Lace with me in a studio, not in studio, on the other side. We are doing a preview of the World Cup tournament, the Women's World Cup tournament, which starts today. Not today. It already started the time we're hearing this show. Tim, who do we have today to discuss the preview of the Women's World Cup from a South African?
As it Paul, this should be a good chat. We have current player rather from Zimbabwe who's going to join us and discuss about the Proteas side and also the opponents that they'll be facing in their first game.
Remember, thank you very much, Tim. Now, remember, you can subscribe to our channel, One World Sports Radio on YouTube. You can also support us on Patreon. We've got a Patreon account, so your support is really appreciated as we go and try get into stadiums, make cricket more accessible to everybody around the world. And most importantly, women's cricket will be live for all the South Africa games. So we'll put up the games as they as we discuss with Sean as we go through. So let's introduce Sean Mears. Let's bring her in. Hi, Sean. How are you doing? Current Zimbabwe International, Master Blaster of all. How are you doing?
Hi, Paul. Hi, Tim. I am fantastic and so excited for the World Cup. Excited to live it, breathe it, eat it, and definitely not be sleeping throughout it.
Yes. And obviously New Zealand and West Indies. Start by the time you guys watch this, the result would have happened. I'm going for West Indies, I hope so. But I know New Zealand scored 325 in a warm-up against Australia, which is a bit of a worry and a bit of a scare there, Sean.
Well, in all fairness, it is a warm-up game, but New Zealand, nobody put them up there as one of the favorites. But before the current form Sophie Devine is in, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. You never know what you'll meet on the day.
Okay, so let's start. We're talking all things momentum Proteas. First question from me to you is, what's your expectation level with this side? What do you want at the end of this month from this side?
Honestly, I want them to be in the final. That is my expectation. They've made so many semi-finals at so many World Cups that, the players that are there know what it feels like. They know how to play in big matches. They have the experience of playing all over the world and playing for many, many years. So this is their time. They have a great mix of young players as well as some experienced players. And good signs. The warm-up matches, yes, results didn't go their way, but if anything, as we've seen with South Africa in both the men and the women, so you don't win the first match, but resilience. They are resilient and they will come back and show you that the homework is done. So if anything, at minimum, it's a semi-final spot for me with the momentum Proteas.
Okay, semi-final spot. I want them to win the entire thing, so that's what I mean. But I'll take the final.
But I think the final is a fair thing, because sometimes you can get beaten in the final if you play against a quality side. It could go either way in those sorts of games. Just on the side, so obviously they're going to be without the talismanic captain. What do you think that influence is going to have on the side? Without Darnay there, it's going to be... Is it a huge loss, or is the fact that Sunday has been there a little bit now and able to mold the team in her own way means that maybe the side's going to be in a better position than it might have been a few months ago?
I think Danae is, as you said, she is a talismanic player. She is a leader, like to lead from the front, and we know that she can win trophies. She's been in the final of the Women's Big Bash. She was a winning captain of the inaugural 100 competition. So it is a loss, but with her injuries, it has allowed for Sune to get used to becoming captain, and it's, I would say, a great opportunity for Sune to take on that role long term, because that seems to be where South Africa is moving. Danae still has a lot of cricket ahead of her, but this is a great preparation for Sune, and an opportunity for her to say, I'm ready to take the lead, I'm ready to captain the ship, captain her country, and she's shown it. So it is a loss in terms of a player, but there's so much leadership that I think South Africa is good with or without Danae as captain.
So I'm going to put up the squad, but I want to know from you, Sean, who you think are the players that need to step up for South Africa in order for them to get to that final that you speak of, or to meet those targets.
So I know that squad almost off my head. So Chloe Tryon she can change a game. She is a player that if she fires within 13 balls, she's a player that could score you a 50. That is the player that she is. So she needs to be more consistent. Let her go, fire all guns blazing. That number 3 position, so Lara Goodall and potentially Tasman Brits are vitally important. They need to back up whoever will be opening. We know that Lizelle isn't there for the match against Bangladesh. So we need to make sure that when she does come back and the regular openers are there, and whoever's batting at number 3 needs to almost complement what's going on, read the situation. But across the world, for this World Cup, the middle order is extremely important. Mignon du Preez is, has been very dry of runs. It's her time to step up now. In the middle order, you need Chloe, you need Mignon scoring runs. Sune has been in good nick. She's coming into some really good form. So if those 3 can really pull it off and give some big performances, that final, I wouldn't, dare I say it, they are key for South Africa winning the World Cup.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, I agree, particularly with Chloe. If I just look at her stats actually before we came on, and in her last 10 innings, she's made over 30 once. So that's an area of concern. And we know her talent. We know she can hit the ball a long way. But we hope that she can be a bit more consistent going forward. She is very dangerous. What about our bowling department? Obviously, everybody knows about the Ismail and Cup partnership. So that's obviously going to be crucial at the top of the innings, dismissing top orders. But where else do you think will be important in terms of the bowling? Where else do you think is going to be crucial?
So, and please, and please forgive my biasness, but Ayabonga Kaka is the key. That is a teammate. That she's my teammate, and I love her to bits. But she is the key. She might not be bowling first up, especially if Marizan and Shivnam are fit. So Ayabonga will be coming in first or second change, and she will be key. She can be a wicket taker, but we also know it's extremely difficult to score runs off her. So she is key. She has been showing some really good form, and I just hope that she can stay fit throughout this tournament. I do think that if they're going to play Masavata class, she has to be more consistent. She is quick, but if there's world-class bowlers out there, you're going to bowl quick, you're going to bowl it short, they're going to send you to the fence. So make sure that, if you're going to hit a hard line and a hard length, be consistent in that area and ensure that your plans are, you're bowling to the plan. So back the fielders, back your captain. I think Iwonga Kaka and Masabata Klaas are two key bowlers that they're likely to rely on. And I do hope that the spin department is where we might be lacking. The momentum approaches could be lacking a little bit, but there is some experience there, and what a better opportunity. We've been seeing some high-scoring games in the warm-up matches, but it might not matter. It could be a batter's competition. I hate to say it.
Speaking about that, fan of Aya, love Aya. I think she's crucial to getting the momentum approaches into those semi-finals. But if I look at the balance of the side, obviously we didn't have Marizan Cup in the West Indies series. We also didn't have Lizelle Lee, and we know Lizelle's not going to be available in the first game. So effectively, that top six kind of writes itself with Tasman and Lara Goodall probably at 2 and 3. But the thing for me is where the balance from a bowling perspective. You mentioned 4 quicks. We spoke about 4 quicks right now. But is there a space for Nonkululeko Mlaba as the frontline spinner, or are we going to go with Sune and Chloe to balance out and give you some of those 10 overs in that?
I personally don't think Chloe's bowled enough.
Okay.
She hasn't bowled enough to warrant being a frontline spinner. Part-time spinner, I agree. A finisher as a batter, I agree, but not. I wouldn't say she's ready to come in as the frontline spinner. Mlaba has shown that she can do the job, but maybe a little bit of inexperience playing on the big stage could get to her, especially playing at the World Cup as the favorite. I do hope that I've seen her play. I've played against her on many occasions. I know firsthand that she has the skill. She can do it. So I do hope, and I do know that she will back it up. There will be something there, and will be complemented by Sune. Sune, from what we can see, isn't going to bowl herself as the frontline spinner, and especially as captain, you want to make sure that her workload isn't too high. So, let Sune back, let her captain, let her bowl 2 or 3 overs where she needs to, but let everybody play their role. Everybody has a role. Let's not shy away from the job.
So lefty starts for you.
For me, lefty starts especially against Bangladesh. She will start.
Okay.
If we go back just slightly, just to the last series we played against the West Indies, were there any areas of concern from you from that series that you thought we need to sharpen up on that if we want to make it to the final, for example?
So I would say Deandra Dotton did her homework on Shubnam Ismail. You could almost say that matchup was planned. That matchup was planned. The West Indians did their homework and they said, if we want to score big, Deandra Dotton must target Shubnam Ismail. And that's what happened. In the first ODI, it was unfortunately, ended as no result due to the weather. But Shubnam Ismail was torn to pieces by Deandra Dotton. And we also saw it in the Super Over where,
they should have bowled higher.
Yeah.
It's fine. We're okay with that.
Yeah. So, in my opinion, it would be, I do understand Shubnam is coming back from injury, but, let's do our homework. Let's adjust accordingly. And there's enough experience and some level heads to have these honest, frank conversations. Let's get our matchups right. So that's what I would say. Get the matchups right. Know who you're bowling to. There's enough game footage around now with all the players that this World Cup, there's almost no excuse now.
Yeah. Look, and I agree with you. It is no excuse, and I do feel there were moments where, like Shabnam did in that first game, she looked all at sea, but she improved as she went along in that series. From a fixture perspective, right, and let's go down that route. Looking at the route that the momentum Proteas are going to be going down, and I'm putting up the fixtures out there. Start with Bangladesh, they go to Pakistan, they play England, New Zealand, Australia in a clump, which is going to be pretty tough. Then they close out with West Indies and India. What are the winnable games here for you, Sean? And what are also the games that you think South Africa could try and sneak in there and they're not favorites here? Because remember, we're talking about a number 2 side in ODIs in the world, or is it number 1? And so where's the level of expectation in terms of navigating this tournament?
I think almost, I'm going to say it as it is. Every game South Africa could win. The most competitive games that I feel won't necessarily be too one-sided is only New Zealand and South Africa, but that's only because of what the current form New Zealand are in and their players. There's always at least 1 or 2 players bringing out a big score, doing something special with the ball. Australia, they are the world number 1s for a reason. They have the biggest player base. They've got the most depth. So for me, those are could be 2 very competitive games. Another competitive game will be the South Africa versus England game. We saw in this last warm-up that England, it was,
the said about that, the better.
Yeah. So for me, those would be the 3 most competitive games. I hate to say it, I'm not the most convinced about India right now, but they seem to be finding some form. So, for me, those are the only, I would say, the closest games that you will get. I just do hope that if they're going to be close, they're going to be very close. I don't think it's going to, or the South Africans will let it slide. I don't think either team will let it slide. They will want to finish in the top 4 and get to those semi-finals. And I'd say those are the 4 favorites.
Okay. Just to talk about the first opponent, and I think we want to move there, Bangladesh. I don't know if you've seen them. I know Zim did play them. He didn't play that series in Bulawayo. But from what I saw from the Bangladesh side in Zim, what I saw was a team that is going to effectively test you on spin. It's going to be trial by spin. We've only got one pacer who is their leader. That's Jahanara Alam, who's really good. But then it's Rumana Ahmed, it's Salmina Akhtar, who are just spin bowlers, and they will just give you spinners out of everywhere. Do you think South Africa's ready for that trial? Do you think, because remember there was one India series, I think before COVID, where they looked all at sea in terms of playing spin. Have they improved? Is this a possible banana skin for this team?
So I did play. I played the last 2 ODIs against Bangladesh, and I hit 45 overs of spin essentially that were provided to us. So even if you are there as a batter, you know they can spin the ball. You know that their arm will turn over and they will bowl spin. Well, most of them. Janara Alam is an experienced campaigner. She, in my opinion, probably opened the bowling with. I doubt maybe given the New Zealand conditions, they might select an all-rounder, a medium pace all-rounder, but then the rest of the bowling attack will be spinners. And I think the top order, I think Laura Fulfart, Sunelis, and Mignon, they play spin very well. So they would be key wickets for the Bangladesh bowlers. If you can get them out, I think that the rest of the batting lineup will struggle a little bit against spinners. But I've seen Chloe, her recent form, she's looking fitter, she's looking strong, she's throwing herself around. She's going to not let them settle. She's not a batter that is there who's going to waste time. And with her current form, I foresee a score and a big score coming from her, and it'll be done quickly. So I believe South Africa have the skill to navigate all that spin coming from Bangladesh. And I don't think the Bangladesh bowlers, I would say mentally, they are on the back foot, and experience-wise, they're on the back foot. This is their first World Cup. So I see South Africa taking it. I wouldn't say it wouldn't be so easy. The Bangladesh is still a skilled and talented side. So yeah, I think it's a challenge, but I think a challenge that South Africa will, get through with relatively.
Yeah, I'm just worried.
And you don't think that Lazelle Lee being unavailable for this particular game is going to be a problem because she's still in quarantine?
No, I don't. We saw the Proteas. We saw the Momentum Proteas play without her and Marizanne against the West Indies. She hasn't played in any of the warm-up matches. Yes, South Africa have won, but there've been some really good performances. So in this game particularly, I don't see that being a problem just yet. And like I said, there's so much experience within that team to navigate Bangladesh. This is their first World Cup. They have they haven't played too many matches in the lead up to this World Cup. Neither have South Africa, but then their players have been playing so much cricket, and they have so much cricket behind them that I feel it's great to have Lazelle Lee there, and I'm glad that she'll be playing majority of the tournament. But will she be needed to beat the Bangladesh team? Not necessarily, but she will be a great addition. Don't get me wrong, she is a power player and she's a great addition.
And then to a certain extent, I do think, Lazelle likes pace on the ball up front. And if Bangladesh were going to start bowling spin, it might be a little bit of a struggle. So I'm a little bit happier that she's missing out on this one, even though it's easy runs. Like Saturday should be a day where the top order cashes in. And it's about being watchful. It's about being patient. It's about necessarily respecting what the bowlers are giving you. Don't be complacent, because we've watched teams even in Zimbabwe where teams got complacent against teams like Thailand and Bangladesh that give you overs and overs and overs of spin. Another team that gives you a lot of overs of spin, but they've got a very intriguing set of, and this is Pakistan, who always just come through and give you don't know what you're going to get from them. They're a very disappointing qualifier that was cancelled due to COVID, and it was a sense that they took many steps back.
Good morning, Jenna. Good to see you again, and very nice to be here watching South Africa taking on England. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We're just waiting for our rest of our team to join us here. And Laura Wolfhard and Lazelle Lee are ready to start chasing down 236. Jenna, can they do it?
Yes, I believe they can. Having said that, though, England is a quality bowling lineup, so I don't think they're going to make it easy for the South Africans. But it's definitely something that the South African team can achieve.
I agree. I think we need our top order to just, the top order has been okay so far. Lazelle Lee, we need some runs from her today. Mignon de Pree, the experienced players, and we can do this. It's not impossible, and it's about a par score on this wicket from what we've seen in the other matches on this pitch. And I'll let you do the ball by ball when you're ready.
Sure, we have Catherine Brunt in here to Lizelle Lee. First ball of the England bowling innings, and it's full outside the off stump, and it's driven out into the offside by Lizelle Lee for no run. Good start here from Catherine Brunt.
It's a big challenge. This England bowling attack is super experienced. Lots of wicket takers all the way through.
Definitely very experienced. Catherine Brunt in once again to Lizelle Lee, back over length outside the off stump, and it's punched off the back foot straight to extra cover for no run. I think the experience of Catherine Brunt and Anya Shrubsole from the other end is going to be challenging for the South African opening pair. I think if they can stick it out and get to a good start here, I think Lizelle Lee is due for a big score. And with Laura Wolford in the form that she's in, it's definitely something we can do. Third ball of the over, Catherine Brunt. It's short outside the off stump, and it's played to backward point. They come through for a single, and that gets Lizelle Lee off the mark. 3 balls, she has 1 run, and South Africa also team total on 1.
Laura Wolford taking strike. She had an excellent run against Pakistan along with Sunay. I think if Tasman Brits will also be key coming in at number 3. If she can contribute as well, that will help a lot.
Yeah, that ball outside the off stump, and it goes down to the third man region. Outside edge there for 4. Heather Knight making a big dive there, but a missed opportunity. Beats the outside edge of Laura Wolford. And Heather Knight, the England captain, made a big dive to her right, but unfortunately wasn't able to get to that. Laura just fishing outside the off stump a little bit there. It would have been a brilliant catch if Heather Knight had managed to get a hand to that. But Laura will definitely not want to repeat that.
Just misjudging that Heather Knight there, just dropping her hand below the trajectory of that ball. That was very close. Laura Wolford's lucky to still be there.
5th ball of the over, back of length outside the off stump, and a more controlled shot here from Laura Wolford. She just plays that out to Tammy Beaumont, who is at backward point for no run. South Africa is on 5 for no loss after 5 balls in the first over from Catherine Brunt. And Catherine Brunt will definitely be looking to hit the deck hard as she has the last 5 balls. Just try and beat the batters here with the bounce that she is able to get. Last ball is outside off, and it's just played off the front foot by Laura to the cover point region for no run. And that brings us to the end of the first over. We have Lizelle Lee on 1 of 3 and Laura Wolford on 4 of 3. She just found the outside edge, beating the fielder at slip for those 4 runs. Catherine Brunt's figures, no wickets, 5 runs in her first over. And the South African team is, of course, chasing 236. I think it's going to be a really good contest here for the South African team.
Yes, indeed. And job done in the first over. Required run rate is 4.7. So that's a good start in the first over. But yeah, unlucky for England. They could have had a wicket there.
Well, they could have. They definitely need to take all the chances that they can get. They are the defending champions of the 2017 50 over World Cup. They haven't had a good start here to the World Cup, but they're definitely going to be looking to try and make something happen here in this game. We have Anya Shrubsole coming in from the Tauranga end. She's right arm over to the right hand of Lizelle Lee. It's full and outside the off stump, and Lizelle goes onto the front foot, but guides that out to the third man region. They come through for a single, taking Lizelle Lee up to 2, and the team total up to 6 of 1.1 overs.
On YouTube, we have Sachin Bangaru saying, "Come on, Proteas. Thanks for the support, Sachin, and thank you for listening." And then we've got Dan De Castro saying, "England is weaker than the last World Cup. Seems a clear top 4 will be Australia, India, South Africa, and New Zealand." And we can talk about that after this delivery.
Anya Shrubsole into Laura Wolford, back of length outside the off stump, and it's punched off the back foot into the cover region for no run. Yeah, I think a team that might surprise us in that 4 is West Indies. They've been playing really good cricket. They
Yes.
are a little bit inconsistent, but definitely a big team to watch out for.
Yeah, and they've beaten some of the, shall we say, more difficult opponents in air quotes.
Yes,
They've
definitely.
beaten New Zealand in that first game and England.
The third ball of Anya Shrubsole's over. Outside off, back of a length, and just defended outside off for no run.
So who do you reckon will fall away if West Indies get into that top 4? Probably New Zealand.
Yeah, that is my thinking, yes.
No, that'll be very disappointing for the host nation, but they haven't been great so far.
The fourth ball of that over outside the off stump, back of a length, and it's just played into the offside on the front foot by Laura Wolfart for no run.
And then Dan also says today's chase will help clear the dust a bit. Yeah, he also agrees. He says Windies. He says from what he's seen so far after this ball.
This fifth ball of the over, Anya Shrubsole puts a full far outside the off stump, and Laura Wolfart throws hands at that. Bit of a drop catch at point by Tammy Beaumont. Laura just fishing outside the off stump, went straight to Tammy Beaumont. Bit of a sitter there, and we saw a similar thing happen the first wicket for England that fell. Laura Wolfart actually taking that catch, this time she being the batter in the situation. A very big missed opportunity being dropped twice here in the first 2 overs is Laura Wolfart. This ball back of a length on leg stump, and it is called a wide ball. Disappointing from Anya Shrubsole after that brilliant chance that we had to take Laura Wolfart out on the 5th ball of the over.
I think Tammy Beaumont should give her a wide berth at the drinks break.
Definitely.
She owes Anya Shrubsole a glass, a bottle of wine or a beer or something. Geez, that was a sitter straight to her. She didn't need to move at all.
Last ball of the over, wide outside the off stump, full, but Laura just defends that out to the cover region for no run. And that brings us to the end of the 2nd over. The score is 7 for no loss, with Lizelle Lee on 2 of 4, and Laura Wolfart looking a little bit as though she is struggling. She's on 4 of 8. And we see Catherine Brunt, the opening bowler, coming back for her 2nd over.
Well, we saw in the chase against Pakistan, Sunay Lee's living her best life, getting all the decisions in her favour. So maybe it's a good sign for Laura Wolfart that she keeps giving the English players a chance to catch her out, and they don't.
First ball of the over, full on the middle stump, and it's whipped away with class to the onside boundary. And that brings a 4 for Lizelle Lee. The score goes up to 11. Very well played. Just chipped that over the head of the fielder at mid-wicket. Placed very well. Just using the pace of the ball. Not overhitting it too much. Good shot here. Good start here from Lizelle Lee.
It looked like there was a little bit of movement through the air from Brunt there. So it's not an easy shot to play, but Lizelle made it look very easy.
She did indeed. Second ball of the over, back of a length outside the off stump. And Lizelle Lee on this occasion just defends this out to the offside for no run.
Morning, Pendulo.
Mr. Otto, good evening, both of you guys. Thank you for your patience. Hope you all been good.
Yeah, so good so far. So far, so good.
Third ball of the over, full on the middle stump, and Lizelle Lee just plays that out into the leg side. They come through for a quick single. There is a chance at a run out, but the fielder at mid-wicket threw a little bit wayward, and the keeper, Amy Jones, was unable to collect that ball. Score goes up to 12, and Lizelle Lee is looking as though she's feeling all right, coming through for the quick single there.
A nasty bounce there for the keeper. It just caught the edge of the strip, it looked like, and it just bounced up and hit her on the arm.
Mm-hmm.
Just to finish, as we see this next delivery.
It's back of a length outside the off stump, and Laura Wolfart just punches that out to the offside. The fielder at third man doing the work there, they come through for one.
Yeah, so he also says he likes the Windies too. Dan De Castro says on YouTube, but from what he's seen so far, it will be hard to crack the top 4. I agree. It's a very tough tournament, and there's a few sides that are in with a chance to get into the top 4 and progress past the round robin stage.
Fifth ball of the over from Catherine Brunt, back of the hand, slower ball, very well used here. Pitches full outside the off stump, and Lizelle Lee just leaves that one alone. A very good delivery here by Catherine Brunt. Change of pace. So a little bit of movement there off the pitch, just shaping back in a little bit towards Lizelle Lee.
Yes, what a skillful ball to be able to do that with a fast bowling action, bowl the ball out of the back of the hand with that wrist spinner action. That's good job.
Last ball of the over, full on the off stump, and Lizelle Lee just defends that out into the offside for no run. That brings us to the end of the third over. The Momentum Proteas are on 13 for no loss. Lizelle Lee is on 7 of 9 deliveries, and Laura Wolfart on 5 of 9.
Just before I go, please remember that you can support us. Go to patreon.com/OneWorldSR, same as our One World Sports Radio Twitter handle. You can tweet us at Guerilla SA, GUERILLASA, and One World Sports Radio on Facebook and YouTube, and of course on onewsr.com. Tell all your friends, and we do value your support, and thank you for that. First ball of Shrubsoul's over was a dot ball into Laura Wolfart's body and just defended back down the pitch for no run. I'll leave you guys to it, and I'll chat to you a little bit later when we change commentators again.
Thank you, Otto.
Awesome. Thank you, Otto.
Second ball of the over is full outside the off stump, and Laura Wolfart just defends that off the front foot into the cover region for no run. Still 13 for no loss after 3.2 overs.
A somewhat decent start here from the South Africans. They'll be hoping that Lizelle Lee finally finds what she's been looking for. She's been out there for 9 balls. She has a boundary, a good one as well. Hopefully she can carry on.
Third ball of Anya Shrubsoul's over. It's full outside the off stump, and an identical shot there. Laura Wolfart just plays that off the front foot to the fielder at extra cover for no run. Anya Shrubsoul seems to be getting a bit of shape in, a bit of in-swing in the air, which could be difficult just to navigate for the Momentum Protea batters.
It's definitely what she's most known for, Anya Shrubsoul, that in-swinger into the right-hander causing problems.
Fourth ball of the over. This back of a length, this on-off stump, and Laura Wolfart just works this out to the fielder at fine leg. They come through for a single, taking the score up to 14 for no loss.
And you saw they were just showing us the field at how open the leg side is there, Jenna. And with that ball swinging in, Shrubsoul would want to make sure that she gets her lines correctly, because if she becomes as straight as she was with that previous ball, she can be easily dispatched like how Lizelle Lee did for her first boundary.
In for the fifth ball of this over, and she manages to hold her line outside off. That's Anya Shrubsoul, and it's just defended out of the front foot into the cover region for no run. I think Anya Shrubsoul is very experienced, and yes, she is bowling with that wonderful shape in swing towards the right-handed batters. But very consistent bowler. I do think that she is able to hold that line outside the off stump. As she comes in for the last ball of her over, holds that line once again, back of a length on off stump, and Lizelle Lee just defends that straight back to the bowler for no run. Only 1 run in that over. Anya Shrubsoul, 2 overs, 3 runs, no wickets. The South African score is 14 for no loss. Lizelle Lee has 7 from 11 deliveries, and Laura Wolfart 6 of 13. Looking a little bit shaky is Laura. 2 missed opportunities in the first 2 overs. One, just a missed chance at slip. Heather Knight diving to her right, unfortunately not getting anything on that delivery. And then a sitter that Tammy Beaumont dropped at point, which must have been incredibly disappointing, both for Catherine Brunt and for Tammy Beaumont. Catherine Brunt in here for the 3rd over. The first ball back of length outside the off stump, and Laura punches this off the back foot through the point region. They come through for 2 runs, and the score goes up to 16 for no loss. Laura Wolfart, as long as she's getting bat on ball outside the off stump region, she'll be feeling good.
She'll be happy as well. That previous over, a couple of mistimed drives, so she must be proud that one actually got off on the front face of the bat and got some runs.
Yeah, definitely. Second ball of the over, the short outside the off stump, and she goes again. Off the back foot, takes a big swing, hits it hard, but the fielder Tammy Beaumont at point makes a good stop there, body on the line. The sun seems to be in Tammy Beaumont's eyes. She's holding her hand in front of her face as the bowler is running up. It's a difficult fielding position to be in, especially when the sun is at that awkward height.
Very tricky as well when the ball is wide too. Very tough.
Yeah. Third ball of the over, Catherine Brunt to Laura Wolfart. It's a short, cramping Laura up a little bit on the off stump, and she just jumps back onto the back foot and defends that out to the off stump. Brunt is getting some good bounce here off the wicket at Tauranga.
Brunt is a touch quicker than Shrapsel, so she can extract a touch more from the pitch as well with that bounce as we're seeing. But also it presents an opportunity for Wolfart to be able to greet the ball with good timing.
Yeah, definitely. This ball a little bit fuller and straighter to Laura Wolfart. Cramps her up a little bit. She jumps into that one, but defends it out into the offside. No run taken. She did get a bit cramped up there.
It's actually very good bowling from Catherine Brunt. She knows exactly where the powers of Wolfart lies, and she's taking away those powers, trying to frustrate the Proteas opener, who's been fantastic this tournament so far.
She has, yes. Fifth ball of the over is back of a length outside the off stump, and it's just defended out to the mid-off region for no run.
Indeed, she's looking to make use of the second life that Beaumont gave to her. Beaumont, after such a wonderful half-century, she would have wanted to continue the form of good fortunes she was bringing to England. Very unfortunate drop there for a danger woman.
Last ball of the over, Catherine Brunt to Laura Wolfart. It's full on off stump and driven hard back to the bowler, but it's stopped by Catherine Brunt. That brings us to the end of the 5th over with a dot. 16 for no loss. Lizelle Lee on 7 off 11 and Laura Wolfart on 8 off 19. Catherine Brunt has bowled 3 overs for 13 runs, no wickets.
Just to see how important these two players are, both for England and South Africa. Laura Wolfart, she just needs 5 more runs to become the highest scorer for the South Africans in the Cricket World Cup. And Anya Shrapsel, who's looking a little bit threatening and just threatening Laura Wolfart. She just needs 3 more wickets to get 100.
And Anya Shrapsel shows that shape into the right hand of Laura Wolfart, of Lizelle Lee, apologies. And she just whips that out off her legs to the fine leg region. There's a bit of a misfield by Sophie Eccleston, and they come through for 2 runs. Oh, very good effort, actually. She's fielding at a short, fine leg. She took a big dive to her right, got a good hand to it. But unfortunately, it did go past her a little bit, and the South African team came through for 218 for no loss. Anya Shrapsel into Lizelle Lee. Once again, we see that wonderful shape in to the right-hander. It's back over length outside the off stump, and it's just defended into the offside for no run.
And surely it must be frustrating for Lizelle Lee, who loves the ball coming onto the bat. It's much more easier to strike, of course. And Shrapsol is the exact opposite, but also getting that movement. Very awkward is the England opener.
She doesn't give them space to free their arms.
Mm-hmm.
Third ball of the over is full outside the off stump and defended by Lazali into the offside for no run.
But also at the same time, it's an interesting contest. You want to see the South African openers play with a strong head and strong skill as well. South Africans will be looking for a decent opening partnership, which is what they've been missing so far in all of their victories.
Oh, full outside the off stump, and we see that wonderful shape in by Anya Shrapsol, beats the bat of Lazali and takes off stump out the ground. And that brings Anya Shrapsol to 98 ODI career wickets, a wonderful wicket, an exceptional breakthrough here for the England women's team. Seam is true, goes between bat and pad. Lazali just trying to hit over the top, loses her shape. And Anya Shrapsol makes the breakthrough here for England. And we see the back of Lazali. That's disappointing. She was looking like she was potentially going to get a good score here for the South Africans, but it's not to be. She goes for 9 runs or 15 deliveries. She hit 1-4 at a strike rate of 60. Very good delivery there by Anya Shrapsol.
It was scary good from Anya Shrapsol. She adjusted her line so brilliantly. The ball is warping around the air. We cannot explain how much movement the ball is getting. But Anya released that as if it was going wide, and in the air it swung a whole way back. And Lazali, thinking she has a drive since the ball was wide, just came back and found the gate, rocketing onto that off stump. And she loses her wicket. She'll be disappointed. I'm sorry that I jinxed the Momentum Proteas talking about the importance of the first wicket partnership, but England having other ideas, and that brings Tasman Brits onto the pitch, Jenna.
She has played 10 innings, 187 runs with an average of about 20. Not a bad player. She does take a little bit of time to get started. She was in very good nick in the provincial league that we played. She scored 300s and a 50, and the one game where she didn't convert her 30 into a 50 was the game that her team, the Northwest Dragons, lost, and all other games they won. Definitely a key player in that team. So we see her facing the first ball, Anya Shrapsol's 5th ball of her 3rd over. Back of a length outside the off stump, swinging into Tasman Brits. She just defends that off the back foot into the offside for no run.
If Shrapsol can find a way to replicate the previous delivery to the new lady in Tasman Brits, she might nullify all the powers that Brits has and put South Africa in a very awkward position, because that was a great ball.
It was last ball of the over. A very good delivery here once again by Anya Shrapsol, full outside the off stump, shaping back in and finding a bit of the inside half of the bat of Tasman Brits, and it's just defended out into the leg side for no run. That brings us to the end of the 6th over, and an eventful over, 2 runs from it and 1 wicket. South Africa are 18 for 1. Tasman Brits yet to get off the mark. She's faced 2 balls. Laura Wolfart, the in batter, on 8 of 19. And of course, South Africa are chasing 236 runs. It's definitely a mammoth task ahead of them, especially with the England bowlers looking as good as they are.
100%, making the most of all the movement.
Catherine Brunt in here in her 4th over. This ball hitting the deck hard, back of length outside the off stump, and is defended to the point region by Laura Wolfart for no run.
And Catherine Brunt is presenting a different task here for the South African openers. You saw with that ball, it has a hint of movement going away from the right-handers, a stark contrast from what Shrapsol is doing on the other end, bringing it back in.
Once again, back of the length on off stump, and it's played into the offside to Sophia Dunkley at cover point for no run. It's definitely not something you want to be giving Laura Wolfart is width. We know how good she is on the drive. But it's also something that teams can exploit, because if she goes a little bit airborne into the cover region, it's definitely an opportunity.
Such was the opportunity given to Beaumont, who just dropped a sitter. It was a wide delivery. She thought she had the drive, but she didn't.
Third ball of the over, back of a length outside the off stump. She missed her length quite a bit, a short delivery, and Laura Wolfhard pounces on that and pulls it through the onside for 4. A wonderful shot there, just making sure full contact with the bat. And she just whipped that across to the leg side. She hit that quite hard.
Stroke of complete confidence, Jenna. You don't just pull up an opening bowler in front of square on the front foot. Catherine Brandt clearly unhappy with her efforts there. Laura Wolfhard showing that she's not just a driving master, she also can pull you away if you go away with just a touch. Fantastic batter.
Definitely a player that can play all over the wicket. South Africa is on 22 for 1 after 6.3. Catherine Brandt's figures, 17 no wickets after 3.3 deliveries, and Laura Wolfhard goes up to 12 with that boundary that she just hit. Seeing a bit of a field change here.
It was not so long ago where Laura Wolfhard was still an 18-year-old prospect. And all of a sudden, she is now the made lady that she is, as they put a mid-wicket to close off that pull shot or any other squared played shot.
Catherine Brandt into Laura Wolfhard, back of a length on off stump, and it's just punched off the back foot into the offside for no run. Fixing her length here, Catherine Brandt, just pushing it a little bit fuller, making sure, giving Laura no room to go across the line, forcing her to go with a straight bat into the offside.
We saw that she actually did that well in the previous over, closing down the space for either batter to work. And all of a sudden now she's just lost it a touch. She'll be looking to get it back, of course, at a higher pace. It's more control that she requires. But let's see how she performs now.
Fifth ball of the over, and we see that slower ball delivery, but it's over pitched, and Laura Wolfhard leans into that. And there's that classic drive that we love to see from her. She beats the fielders on the offside, and it races away on this quick outfield for 4. Not a lot of pace on that ball, but Laura really timed that beautifully. And that is class and elegance.
You must give her a grading of Q for quality. What a fantastic shot, just leaning into it and spreading her arms, playing that classic drive that she plays, and through the needle for the covers.
Last ball of the over here into Laura Wolfhard, back of length outside the off stump, and it's worked out to the third man region for a single. And that over 9 from it brings us to the end of the 7th, the end of Catherine Brandt's 4 overs, and the score is 27 for 1. Laura Wolfhard on 17 of 25, a big over here from her. She really capitalized on the missed lengths that Catherine Brandt gave her. The first 4 in that over of the third ball was short and pulled away into the leg side for 4. And the 5th ball of the over, a slower ball back of the hand, but timed beautifully through the covers. A wonderful cover drive for 4. She's looking good. She's definitely using the chances that the England team have given her.
That's what every batter wishes to do, get a second chance and capitalize. And England should be worried a little bit if this is what's happening with Wolfhard, because the fact that she was able to time a slower ball so well, so early in the match, means that her eye is certainly starting to get into the game. You don't want that as the opposition team.
No, that's definitely not what you want. And it's difficult to get such a classy player out, obviously, because she's playing with such a wonderful technique. We see a bowling change, and that is Kate Cross. She's bowling right arm medium pace. She's 30 years old. It's a bit of a change of pace, slower than both Anya Shrubsole and Catherine Brandt. It's back of a length outside the off stump, and Laura just defends that out off the back foot into the cover region for no run.
Using that lack of pace to see if they can actually get a wicket here. Jenna, you can see the short extra cover is a little bit short, trying to take advantage of any mistimed drive from Laura Wolfhard.
Cross in to Wolfart. Outside the off stump full, and there's a bit of an inside edge, but it drops before it gets to Amy Jones. Falls short there, and Laura Wolfart really looking to hit the ball hard. Yeah.
She's not wasting time. 17 from 26 deliveries. We've seen how she's been playing this tournament. She hasn't been rushing the play at all. She's been very selective and understanding what her job is.
Cross in for the third ball of her delivery of her over, and that beats the outside edge of Laura Wolfart through to the keeper Amy Jones. Kate Cross will be chuffed with that ball. Good length outside the off stump, and Laura looking to drive that hard. But a little bit of seam off the wicket from Kate Cross and just beating the bat there, that delivery.
Getting that movement away, out, and instead Laura Wolfart showing no feet there. She's just a little bit stuck in the mud.
Once again, full outside the off stump, and Laura Wolfart drives that hard to the fielder at extra cover. But it's a good stop there, and no run is taken. Score is still 27 for 1. There are 2 balls left in Cross's first over.
Cross will be very happy with the way that she started this over. Few swings and misses.
Full outside the off stump, and it's driven hard, but Sophia Dunkley at cover point is like a brick wall there in the covers, and it doesn't get through her. A good shot there by Laura Wolfart, definitely timing that one much better than the previous.
That's the one that she's always looking for. You can see knee on the ground, elbow up, little pose there. She knows exactly what she's doing, Laura Wolfart.
Last ball of the over. Full outside the off stump, and Laura Wolfart goes hard, and it races past the point fielder, and that goes for 4. Just missing her length there does Kate Cross. After 5 very good balls in her over, just over pitched, and Laura Wolfart capitalizes on that, throws hands and manages to get 4 runs. That brings us to the end of the 8th over. The score is 31 for 1. Laura Wolfart and Tasman Brits at the crease. Laura being the main strike batter here for the Momentum Proteas. Tasman Brits only having faced 2 balls so far and yet to get off the mark.
Laura Wolfart taking a lot of the strike ever since Tasman Brits has come in, and she is not like she's just taking it to waste ball. She's being productive wherever she can. You see that she is trying to push the scoreboard. South Africa still needs 205 from the left, 42 overs. The required rate's just a touch under 5 at 4.8. Nothing too major to worry about given the wickets at hand and given the quality of the South African batting side as well, who bats fairly deep.
We see a change of sides here from Anya Shrubsole, coming this time from the opposite end. She's into Tasman Brits. This is Tasman's 3rd delivery that she is facing. It's full outside the off stump, and Taz just defends that out to the offside for no run.
It's very interesting to see why they changed Anya Shrubsole's end. She looked like she was a threat from the opposite one. She was getting the ball to move on her string. It's going to be...
In here, outside the off stump, wider than the previous ball, and it's left alone. A good leave there by Tasman Britt, not something that she wants to be chasing and risking an outside edge. And no run is taken.
Surely Tasman Brits must feel a touch of pressure here, Jenna. 8 from 24 in her first match against Bangladesh, 2 from 18 against Pakistan. Very underwhelming scores at a high rate of ball absorption.
3rd ball of Anya Shrubsole's over, full outside the off stump, and this time she throws hands at it. And she gets bad on it. It goes out to the fielder at extra cover, but good work there by the fielder. And that was no run. The score still 31 for 1. 3 balls left in the over. Fourth ball here, Anya Shrubsole into Tasman Brits. This back of a length on middle stump, and Tasman Brits gets bad on that. She pulls that down to the fielder at fine leg. She gets off the mark after 6 deliveries, and the South African score goes up to 32 for 1.
Anya Shrapsol being persistent on her line outside that off stump, feeling like she needs a way to score. Tasman Brits just shuffled across her stumps a little bit to the line of off stump, just outside off stump, to get that and be able to play it from her pads for that single. She'll be happy that she's finally on the board.
Shrapsol in this time to Laura Wolfart. Back of a length outside the off stump. That movement into the batter gets Laura Wolfart's feet moving, and she just moves to the inside of that and just punches that out into the offside for no run. Better foot movement here from Laura Wolfart.
Much better, showing that she's picking up the length, picking up the movement. To a lady in form is what you'll see. If you can dance your way around the crease, it means you are there.
Definitely. This ball back of a length on off stump, and Laura takes a wild swing across the line there, trying to get it into the leg side, but she gets a bit of an inside edge into the pads there. That brings us to the end of the over with a dot ball. South Africa is on 32 for 1 after 9 overs. There's 1 over left in the England fielding power play. Tasman Brits is on 1 run of 6 deliveries. And Laura Wolfart looking decent on 21 of 33 balls.
Did that last ball from Shrapsol actually keep a touch low against Laura Wolfart, because she rockets it back on her back foot and completely made a hash of it by hitting the edge of the bat. It looked like a missed red length or ball creeping low there, Jenna.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we know that lots of variations. Anya Shrapsol has those, as we see the first ball of Kate Cross's second over. It's back of length outside the off stump to Tasman Brits, and it's just defended for no run.
Kate Cross, she'll be wanting to get into the wickets column for the tournament. Can't be too cross with herself.
The second ball of the over, back of a length outside the off stump, and Tasman Brits just guides this out to the third man fielder. Come through for a single. She goes to 2 runs of 8 deliveries. The South African score goes up to 33 for 1.
That's all that Tasman Brits needs to do. She mustn't push or try and look for runs. If you want it too much, Jenna, that's where you sometimes lose it.
Third ball of the over here, Kate Cross into Laura Wolfart, back of a length outside the off stump. And Laura hits this hard off the front foot, standing up nicely, but is unable to beat the fielders in the cover region. That's a dot for the South African opening batter. And I do think there's a fine line between wanting it too much and having good intent. Looking for runs is obviously always important. But Tasman Brits mustn't try and overhit things, mustn't try and rush it. This ball outside the off stump, and Tasman Brits throws hands at it. It is airborne for a little while, and there is a chance for a catch, but over the head of
Top edge
Tammy
there
Bowman.
from Laura Wolfart. Runs its way through to third man just for 2 runs. When your fortune is on your side and you are the braver woman, luck will just have it with you as the ball pops over the point fielder, but not timed well enough for it to run all the way for a boundary.
Fifth ball by Kate Cross to Laura Wolfart, and it's hit hard into the cover region. Sophia Dunkley does good work at cover point to stop that. It's a dot ball. Laura Wolfart not really timing her shots on the offside so nicely this over. Getting a little bit airborne, that one just bouncing before it gets to Sophia Dunkley. Playing a little bit early is Laura Wolfart.
I don't know, your sound just broke.
Oh.
Okay, don't know it.
Okay, am I back? The last ball of Kate Cross is over, full on middle stump, and it's defended back to the bowler. Kate Cross does good work there. As that brings us to the end of the power play. The score is 35 for 1 after 10 overs.
I pressed the mute button, Jenna. So I couldn't hear you. Apologies for that blip in technology savviness. But we're back after the end of the power play here.
Cool. Just looking at a comparison here, South Africa are 35 for 1 after 10 overs, and the England team were 38 for 2. See, we saw Marizanne Cup getting those 2 wickets. There was a bit of a chance there at the end of the last over. Laura Wolfhard getting a leading edge there, and Kate Cross just sticking out her right hand, but unable to hold on to that. And Laura Wolfhard is really using all the luck that she has here. She's struggling a little bit so far.
Wouldn't be surprised when she walks off the field for a lunches break or drinks break. She'll be meowing all the way. She's used 2 of her 9 lives so far. Laura Wolfhard will be looking to 3 of the chances. My God. So
Anya
as it stands,
Shrubsole bowls a short delivery, sorry Mpesh, and Tasman Brits takes full advantage of this, pulls it out into the leg side, and that races away for 4. Definitely capitalizing on the missed length here from Anya Shrubsole.
seems like I've fallen a touch behind from my stream after I paused you, but maybe that's good. Tasman Brits finally getting a boundary, a short of authority there. She'll be happy with that, and she'll be wanting more. Very good shot. Leaning back, transferring her weight behind the ball and just swinging her arms after shimmying down the track. Great shot from the batter.
It was a very good by Tasman Brits. The 3rd ball of the over, back of a length outside the off stump, and it's just defended to mid-off for no run. The score is now 39 for 1 after 10.3.
Morning.
Morning, Otto.
Yeah, no, Laura doesn't want to bat today, it seems.
The 4th ball of Anya Shrubsole's over, back of a length outside the off stump, shaping in nicely to Tasman Brits, but it's defended out to the fielder at mid-on for no run.
Shrubsole is still getting that movement, Jenna, but it's not as expansive as it was from the opposite end, and how she got Lizelle Lee's wicket. Lizelle Lee's wicket was a complete hyperbola, doing a complete curve, but now it's just a touch less, and meaning that she can control it a little bit better, I suppose.
Yeah, she is still finding the inside half of the South African batters bats. This ball pitching outside the off stump line and shaping back in, and Brits just dots this out to the onside for no run. 1 more ball left here in the 11th over.
Yeah, it would have been 2 soft dismissals and 1 excellent catch.
Yeah, definitely. Shrubsole in. She bowls a wide down the leg side. She's going to have to repeat the last ball of her over here.
So that's talking about the drop catches off Laura Wolfhard in this innings so far. That first chance was a real sharp one. The Heather Knight just couldn't get a hand to it in time as it whizzed past her at first slip, and then the backward point drop catch and the return catch chances that she gave up were really straightforward.
Shrubsole in the last ball of her over, back of length outside the off stump, but shaping in to the leg stump, and Tasman Brits just plays that around her legs to the fielder at fine leg. They come through for a single. That's the end of the 11th over. The score is 41 for 1. Brits is on 7 and Wolfhard is on 23. And that's it for my shift. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. Have a good one. See you at over 31. And Pendula, I'll keep you company until we have somebody who wants to jump in as well. And so 11 overs gone, 41 for 1, and it's Kate Cross continuing now to Tasman Brits. This one is defended back down the pitch. Tasman Brits tries to play that cross the line kind of on drive type of shot, but it goes to the offside for no run. Cross bowling her third over, start of a third, and she's conceded only 7 runs so far, so nice and economical. And
No, she's been bowling pretty well since she started her spell. Those 7 runs, a majority of them only coming from one boundary, so she's been tidy.
oh, and she beats the outside edge of Tasman Brits with this one. Tasman wasn't sure if she wanted to play or leave that. In the end, it was like a half leave, but it goes through to the keeper for no run. No, she played the shot there. Definitely Tasman Brits beaten, but not a convincing shot, shall we say.
Beaten
She's
on
beaten.
all ends. All ends. Had no clue.
Cross into Tasman Brits, who steps over to her off stump this time, tries to whip it through mid-wicket, but it goes to mid-on where it's fielded for no run.
Tasman Brits looking to take initiative here, darting across and coming down as well to negate some of the movement that beat her in the previous ball. Trying to smash it right straight, but mid-on is there to cover.
And here we have Tepo, Tasman Brits facing Kate Cross, and this is the thick inside edge onto the pads of Tasman Brits as she tries to play with the bat coming down from outside or off stump and trying to work the ball to the onside, practicing a defensive shot there. 2 balls to go in the 12th over, 41 for 1 is still the score. Brits is there on 7 of 18 deliveries now. They're showing us the fielding positions, and there's a big gap between fine leg and the mid-on that she's trying to exploit. This one, she just plays into the covers, off the front foot, top of the bounce, no run. Morning, Tepo.
How's it, gents? How you guys doing?
Good. I'll hand over ball by ball to you, and then I'll wait for my stint starting on over 20 after this last delivery of the 12th. As Tamsin Brits going to face a maiden here, cross in, swinging ball, swings away, but wide outside off stump, and Tasman Brits tries to slap that through the covers, and it goes straight to mid-off for no run. A maiden over by Cross, and the score therefore still 41 for 1. 12 overs gone. See you a bit later, guys. No wickets.
Thank you, Otto.
Bye.
Umesh, my brother, my friend.
Mr. TT, how are you doing, my brother? Are you well recovered from your sleep, from your slumber? Are you ready for some momentum Proteas cricket action?
I'm ready for some action here, and we're in for an action-packed game. South Africa sitting on 41 for 1, chasing down a target of over 200. I believe it is 256. I stand to be corrected. I don't have my iPad with me here at the moment. England coming in now with Shrub Soul, left arm around the wicket. Laura Wolfart plays this to leg side, a quick single.
Giving and transferring the strike back to her partner. And an important thing to note here is how Tasman Brits continues to struggle. She's still absorbing so many balls for those runs. And to just get a single and to get the score ticking is what she'll be looking for here. She is on strike with Anya Shrapsol, who has had her lengths and lines working for her this match.
She has a loopy delivery, very full, played straight past the bowler with the straight bat. Finally, Tasman Brits able to release the shackles playing past the bowler for 4 beautifully driven runs.
Magnificent shot there from Tasman Brits, Tepo. The ball just straightening up a touch, and Anya Shrapsol over pitching that one, allowing Tasman Brits to play it right under her eye. She didn't even have to take a step forward, such was the length. She just stood and delivered straight over the head of the bowler. 4 runs. She'll be happy with that.
Coming in again, this one back of a length now on the off stump, whipped to the leg side, straight to square leg, no run there. Still only 5 off the over. Looks like a conventional 4-6 field. 3 on the end of the ring on the onside. It's square leg, mid wickets, and mid on. Mid off, cover, extra cover, and points are on the offside in the circle. And then outside the circle, both fielders behind square.
They are pressing Tasman Brits here.
Oh, a little bit of movement outside the off stump. Brits tries to really step to that one and drive it, but misses it. All ends up 46 for 1. The score remains.
A fantastic tactical move here from the captain, understanding what Tasman Brits has been doing to try and score out of the out of the bowlers rather. She's been trying to advance down the pitch, shuffle, and use her crease as much as I can. And understanding this, she's brought the keeper up now, saying that I'm going to keep you in the crease. You dare move out, and you might lose your wicket through a stumping.
Shrapsol again. She has this little bit of in movement as this one back of a length outside the off stump, but meets the batter at off stump, played to the onside, no run there. And we can see that Tasman Brits is really struggling facing the bowling here, struggling to score off balls, especially if the outside that arc, which is very, very straight. We see the fielder that was initially at third going to a deep point for the last ball here. This one on off stump, driven to cover for no run. That ends the over 46 for 1, 5 off that one. And South Africa with a target of 336 to get are now on 46 for 1.
Tempo, you're being too generous to the English.
236.
We want that bad in our bowling. Still needing 236, and it's been good bowling from Anya Shrapsol here. She's only gone for 17 from her 6 overs, bowling a touch under 3 runs. But also, she's been the one to take out the main woman or the main lady in Lazelle Lee with a stunning delivery. And right now, she's showing that she can also restrict the run scoring, especially if she has Tasman Brits on strike, who has really been struggling. Her last 5 innings, therefore, her best score is just 20 from the beginning of February.
She looked good for that 20 against the West Indies as cross continues. Beautiful line and length at straight. Laura Wolfart drives her straight to mid on for no run. No, but she was looking good. The thing about Tasman Brits is that she can really send a ball to the boundary. She has that power. Did you see how she always poses, always showing off her Olympics tattoo on her right bicep? So she does have the power. So what England are doing, just to restrict her runs altogether, just taking away her mode of scoring, has been very smart. Actually, both South Africans here, even Laura Wolfart struggling as this one played to mid wickets for no run.
It's a fantastic exhibit of batting. Laura Wolfart, she's been happy batting outside her crease, and the strategy still continues for both batters, now with the wicket keeper permanently stationed up at the stumps.
Cross, it's a outside swinging delivery, well outside the off stump, sliced with a cross bat shot. A beautiful cut by Laura Wolfart, but there's protection there at points. Only a single, 47 for 1.
The key thing here now for the English is that they'll have Tasman Brits on strike until she can get a continuous flow and a consistent flow of runs and confidence in the crease. She'll always seem like an easy target for the 3 Lions.
Always seem like a walking wicket here. As cross comes in, this one slower delivery, full, whipped off the pads, finds the gap on the onside. Beautiful, classy shots by Tasman Brits for 4. That brings up the 50. South Africa 51 for 1. Brits on 15 of 26, and Wolfart 25 of 41. What a shot to the pitch.
We were talking about that Olympic power there, Tsepo. Mid-wicket had no chance to dive and stop that. By the time she dove, the ball was already on its way to the boundary line. She'll be happy about that, digging it out from her feet and playing that on the on drive. Fantastic shot from Tasman Brits. Big confidence booster.
Not the best ball from Cross as she comes in again. This one a lot better. Pulled back of a length a little bit more. So it's becomes a good length delivery outside the off stump. And that's the tactic that they need to employ here with Tasman Brits. they've been very successful keeping things outside the off stump. As soon as it straightens up, that's when Brits is on the money. That's when she's in the game, and that's where she scored her last 2 boundaries from. So just keep it outside the off stump, and Brits is in trouble as cross comes again outside the off stump. This delivery left to end the over 51 for 1 after 14 overs. Wolfhard 25, Brits 15. South Africa once again 51 for 1.
And as you were talking about that ball outside the off stump, Zebo, Kate Cross just throwing that onto the line of the 5th and the 6th stump. Tasman Brits feeling no need to play for it, and she had to let that go. Otherwise, she'll be playing a wild shot at a wild delivery. But also, and also at the same time, through that cover drive or that on drive shot that she played, detecting that Kate Cross is leaning a touch straighter, they disposed of the slip fielder and a less of an attacking option for the English against Tasman Brits.
We're seeing a score comparison here. After 14 overs, England were 51 for 3. So South Africa, 2 wickets in hand as Brunt comes into the attack. She has a very good line and length on off stump. A beautiful cover drive from Laura Wolfhard. Please bowl it on that off stump some more. I want to watch Laura Wolfhard do some more cover drive because they look stunning. Look at that.
Even if it's just 1 run, Zebo. Even if it's a dot ball, we just want to see her drive 6 balls out of 6 from the over. Of course, not edge runs to slips.
True that. I couldn't agree with you more on pitch. 52 for 2. Brunt to Brits. Back of a length, a back foot punch to the same region, and a single not taken this time. Avoiding the risks here. And it brings up something I was thinking about when looking at the score comparison. In the middle overs, it's key that South Africa don't lose wickets. They even have a freeze frame of the cover drive here, just as we're talking. Hey, it looks so
gorgeous.
Good. It's gorgeous. Good. But yes, as I was saying, South Africa need to make sure that they do not lose wicket in the middle overs. Yes, runs will dry up. That is just the nature of middle overs, as this one, a back of a length, punched off the back foot once again to mid-off. But if you don't lose wickets in the middle overs, you keep yourself in the game for as long as.
And you saw how that was actually at work in South Africa's previous match against Pakistan. Sunil Lewis was incredibly instrumental in that middle order to just be the anchor that the whole team will play around, allowing your likes of Chloe Treon and Chetty to be free.
Back of a length delivery, this time whipped to the leg side. Straight to mid-wicket though, so no run there. Just trying to tickle away to some runs here. Just trying to get the score rate, the run rate going. And just singles will do for now. Singles, a boundary. It doesn't need to be anything extra, as we have a man showing us nothing on his shirt. We literally can't see. Oh, it says South Africa. Good to have a crowd. Brunt down the leg side, whipped around the pads of Brits. That's running to the fine leg. It's Cross, Kate Cross, who's there. We'll see if it's leg buys or given runs to the batter and given as leg buys.
You could see Kat get Brunt there. She just appealed for something, a very delayed signal from the umpire. The ball was drifting down the leg and it just hit the thigh pad of Tasman Brits. Catherine Brunt was trying her luck with that appeal. Of course, it didn't work.
It literally smacked Tasman Brits on the thigh. You could see the leg stump and you could see impact. Half of the ball was already past the leg stump. So, trying her luck here. This one a lot fuller. Trying to drive does Tasman Brits, but Laura Wolfhard, but turns the bat in her hands. It squeezed out square of the wicket for a single. South Africa moved to 54 for 1 after 15. Wolfhard on 27 of 43 and Brits 15 of 32.
They will want to keep going like this. Tasman Brits, the more she stays in there. And this time, she's just a touch below, scoring at above 50 and for her strike rates. 15 from 32 balls. She has 3 boundaries, and it's been 3 good-looking boundaries. It hasn't been fortuitous like an edge or something like that. So even though she has those difficulties, when she does get the opportunity, Firstly, she's preserving her wickets, and then she's capitalizing whenever a chance comes. So the English bowlers need to be wary.
Yes, as this one delivered a good length from Kate Cross. She continues to Laura Wolfart. Played straight to the fielder. That is at mid-on. No run.
Kate Cross keeping it incredibly tidy here. One maiden over, no wickets so far. But the fact that she's only gone for 12 in those 4 overs, way below the required rate that South Africa need to be scoring at.
Oh, this time back of her left. Laura Wolfart gets the pitch of the delivery, stepping well across her stumps. Back foot is well on the leg side, sorry. Drags this ball way past the field at mid wicket, and it races to the boundary for 4.
Sick and tired was Laura Wolfart of that discipline, shuffling across. The ball was nowhere near to be played the way that she did so, but so much form that she's in. She's able to come across and play that through mid wicket with a flat base, with a flat face of the bat. Runs all the way as it trickles past to the mid wicket fielder. Fantastic shots again from Wolfart. What a great stroke.
Just the length dragged back a little bit too much. Became easy for Laura Wolfart to really just get on top of and send through to the leg side. This delivery, very similar. Laura Wolfart unable to score runs off this one. She shakes her head, but she has gotten one boundary in the over. That's 4. The required rate is 5.2 at the moment. So just a boundary and 2 singles, and you're good to go. You're going to run a ball.
100%.
Yeah.
Sometimes you simplify the game, Zebo.
Oh, this one outside the off slice by Laura Wolfart as she tries to cut this or drive this. Becomes a very square drive, even goes backward of square as Deep Point does the fielding on the boundary. 59 for 1 after that single.
We were talking about the importance of those singles here, ones here, 4 there. We got to see that drive again, mate. Only for 1 though. Tasman Brits is now on strike against Kate Cross. Cross wanting to recover from that boundary.
Oh, it's full, it's straight, and that's not where you want to bowl to Tasman Brits. She lobs this over the bowler, and mid-on does the fielding to recover. That's the second single off the over. That's the 6 required for South Africa in this over. 60 for 1 with 1 ball remaining.
Good stuff here from these two. Their partnership now worth 41 runs. They are really, really starting to solidify it. I hope I'm not jinxing it here. Touch wood.
Wood being touched. This one outside the off stump, sliced by Laura Wolfart, but sliced straight to point for no run. 60 for 1 after 16 overs. Brits on 16 of 33. Wolfart 32 of 48. And drinks are now on the field. Yes, the players are coming in for drinks. And I was just thinking about how would you actually get Laura Wolfart out right now? What England are doing is they're doing well to restrict the runs from time to time, conceding a boundary or 2 in the over, losing a little bit of control. So they're probably going to be wanting to shift gears now to actually taking wickets. And just as I came in, I saw the amount of drop catches from the England team. Laura Wolfart has had quite a few lives. Somehow just lobbing the ball when she tries to cut it in. Maybe that's what they're looking for. Just a ball outside the off stump that she missed times, doesn't middle, finds the edge, and points the keeper, the bowler will all be in action.
Surely that's what they've been looking for. They'll be angry at themselves, the 3 Lions, for missing out on all those chances that they gave to arguably one of the most dangerous batters in the game right now. She is so good, and you'll want to capitalize on them. But also, the pitch is playing, it's quite slow. We saw how Marizanne Gap was able to capitalize when she got her fifer. She was bowling those slower deliveries, really frustrating the English batters. So if they continue using that pace off the ball and using the grippiness of the pitch and getting Laura Wolfart to mistime a few, That's the best way you can. But now, now that she's getting into the game, now that she's really starting to score freely, she's faced 48 deliveries so far. It's going to become a little bit tougher because now they've given her the amount of balls to get herself in. And it's also helpful that she has a steady partner. So there's no real pressure for her to do something out of the ordinary. So it's a tough question you ask me. And thank goodness I'm not the English captain right now.
No doubt about that. Steering, they have a job to do the England team. South Africa 60 for 1. They have ample batting to come. Sune Loose, Mignon du Preez, even Creon towards the end, the back end of an innings can do some real damage. So it's key that England get as many wickets as possible. Otherwise, it could come back to haunt them much later. We're looking at some scenes here of some ladies in cricket doing well, some women in cricket. There's a legend here. She's seen the Queen. She's played against Australia. She's played around the world. Oh, it's Claire Connor, an ODI career of 93, 80 wickets there. So quite the all-rounder. And she had her best against South Africa. I don't know about you, Pesh, but whenever I see her best against my country, I'm like, no, take it off.
How dare
Take
you?
it away.
How dare you attack my nation? The patriotism jumps out in a way that can't be explained, man. But you know, as you're adding on to the point about the batters that are still left to come, Chloe Treon and Trisha Chetty have been big contributors with their 30s and their 40s. It's been fantastic.
Brandt into the attacker, back of a length delivery on the top of off stump. Brits with a pull, a very controlled pull, kept it under her hips all the way down to cow corner. She gets 2 runs for that, 62 for 1.
Here it is for Tasman Brits. She's starting to let loose a little bit. Catherine Brandt has been on their bottoms ever since she started. She's making them, or Brandt is making them move around the crease.
Another back of a length delivery outside off stump. Brits now back foot punch back to the bowler. No run there.
And if they're not moving around the crease, that happens, Depo. She locks them down. She restricts them from scoring. But I was just taking a look at when will it be time to introduce the spinners here?
Yeah, they were asking something similar. When will they bring some pace off the ball? Just a change of paces. This one dragged down again, and Brits punishes this one all the way to the cow corner boundary. There's a boundary there. 6 off the over now, and it looks like Brandt is just nyang herself, mumbling under her breath. She's not happy with that, but the South Africans definitely will be. There's a gap there for her to exploit.
And nothing ball there from Catherine Brandt. Of course, she'll be really unhappy pitching it down the track, giving Brits all the time to take a look at it and pierce it through that leg side region. Wonderful boundary.
Frustration showing on Brandt's face, but this time straightening up, bringing her line a little bit, her length a little bit fuller, and bowling a cross seam delivery that Tasman Brits negotiates well, gets her bat behind it. No run there, 66 for 1.
Little bit of an off-cutter there, but you saw the ball pitching and turning back into Tasman Brits. So a touch of pace of the ball, a little bit more grip, forcing Tasman Brits to just defend that. But she's in no rush. 6 runs from the over so far.
This one outside the off stump, staying very low off back of a length, played to Captain Knight off the back foot for no run, 66 for 1. Towards cover for no run.
It's what Jenna and I were actually talking about, Depo, how the ball is not picking up. The bounce is not true. You'd think that this is what's happening. The ball just creeps a touch lower than what it normally does. Maybe the deterioration in the track.
But you're saying things as this one, a slower ball outside the off stump. This time, Wolfhard gets to the pitch of it. No run there to end the 17th over, 66 for 1. Wolfhard on 32, Brits on 22. And you're talking about pace off the ball. You're talking about how slow this pitch is. And now that you mentioned, I'm like, wait, why haven't we seen a spinner?
Exactly.
the pace bowlers are really struggling here, not getting as much bounce, not getting as much pace. Why not just take pace off the ball, change the game completely, and now you're getting these batters out of a rhythm? Why is it taking so long? So many questions.
100%. And that was a super shot by Tasman Brits to show because we were actually talking about the spinner coming in and the pace bowler got punished. And as we speak about it, the second highest ranked bowler in the world, Sophie Ecclestone, now gets the ball. She is a left arm orthodox spinner. And finally, the change we're talking about, Tsepo, comes through. She wants to see if the three Lions can make use of that spin and lack of pace in the pitch, maybe get some grip and turn.
Oh, some pressure now for the South African batters. I don't know about you and Pesh, but I tend to err on the side of bowling. Don't tell anyone I said that. But Sophie Ecclestone comes in. She comes left arm around the wickets, pitched outside the off stump, and cuts by Laura Wolfart down to deep cover points for a single.
Don't worry, Tsepo. The secret of you loving bowlers is one that we will keep between us and the thousands of viewers who are also watching our broadcast. So,
listeners. Comes around the wicket again. Beats the outside edge of Tasman Brits, coming all the way to the pitch of the ball, trying to negate the spin. But the spin is turning away, and it's turning very, very nice. You see, this is the game changing that a spinner brings.
That turned miles. It didn't even straighten it. Went to
just
the
hanging
other
her back
direction
out now.
outside the edge.
Oh, sorry about that one, Impesh. This
No,
one,
you're good.
a back of a length, and Tasman Brits with zero footwork, hanging her bats out to play this 2 point for no run.
A little bit tentative now. Tasman Brits, she's just taking her look at what's happening.
This one played late off the back footer, was going towards the pad. She whips this to the onside, where the fielders are on the boundary. She gets another single. And that's the 50 partnership. Hey, a contribution of 25 from Laura Wolfart, 23 from Tasman Brits, and that brings them to 50. Full on the stumps, tried to be driven by Laura Wolfart. She gets an outside edge. It was airborne before it got to the fielder at a short third.
Sophie Ecclestone proving that she is no one to be, laughed at. She's coming in, creating a threat here for the South African batters.
This one flights it outside the off stump, driven square of the wickets to the fielder at deep point, and that ends the over. South Africa 69 for 1. Wolfart on 34, Brits on 23, and Tsepo needs to go quiet out the dog. So give me a second.
Do the things. They're waking us up all for an early morning. South Africa still on 69 for just 1. Laura Wolfart and Tasman Brits have got this locked down. They'll be wanting to continue their partnership for as long as they can. We saw the difference maker in the previous inning by England was that 100-run stand from Beaumont. She did fantastically there with a Jones. 107 is what they scored. South Africa will be looking for a game-changing innings or a series of very good partnerships contributing 40s, 50s, and eventually they'll find their way into victory. As it currently stands, they just need 167 runs and 32 overs are left. That's a total of 192 balls. We see now Skiver is into the attack. Another bowling change from the three Lions.
She comes in, right arm over the wickets. She's coming slow medium, as this one was back of a length, played off the back foot by Laura Wolfart, just played to the leg side. We've been missing some comments here from Dan De Castro and Frezzy, who were here last time around. Sorry about that, chaps. Frezzy says that's why Tasman Brits should play at 5. She's a lower order hitter, not a number 3, and probably mentioning that quick fire 20 against the West Indies that we spoke about. As Scriver bowled this one down the leg side. Very, very easy runs for the South Africans to get. Free runs probably going to be given as leg buys. 4 leg buys to be exact with the keeper up to the stumps makes it a lot more difficult. And there is already 5 off the over.
You saw there Natsgiver just going for an off cutter, rolling her fingers over the ball, missing her line, however, and with the ball seaming or turning from the pitch, it exaggerates the movement down the leg. And the only thing that the ball can do is find refuge behind the boundary line.
Find refuge. Once again, a delivery that is down that leg side, but a lot fuller. Tasman Brits wrapped on the pad as the fielder at mid-wickets does the fielding. 74 for 1 after 18.3 overs.
Natsgiver, a bowler not for wicket taking, but for
a slow delivery, bowled straight, and Brits gets the pitch of this one and plays the square of the wicket. Sorry, not square of the wickets, 2 mid-wickets for no run.
That's what she does. Control the inning, put pressure on one end, make sure that your strike bowler from the other side, and this time Sophie Eccleston can make use of the wickets.
Just looking at Marizanne Kapp's fifer that she got in the first inning, she'll be very happy with that. She is the top player of this match. She's getting 157 points in this Dream 11 fantasy as Tasman Bridge tries to whip this to the leg side with a sweep. She gets a huge top edge and it goes down the throat of fine leg. The breakthrough for England has come, and it's come all thanks to Scriver. We see the back of Tasman Brits now. She scored 23 or 46. South Africa 74 for 2.
My only question here is why? Why Tasman Brits? She's been doing so well in controlling her inning, scoring the boundaries that she needs to score, playing the ball with such power and authority, and then she just tries for a lap sweep with the fine leg, guarding that boundary area. A seemingly nothing shot. It's as if you need to put much power on it, or you just play a different shot. She really has gifted her wickets away there, as she was playing well with Laura Wolfart.
And she has to go now to bring in Captain Sune Loose. She's coming in at 4, and just going back to that shot, it looked like she tried to lap it for a single. It didn't look like it was a big sweep, a big booming one, but it did get a lot of air, so maybe it did come with power. It doesn't look like she was doing anything too risky, just mistimed the shot, got to it a little bit too early, and got the top edge, which flew all the way to the fielder at fine leg.
Very disappointed would be Tasman Brits. She had a good platform to get herself a great score here.
Laura Wolfart tickles this ball to that fine leg, the very same fine leg that took the catch, as this one was a good length delivery going towards leg stump. But that ends the over. The damage has been done, but 6 runs scored from it. Yeah, there was a little bit of shape turning away, cross-seam delivery for Tasman Brits. And that shape turning away got her to mistime the shot, got to the ball earlier than she would have wanted to. And that's how she got the top edge. And after that, wicket South Africa 75 for 2. They're going at a run rate of 3.95 and the required run rate 5.19, which is okay considering.
It's okay. It's still gettable, but they need to make sure that they keep the runs ticking in these middle overs.
Laura Wolfart has a slip here. She faces the spinner Ecclestone. She's coming left arm around. A good length delivery. Played to the leg side. No run there.
Deserved from Sophie Ecclestone. She was getting exorbitant amount of turns in her first over.
Ooh, finds the outside edge this time, making this delivery a lot straighter, a lot fuller. A drive attempt from Laura Wolfart, but the outside edge beats the field that slipped and goes to a backward point. Who does the fielding there? She's still kept on that end. Sorry.
That's why 3 Lions are attacking, Zebo.
This one over pitched just in the slot for Laura Wolfart, driven, another beautiful drive, and driven to the fielder at deep cover for a single.
Now it's going to be a true test. This is what Ecclestone will be wanting. Bowling to Sune Luce. She's still fresh off the crease. The ball is bouncing, the ball is turning, and they're still preserving that slip fielder to create some damage.
This delivery pitching outside off stump, blocked out, a solid block by Sune Luce. She has a slip, also a backward points, deep points. There's a field at cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg, and I believe there's also a fine leg as this one, outside the off stump and driven to cover for no run.
So many mids, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, mid. What we don't want mid is the performance. That's what Laura Wolfhard will be saying alongside her captain, Sune Luce. Can they make the most of this?
This one outside the off stump. Sune Luce just dots this down, tries to go for a quick single, but Wolfhard keeps her at that end to end the 20th over. Only one run from it. Ecclestone doing the business here. South Africa 76 for 2. They need 236 runs to win their third game in the ICC Women's World Cup. There should be a commentary change now, but if not, I'm happy to stay on with them, Pej. There is one. Otto is here.
Otto's here.
Thank you, guys. Nice work.
Loved it.
Speak to you later. Enjoy
Great
the game.
stuff. Enjoy the rest of the game, gentlemen.
Bye-bye. Morning, Tim.
Also, Otto, you're right. Now, I'm good.
Yes, all good. As we see Siva continuing with her second over. 76 for 2, first ball of the 21st, and Wolfhard defends this to the offside for no run. Now the required rate is creeping up.
Yeah, it's a little bit tense. That wicket has certainly changed the mood.
Yes.
Lost. Yeah.
Now, Brits was really starting to look promising as Siva sends this one wide down the leg side. So she'll bowl that one again. And let's see, we've got some comments in here from YouTube, which we'll go through in a moment. Siva over the wicket to the right-handed Wolfhard on leg stump, another wide, signalled by the umpire there, was it? But yes, it is, and this time they take a run as well. So that will bring Sune Luce on strike. Let's see. So Ferzi09 says, that's why I said Brit should play at 5. She is a lower order hitter, not number 3. What do you think about that comment, Tim? It's your learned cricket knowledge.
One of my more expertise when it comes to the women's game, and our fellow commentator Paul like the idea of Brits at 3. I see where he's coming from. If you isolate that shot in itself, he's right. But I think she could make number 3 her position, but she does need to be more consistent and not get out to a shot like that, like she got out to.
So Luce played that last one into the offside for no run. As Siva continues now with a slip in. This one is on Midland leg, and Sune Luce works it to square leg. They take a single. They're coming back for the second. And Sune Luce will have to hurry. She's there. She makes it. And 81 runs are on the board. Sune Luce off the mark with that too. 81 for 2 in 3 balls gone in the 21st.
Very good.
Yeah, that's an interesting...
South Africa. So you were saying?
No, I said that's an interesting comment, but I think that if Tamsin Brits is an opening batter, as Luce faces Siva again, this one is full on leg stump and just defended. Tries to work it a bit squarer, but gets it straight to mid-wicket all along the ground. So, she opened the batting when Lizali wasn't there. So, keep her at number 3 if she is an opening batter. But I think if Siva continues, Luce will smack this one off the back foot, cut shot to backward point for no run. That who you're going to play at 3? If if Brits, we've got Wolfhard, Lazelle Lee, and Tamsin Brits. They are technically sound players. They are attacking. Well, at least Brits and Lazelle Lee are very attacking players. Lee plays this one outside off stump straight to extra cover for no run. End of the 21st over, 81 for 2. And it's difficult to say because we watch so few of the women's domestic matches, and you don't really follow the players like you do with the men's game to say, well, you've got these players waiting in the wings. Maybe some of the ladies can tweet us in and enlighten us there. But I don't mind Tamsin Brits at 5. Maybe just adjust her game a little bit. She just got a start. The required run rate wasn't very frightening, you could say. Eccleston to Wolfhard. This one pitches on midland leg and turns to the offside, and it's just defended a bit awkwardly by Laura Wolfhard for no run.
I think that the bigger problem we have is the last 2 games, South Africa have relied very heavily on Wolfhard to score runs. If she doesn't score runs, we struggle.
Yeah, and she scores another one here with a quick single to cover. And that brings Sunay Lees on strike, 82 for 2. Thanks for that comment, Fuzzy09 on YouTube. And he says they just have to bat 50 overs, accelerate in the last 10. And that's exactly what I was thinking when Brits lost their wicket there. 23 runs, you've done all the hard work. You just need to stay at the crease and you can get a big score, go deep, all of that stuff. As Eccleston continues now to Wolfhard, defends this one outside, to Lees, defends this one to point, no run. So let's see, who have we got on the Twitter sphere?
Of course, the key for England is going to be Eccleston. If Eccleston can get a couple of wickets in her 10 overs, I think England could get back into this game. She's very key for the English, and particularly on a wicket like this, when the wicket is a bit slow, it's a bit difficult to score just naturally off the bat.
Last one cut by Lees to backward point for no run. This one is driven and she finds the gap in the covers past the fielder at extra cover, diving to her right. 4 runs to Sunay Lees, 86 for 2. 1 ball to go in the 22nd. Sachin Dekaka gave us a punt here on Twitter. Women's Cricket World Cup, SAV England, and he tweeted out our YouTube link. Guys, check out at Guerilla SA, hashtag CWC22. Thank you so much, Sachin. Do appreciate that. And then Werner, as Eccleston comes round the wicket, left arm to Sunay Lees, who defends this one, gets a thick outside edge to backward point. No run. 22 overs gone, 86 for 2. Werner, one of our co-commentators, says Tasman Brits departs for 23 or 46. She hit 4 boundaries, which effectively means she made 7 off her other 42 deliveries. The lack of strike rotation really hurting us here, he says. I think that's a fair comment.
He's right, but these two at the crease now, the rotation of strikes has been very good. They've picked up, 3 or 4 really quick singles. But he is right about Tasman Brits' innings. She chewed up far too many dot deliveries. But these two, they look a lot more proactive rather than reactive so far.
Siva continues now to Wolfhard, who defends this one out to mid-off, no run. Yeah, I think it's one of those situations that you see every now and then where a batter will chew up a lot of deliveries and then, accelerate and catch up with their strike rate. Siva continues to Wolfhard, who steps outside off stump, works this straight to mid-wicket, and they shouldn't take a single there. So we just have a look at the points table. England are winless. Can you believe it? The defending champions, 2 games, 2 losses. And South Africa with 2 shaky wins, I would say, against Bangladesh and Pakistan. Siva continues. Wolfhard pulls this one back over length from middle and off stump line, and it goes to deep mid-wicket for a single. Wolfhard is now on 39 of 62. 87 for 2 is the score. Yes.
Once again, just to show with that delivery, it was short, but the timing wasn't there. It came off the pitch very slowly. So even though Wolfhard got into position, it sort of trickled towards the person on the square leg boundary.
Silver Fuller this time, and Wolfhard drives it, beats extra cover and mid-off, and it's 4 runs to Sunay Lees, It was a very nice looking, it reminded me of Laura Wolfhard, that drive that Lees played there. She's on to 10 now of 13. And South Africa 91 for 2. So Sunay Lees is...
That's just been an exhibition of England's fielding in this innings. Dropped catches, missed fields. The first misfield was acceptable. The second one was really poor fielding.
Back foot drive by Sunay Lees and goes straight to point for no run. Yeah, the required rate now 5.3. Last 5 overs 23 for 1. So it is picking up a little bit since Sunay Lees came to the crease in terms of the scoring rate. And Siver with the final delivery of her third over. They take a quick single out to extra cover. Just tip and run there by Sunay Lees. Very nicely done to retain the strike. I think she's realizing here that Laura Wolfhard is not her usual attacking self. She's playing a bit in her shell. Might be a little bit difficult to face the opening bowlers, and Sunay Lees just taking the initiative here, trying to wrestle control of this game away from England. But it's
just as you say that, the partnership is 18 of 25, so it's good rate, and Sunay Lees has got 11 of those. So you're absolutely right. Sunay Lees is the leader in this partnership.
Eccleston to Sunay Lees, who just works this one around the corner down to fine leg for a single. 93 for 2 now. We'll see if we can get some clues here on the field settings. So there's a fine leg and a mid-wicket on the boundary, as well as a sweeper on the boundary. That's a appeal for LBW from Eccleston. And umpire is unmoved. She doesn't look convinced. Tries to bend the arm of the captain.
It's not turning enough. It's going with the arm. It's missing leg stump. If it was straightening or turning just a little bit, then it could have been very different.
Yeah, and Lubes on Twitter says they shouldn't have changed our number 3 batter. Brits doesn't look comfortable at all there, as the debate continues about Brits. And this one played to the onside by Laura Wolfhard for a single. We see a replay of the LBW appeal, but it struck Laura Wolfhard on leg stump line, going down leg, no doubt, no spin there. 94 for 2, Lees on strike, Wolfhard on 40 at the other end. Eccleston left arm round the wicket, onto the stumps, attacking the stumps, and Sunay Lees steps away, tries to work it into the offside, but not enough on that, and there's no run. And there was an inside edge on that LBW as well. So good decision by the umpire.
Indeed.
As Eccleston continues, middle and leg full, and Sunay Lees just plays it out to mid-on for no run. And what else have we got here? So Ferzi09 says Lees, De Pre at 3 and 4. And then Sunay Lees comes forward and defends this one. 24 overs gone, 94 for 2. And he says Lees, De Pre at 3 and 4, Brits, Cup and Tryon. The rest of the order there. According to Ferzi on YouTube. Thank you so much for listening and commenting. And now the debate is carried on here on our WhatsApp group. But we'll read through those in a moment. Thank you so much, everybody, for sending in your tweets and comments and for listening to us. So South Africa need 142 from 25.5 overs at a required rate of 5.4, as Nat Silva continues, right arm over the wicket to Laura Wolfhard. And this one is a good length on off stump. Just defended to backward point. No run.
If they can keep it under 6, then South Africa will feel that they can get there. They keep it about 5.4, 5.8, then it shouldn't be a problem. It's only when it gets to 6s and 7s and 8s where it might become a problem.
Yeah, I think so too. Silver on leg stump, and it's swept by Wolfhard down to fine leg, and they'll take at least a single. Only a single there, yes. 95 for 2.
Just on that, Eccleston's bowled in 4 overs for 11. She's playing a huge part for the English. If she can manage to squeeze out wickets in a couple of overs, then England will be really in a good position.
Lee's facing Siver here, and just defended back down the pitch. No run. Now it's pace off the ball. With the slowness of the wicket, the ball sticking in the wicket, as you mentioned, Tim, it makes it very, very difficult to get the ball over the boundary. And we saw Heather Knight as Lee's faces Siver once again, this one on leg stump. And Lees just helps it on its way, very fine, down to the fine leg boundary for 4, exploiting the bad delivery there. Good work by Sunelis. So even when the power play ended, Heather Knight kept her field inside the ring, and she kept the pressure on. She knew that it was a challenge to get the ball over the fielders, and it took a while for her to send fielders out to the boundary to protect the boundaries. Because of the slowness in the wicket.
Yeah.
Siver continues, and Lees plays a very nice back foot drive, and it goes out to, well, it's more like a slap shot off the back foot. It goes out to the fielder, sweeping on the cover boundary for a single. 100 up for South Africa in 24.5 overs, and that came at a scoring rate of exactly 4. Laura Wolfhard facing the final delivery of Siver's over, and she defends it to mid-off for no run. 100 for 2 of 25, exactly 4 runs and over, and Lees on 17 of 22, Wolfhard on 41 of 67. The current partnership is 26 runs at a run rate of 4.2. Required run rate now 5.4. It's hovering around there. So definitely won't want that to creep up anymore. Just stay with that 5.5, 4 or 5 runs and over maybe. And this Eccleston continuing with her 5th over. Lees plays this off the back foot out to cover sweeper, and they take a single as the cover sweeper had to run in. 101 for 2. Laura Wolfhard facing Eccleston now. Left arm round the wicket, slip in. Wolfhard plays inside out drive, and it's fielded at mid-off for no run. And
as much as the rotation of strikes been good for South Africa, they're struggling to score off Eccleston, and that's a huge problem.
Yes. Worked off her pads here by Wolfhard to just forward of square on the onside. They take another single. Well, I mean, a runner ball will win it for you from here. So you got to take 1s and 2s, and that's enough. Lees is on 18, Wolfhard on 42, and the odd boundary to compensate for the odd dot ball. Lees faces this one, flighted by Eccleston very nicely. Comes down almost a Yorker length on leg stump, and Lees just digs it out for no run to the onside.
That's a full toss, really. That should be going over the bowler's head at this level.
Yeah, I think so too. That was maybe a bit too full, but Lees just yorked herself a little bit. She tried to give herself room there, but the next one also a dot ball played out to the offside for no run. And Eccleston's final delivery is wide outside off stump, but just not enough room for a decent cut shot that goes straight to cover from Sunay Lees. End of the 26th over, 102 for 2. And now
That's four runs of Eccleston's last 2 overs. So England are managing to keep a stranglehold from one end at the moment.
Yeah, Sophie Eccleston, worth her weight in gold at the moment. She's keeping the run rate well under control from England's point of view. And the comparison after 26 overs, England were 99 for 3, South Africa 102 for 2. But if I'm not mistaken, this is where Jones and Beaumont came together. I didn't watch the start, didn't watch the first innings, but they lost a few at the top of the order, and then Beaumont and Jones put together a nice big partnership. So there's already 100 runs on the board. What South Africa need here is a 80, 90, 100 run partnership from some combination. Charlie Dean replacing Nat Siver, and she goes over the wicket to Wolfhard, who plays this out to backward point for a single. Moves on to 43, does Laura Wolfhard, 103 for 2. Nat Siver's bowled 4 for 19, so a little bit expensive in comparison to her colleagues. Charlie Dean to Sunay Lees. Sunay Lees plays this one down the pitch straight back to the bowler for no run.
When we had our podcast preview for this game, our guest said that Charlie Dean is a very talented cricketer. So she said her spin is very, very, very effective as well.
Flighted outside off stump, and Lees plays this out to deep extra cover for a single. A little bit of indecision there. They tried to convince each other, should we, shouldn't we, as there was a bit of a fumble, but in the end, Wolfhard will be on strike, 104 for 2. 2 runs off Dean's first over so far. This one is on middle and leg and just slapped down into the ground to just forward of square leg by Wolfhard. She goes to 44, 105 for 2. This is better. I mean, this is how the spinners should be treated.
Works. Yes.
Yes. Just give them respect and just get the good balls out for singles. This one is worked around the corner by Lees. Doesn't beat fine leg inside the circle, and that's a dot ball, 105 for 2 still. Yeah, this is a difficult. It looks like it's a difficult wicket to chase on. All of the teams that have chased here have fallen short. So just check who won the toss again. I can't recall. Was it South Africa that won the toss and chose to field first? So that was given the history on this field. There's some injury to Sunay Lees's right hand. She's getting some attention now. She got struck on the hand. It looks like she's got the glove off, and she's looking a bit unhappy. Wrist problem with her wrist.
Yeah, so there's obviously a breakage in play. The physios come on to just see how bad the injury is.
I hope she's okay, because she's with her match-winning partner in the previous match against Pakistan, Laura Wolfhard. So as we see some replays of the 2 wickets that have gone down for South Africa so far. 26.5 overs gone, 105 for 2. I think if these 2 can stay together, keep the wickets in hand, Mignon de Pree, Chloe Tryon, those players can accelerate the score at the end of the match. Mignon de Pree is a very busy cricketer, gets the run rate up. Marizon Cup, of course, power hitter as well. Trisha Chetty, we saw in the last game, she came back into her previous form. So there's just don't give those players too much to do.
Yeah. This partnership at the moment is sitting at 31-48, so it's decent without being substantial. But you're right, it needs to be substantial for South Africa to get over the line.
Lees plays this one off the leg stump. She's back in action for a single. She moves on to 20 of 30, Wolford 44 of 71, South Africa 106 for 2. 27 overs gone. South Africa need 131 runs to win the match
And
from
that's
23 overs.
It's now 8 runs of the last 3 overs of spin for South Africa. They're still in a good position. They're still within the rate. They're happy they've got 8 wickets in hand. But going forward with the rest of the spin bowling options for England, they will want to improve that in terms of getting runs off the spin bowlers.
Eccleston continues, and Sunay Lees does try and do that. She succeeds in cutting this ball down to the boundary on the offside for a single. 107 for 2. Yes, this is key now for South Africa. This one by Eccleston goes onto middle and leg. They come through for a quick single. The fielder at mid-wicket runs forward to go and field that at square leg, where it was just dotted down by Wolford. 108 for 2.
The drop and run is a very underrated single. There's a lot of space there for the South Africans. They haven't utilised that shot enough in this innings.
This one to Sunay Lees just gets looked like an inside edge onto the pads, and there's no run. Yeah, it's never easy under lights here. The sun is set now. Lees plays this one to backward point, and we saw against the game against Pakistan, where Pakistan seemed to pick up momentum as the sun set, as the lights came on. They also were looking like they were dead and buried and way behind the scoring rate, and they all of a sudden just exploded. Eccleston onto leg stump. Sunay Lees works this out to point for a single. A lot better scoring options taken here by Sunay Lees and Laura Wolford now. So if the spinners are going to continue and the dew sets in, that might become a factor for England's spin attack. So we'll keep an eye on that as Eccleston bowls the final ball of the 28th over. It's full on middle and leg. Laura Wolford plays it straight to mid on. No run. 28 overs gone, 109 for 2. Sophie Eccleston has now bowled 6 overs for 16 runs. So just creeping up towards that 3 runs and over mark. But very, very effective and really doing a great job for the defending champs. Required rate is now 5.77. 127 runs from 22 overs with 8 wickets in hand.
So South Africa are keeping things in check. They're not letting the situation get ahead of them. The moment
Dean to Sunay Lees, who plays a very nice drive over mid-off, over the head of the fielder in the ring, off the bowling of Dean. Of Charlie Dean, and that goes for 4 down to long off. Fielder at mid off, just watch that sail overhead. Lees going forward, it's a bit over pitched from Dean, and Lees gets underneath it, gets to the pitch, and strokes that over mid off for a 4. This one is played straight back to the bowler, no run. 113 for 2.
Just that boundary is exactly what needs to happen. When the English bowlers bowl too full, you've got to make them pay for a bad delivery.
Dean to Sunay Lees, and she almost manages to scoop that back to the bowler, but there's no run. And some comments here from Furzy09 on YouTube. Thanks for that coming in on YouTube as Dean bowls this one to Sunay Lees, gets this on leg stump and plays it down to mid-on for an easy single. He says, run rate is not important. Tire the bowlers, then go at 7 after 40, after the 40th over. Even class at 2 for 18 after the first 7 overs. Sunay Lees plays this one straight out to, Laura Wolford plays this one straight out to extra cover for no run. 5 runs off the over so far, 1 ball to go, 114 for 2. And he says, as we see Wolford playing across the line, pull shot down to square leg for a single. 6 runs off the over, job done there for these two. 115 for 2, Wolford on 46 of 75, Lees on 27. And Charlie Dean has bowled 2 overs now and conceded 10, I think. Yes, 10 runs for Charlie Dean. So Furzy09 also saying that Dean is just an average bowler. SA need to take advantage. And he says South Africa should have batted first. Yeah, so I think with the people talking in your previous show talked up Charlie Dean. We will see. She's only bowled 2 so far. And let's have a look at her career figures. She's playing her 9th match. Best of 4 for 36 at an average of 24.3. So not too shabby for the start of a career. But she's still young in her international career as Eccleston continues. And this one beats Laura Wolford outside off stump. Laura tries the cut shot, but doesn't get anything on it. No run. And what do you think? Should we have batted first, Tim?
Difficult to tell. On past experience in terms of this ground, as you pointed out, it is difficult to chase on the surface. I don't think it was a definite one way or the other. Let's put it that way. I don't think it was a shocker of a decision to not bat first.
Wolford scored a single off that last delivery, and Lees does the same off the next one from Sophie Eccleston, 117 for 2. Yeah, you never know. Maybe Sunay Lees saw something in the air, bit of cloud cover around. They've played a match at this ground already. Wolford facing Eccleston. She works this away down to long on for a single. Looking at a little bit better here against Eccleston. So 118 for 2.
236 in a World Cup where there's been lots of high scores. It's not a massive score. It's a very gettable total.
Lees works this one from outside off stump very nicely down to log on for yet another single. There's 1 ball to go in the 30th over, 119 for 2. So we've reached the theoretical mathematical middle. Wolford tries to work this one to the onside as well. Gets a bit of an outside edge down to mid-off for no run. 119 for 2, 30 overs gone. And South Africa need 117 runs from 20 overs.
England,
So,
from an England perspective, they need to remove one of these batters. Otherwise, it's going to become very, very difficult for them in a game that they really have to win. While South Africa just have to keep going at the rate they're doing, just keep the rotational strike up.
Hello, Jenna. Tim, you're doing a double. I'll leave you guys to it.
Cheers, Otto.
Thank
Hello.
you, Tim. Hi, Tim. How are you?
All right, thanks. All right.
Good, thank you. Cool. Am I on ball by ball?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. We have Charlie Dean in here to Laura Wolford. It's full on off stump, and Laura Wolford uses her feet here, and she drives that out to the field at cover sweeper. They come through for 2 runs, and that brings Laura Wolford up to her half century. A well-played, calmly constructed innings of 50 of 80 balls. She was a bit shaky in the beginning of her innings. The England team dropped her 3 times, but she's managed to stick around a little bit, which I think has been good here for the Proteas team.
Yeah, she's such an important cog to the side, especially in this World Cup.
Yes, I agree. Third ball of the over. She uses her feet, comes down the track again to Charlie Dean, but this time finds the mid-off fielder for no run.
Hasn't failed yet. 41, 75, and 50 not out.
This ball, the fourth ball of the over, it's full and it slams into the front boot of Laura Wolfart. There's a big appeal, but the umpire says no. The England team are deciding whether they're going to go up and review that. And Heather Knight, the captain of the England team, has decided to send that upstairs and ask the third umpire, Jacqueline Williams. It's going to be an interesting one.
It is an interesting one. Again, I think it's down the leg side. I don't think it's because it's a full toss. I don't think it's going to be turning to the left enough for Dean.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. Let's have a look at it now. We're seeing it in slow motion. The right arm of Charlie Dean just slams into the toe of Laura Wolfart. It does look like it's going down leg. We'll have to see if there's any bat involved from this angle. The front on angle, we're unable to see that so far. Both teams have 2 reviews remaining. We haven't seen any reviews sent upstairs yet in this innings.
It's a difficult one. You're right. There might even be a very small bottom edge before it hits the pad, or the boot, rather.
Yeah, could be. You aren't really seeing anything on the screen yet here. Heather Knight and the England bowlers all in quite a deep discussion. And we're seeing ultra edge here on the screen. Could be a bit of an edge. What do you think, Tim?
It could be an edge, could be the bat hit the ground. It could be anything. It's one of those ones that's very, very difficult to say definitively what it is.
The bat is quite close to the floor, so that impact that we're seeing on ultra edge could be bat on floor, as you said, Tim. You're quite right.
It's definitely hitting the ground before the ball reaches the bat. So it's definitely scraping. But when it comes with the ball, it's a very thick spike, not a thin one. But even without that, if they say it's not a bat, I still think it's missing the leg stump.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. And the decision is given not out, and it has been signaled as runs. So definitely some bat involved one way or the other. And Laura Wolfart is off strike. Sunelis is on strike. Sunelis is on 30 or 41. She's played a good innings so far.
Yes, very important one. You hope that she can kick on from what has been a sprightly 20 odd.
Yeah. Charlie Dean in her right arm over to Sunelis. This one pitching on off stump, spinning just over Sune's pad, crashing into the pad a little bit, but it goes to the fielder at short 45 for no run. Definitely a bit of something there on that one. Last ball of the over, Charlie Dean to Sunelis. It's full outside off, and Sunelis goes aerial. She chips it over the fielder at mid-off. They come through for 2. A good shot, well constructed, probably looking for the boundary, but only managing to chip it just over the head of the fielder at mid-off, Sophie Eccleston. And that brings us to the end of the 31st over with that very decent shot there by Sunelis. Just maybe mistimed it a little bit, caught it on the up.
South Africa didn't get... Sorry, I was going to say she didn't quite get to the pitch as much as she would like to have. Got a little bit too underneath it. So she would have had a little bit of worry at the beginning.
And with that shot comes the 50 partnership between Laura Wolfart and Sunelis. First ball of the over, Heather Knight to Laura Wolfart. She double steps and misses, but the keeper, Amy Jones, fumbles it and is unable to make the stumping. Laura Wolfart takes a big dive back into the crease, but in the end, it's unnecessary. The keeper, Amy Jones, really did make a bit of a meal out of that.
Absolutely crucial.
Yeah.
In the context of the match, absolutely crucial. How many
100%.
chances are they going to give Laura Wolfart?
Yeah. The second ball of Heather Knight's over. It's back over length outside the off stump, and Laura Wolfart just rocks onto the back foot and plays that down to the fielder at long on. They come through for a single. The score is 126 for 2 in the 32nd over. Third ball is full outside the off stump, and Sune Wolfart just plays that into the onside for no run.
I'll give a little bit of an excuse, but it was a bit low for the keeper. It didn't come bounce nicely, but she still should have gathered it.
She should have, yes. And the fourth ball of the over, a full outside the off stump, and Sunelis just works that down to the fielder at long on once again for a single. Score goes up to 127, and there are 2 balls left in Heather Knight's over. She's in to Laura Wolfart, a full outside the off stump. Laura double steps and hits a beautiful straight lofted drive over the bowler's head, and that's a 1 bounce 4. Beautiful shot here from Laura Wolfart. Her score goes up to 56, and the Momentum Proteas score goes up to 131. And Laura Wolfart is definitely starting to look like she's going to take this all the way for the Proteas.
Yeah, that's what she wanted to do in the two balls before in the same over. She wanted to hit over the top. That time she managed it.
Yeah, definitely. Last ball of Knight's over is worked out to the onside, to the cow fielder on the boundary, and they come through for a single. That brings us to the end of the 32nd over. The score is 132 for 2. Laura Wolfart is on 57 of 86 deliveries, and Sunelis is on 33 of 45. And we're having a bit of a drinks break here. South Africa, of course, are chasing 236, and they need 104 runs to win here in Teranga.
Yeah, okay, so they are 132 for 2. Sunelis is on 33, Brits is on 23. And that's after the earliest wickets of Lizelle Lee for 9 and Tammy Tasman Brits for 23. So it's a good partnership at the moment, over 50. South Africa well in control. But that last over had the potential to be an absolute game changer. The 4th chance now Laura Wolfart's had in this innings.
Yeah, she's definitely had a rough time out at the crease today, but she's definitely tried to make full use of all the chances that she's been given. She hasn't looked comfortable throughout her half century, I don't think yet, but she has tried to make things work for herself and stuck it out even though things aren't going well.
Yeah, it's a difficult wicket to score off on a consistent basis, as we saw even with the English innings when they were trying to go through the gears. It became very, very difficult with the slow balls that the South Africans were bowling.
Yeah.
And it's not a pitch where the ball comes on to nicely.
Yeah. There was a bit of an interview with Marizanne Cup at the innings change, and she said that yes, they did win the toss and decide to field because they wanted to give the batters a go at chasing. But they thought that the pitch was going to, as it did the other night when South Africa played against Pakistan, that under the lights that was going to get a bit quicker. But obviously with the pitch that has already been played on so far in the Women's Cricket World Cup, it's slowing down. The pitch is slowing down as the overs go. So yeah, I think it's a bit of both. The spin is definitely going to play a big role here, especially in the last couple of overs of the England bowling innings. But I do think that Anya Shrubsole is going to be key as well. She's had a very low economy, especially in the beginning of the innings. She only has an economy of 2.8, which is really excellent. She got the wicket of Lizelle Lee, a beautiful in-swinging delivery. And I think she could have the potential of breaking up this partnership of the South African skipper and the opening batter, Laura Wolvaardt.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, as they're just showing Laura Wolvaardt's chances. The 2 drop catches and the stumping.
Yeah.
Amy Jones had so much time. Laura Wolvaardt was well down the pitch. Nowhere in the picture if she had managed to even gather it on the rebound.
Yeah, agreed. And we're back. Charlie Dean is bowling. First ball of her over, full outside the off stump. Laura Wolvaardt is facing, and she uses her feet down the ground, chips it over the head of mid off, and they come through for 2 runs. A good looking shot, but didn't really get to the pitch of it, didn't time it as nicely as she would have liked.
The mis-stumping hasn't affected her. She's still determined to get to the pitch down the wicket, which is a good sign.
Yes, it is. Bravery at its finest. We see a win predictor on screen. South Africa 55% and England 45%. The second ball of that over, Laura Wolvaardt used her feet again, this time playing it out to the cover sweeper. They come through for 1 as Sunelis faces the third ball of the over, uses her feet, once again coming down the track to the young England player, and just bunts that out into the onside. They come through for a single. So far, 4 runs off the over.
Much better rotation of strike there. Early call, no hesitation. Good piece of running.
Definitely. And Laura Wolvaardt uses her feet once again, this time picking up the ball before it bounces. She plays it out to the fielder at a deeper backwards square leg for a single. The score is 137 for 2, with 2 balls left here in Charlie Dean's 4th over. Right arm over to Sunelis. She uses her feet, gets onto the front foot, and just plays this straight down to the fielder at long on. There is a bit of a chance. She plays it a little bit airborne, straight back to the bowler. Charlie Dean takes a wild dive, but isn't able to get a hand to that delivery. And Sunelis gets safely to the other end. Last ball of the over to Laura Wolvaardt. She plays this nicely. It's full on middle stump, and she just whips it out into the leg side. The fielder at cow corner doing good work to get to the ball. They come through for a single, and that brings us to the end of the 33rd over. The Momentum Proteas are on 139 for 2. They need 97 off 102 balls. Sunelis is on 35 off 47, and Laura Wolvaardt on 62 off 90 balls.
They certainly found Dean's bowling a lot easier than they did Eccleston a few overs ago. Not really having problems with the latter.
Sophie Eccleston bowled really well. She bowled 6 overs for 16 runs at an economy of 2.6. So it's definitely something that they found difficult to play, the left arm off spin of Sophie Eccleston. And Heather Knight is in here, the second ball of her over. Laura Wolvaardt uses her feet, and she's dropped again. She hits it hard. It's airborne over the fielder at extra cover, and there is a bit of a chance the fielder at extra cover gets hands to it over her head, but she drops it, and the ball races away for 4 over the extra cover fielder. Laura Wolvaardt is using all the chances that she has. Another missed chance here from the England team. Disappointing there from Kate Cross. It would have been an excellent catch if she managed to hold on to it.
Yeah, difficult one, but as you say, it still goes down as a chance. Got both hands to it.
Definitely, yes. Third ball of the over. It's full on middle stump, and Laura Wolvaardt goes on the sweep. Come through for a single. Oh, it was a dot ball. My apologies. Heather Knight here in. Fourth ball to Laura Wolvaardt. It's a short outside the off stump, and Laura Wolvaardt swings hands at this and gets it past the fielder at point. But Catherine Brunt, who's on the cover sweeper boundary, does excellent work diving to her left. She saves the boundary, and Laura and Sune get through for 2. Excellent fielding there in the deep from Catherine Brunt. full reach, left arm on the ground, and just scoops it so that it doesn't hit the boundary rope.
Yeah, outstanding fielding. Really good
She
piece of
covered a lot of
commitment.
ground.
Really good piece of commitment.
Yeah. Heather Knight in to Laura Wolfart again, and this ball is full on leg stump, and she just plays that down to the fielder at long on. They come through for a single. The score now, after 33.5 overs, is 146 for 2. South Africa needing 90 of 97 balls. In to Sunelis, there's flight on this one. It's back of a length outside the off stump, and Sunelis just rocks onto the back foot and plays this into the open offside. They come through for 1, which leaves her on strike for the next over. The score is 147 for 2 after 34 overs. Sunelis on 36 and Laura Wolfart on 69.
Good piece of batting in that over. Good progressive piece of batting. Even with the drop catch, it was a good shot. Getting to the pitch, making sure that neither of the bowlers at the moment are settling. Neither Dean or Heather Knight is able to restrict South Africans.
First ball of Charlie Dean's 5th over. She beats the outside edge of Sunelis's bat, and Amy Jones makes a stumping. Sunelis seems to have had her foot grounded, but the square leg umpire sends that up to the 3rd umpire there just to check whether that foot lifted up off the ground or not. This, I think, will be a crucial thing here for the England team. Breaking up this partnership, I think, is something that needs to happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they need to create pressure from one end at least. And the only way they can do that is getting a wicket.
Definitely. This is very close to the outside edge of Sunelis's bat. Amy Jones does very good work to collect that. She does break the stumps. We're looking now to see if there was an edge. With slow motion, we're seeing ultra edge here. There is no spike on ultra edge, so no contact between bat and ball. Having a look at the stumping now. Sunelis's foot is up. Oh,
it's up. She has it down when the motion is going, and Amy Jones is going towards the stumps. And in that motion from going towards the stumps, taking the stumps out, she lifts her foot up and she's out.
She is out. We see the back of Sunelis. She scored 36 off 49 deliveries. She was stumped by Jones off Charlie Dean's bowling. She played a crucial role here in this middle part of the South African team's batting innings. A real captain's knock, I think, and she'll be disappointed with that. But very well done there by Amy Jones, an exceptional stumping.
It is an exceptional stumping, but it looks to me like she had her foot behind the line and she didn't realize that, which is why the back foot is lifted. She thinks she has to work extra hard to get back into her crease, which is unfortunate, but a good piece of keeping, as you say, after the mis-stumping a couple of overs ago.
Do you think Amy Jones has redeemed herself? We see Mignon du Preez at the crease. She has an ICC ODI ranking of number 15 in the world. That's quite an achievement. She is experienced, and here alongside Laura Wolfart, I think could be a potential power pair here at the crease for the Momentum Proteas. Charlie Dean in to Mignon du Preez. This ball strays down the leg side, and it's signaled a wide from the umpire. She'll have to bowl that one again. The score is 148 for 3, and there are still 5 balls remaining in this over. Good work there by Amy Jones to get to the leg side of that delivery. Second ball of the over, re-bowled, is a pitching outside the off stump, turning in to Mignon du Preez. And she just plays this out into the offside, and it's a dot. in once again to Mignon du Preez, pitching on off stump, but she turns this around her pads into the open square leg region. They come through for a single, and Mignon du Preez is off the mark after just 2 deliveries. And the score is 149 for 3. 3 balls remaining in this over. Laura Wolfart on strike. She uses her feet. It's on a leg stump, and she whips this around her pads. It beats the fielder at 45, but the fielder at deep backward square leg, Danny Wyatt, gets to the ball quickly. The South African batters get through for 2 runs, and that brings up the Momentum Proteas 150. Very well batted here by Laura Wolfart to stick things out and to take her team here to the 150 run mark. 5th ball of the over, pitching on middle stump. Laura Wolfart isn't able to get this one away as it rolls to the fielder at short 45. No run is taken.
South Africans will hope that she's there for the next 7 or 8 overs at least to get as many runs as she can.
She uses her feet this time and plays this down to long on. Ball is pitching on off stump. She gets full face of the bat to that one. They come through for a single. Her score goes up to 72 and the team total goes up to 152 for 3. We're seeing a stat here on the screen that says most runs in the ICC Women's World Cup 2022, and Laura Wolfart is sitting in 3rd place on 188, below Hayley Matthews and Rachel Haynes from Australia.
That's a decent list to be a part of, to say the least.
Definitely. Below her in 4th place is Harmanpreet Kaur from India on 185 runs, and Tammy Beaumont from England on 184. 2 batters that are in this match appear on that list, which is wonderful. Both actually having scored half centuries in today's game. Perhaps Laura can take this all the way here for the Momentum Proteas. See Kate Cross into the attack here, and she's bowling medium pace. Laura Wolfart is on strike. It's back of a length on the off stump, and she plays this out into the leg side. She gets half a bat on that one. Goes out to the fielder at square leg. They come through for 1, and the score is 153 for 3.
It's all about getting a wicket with this bowling change. Not so much about restriction of runs. It's a good move from England.
Just a change of pace here from the spinners. 2nd ball in here to Mignon du Preez. It's a full outside off, and Mignon just drives this out to the field at point, Tammy Beaumont. Good fielding work there. She had to get quite low to make sure that she stopped that one. No run is taken. She is still on 1 of 3 deliveries, Mignon du Preez. Kate Cross in here for the 3rd ball of her 6th over to Mignon du Preez. It's back over length outside the off stump, and it's worked well through the offside to the fielder at cover sweeper. They come through for a single. Mignon du Preez total goes up to 2, and the team total 154. There are 3 balls remaining in the over. Kate Cross in here, the 4th ball of her over to Laura Wolfart, who's on 73 runs. It's outside of the off stump, and Laura Wolfart goes airborne over the fielder at extra cover. A wonderful shot. She is known for this fielder, this cricket shot, lofted cover drive. She really does pounce underneath that one and punishes it over the fielder at extra cover. And that goes for 4, brings her total up to 77 of 100 deliveries. And that is a wonderful, wonderful cricket shot there by Laura Wolfart. Full face of the bat, a wonderful swing through the ball. In here, the 5th ball of Kate Cross is over. This one back of a length. And Laura Wolfart tries to pull this and gets caught at mid-wicket. Nat Siver, the all-rounder for the England cricket team, is the one to take the catch. And as you said, Tim, this bowling change was the one that they were looking to get the wicket, and that's what's happened.
Yeah, no timing in there from Laura Wolfart. For large parts of the innings, hasn't been able to time as well as she as she normally likes to. In the context of the match, that is a huge wicket, but still a very important innings of 77 of 101 for Louis Velvaart. Got South Africa in a very, very good position, and still in a good position, but having lost 2 wickets in the space of a couple of overs, it does create pressure now from both ends with 2 new batsmen at the crease as Marizanne comes to the crease. So England will be buoyed by that.
Definitely. Having said that, though, both Mignon du Preez and Marizanne Kapp are very competent batters. They're experienced. They've been in situations similar to this many, many times before, and many times before together at the crease, both being top order batters here, now batting in the middle order. But they can definitely pull this over the line here. South Africa needs 78 from 85 balls to win. And Marizanne Kapp is at the crease. She'll face the last ball of the 36th over here from Kate Cross. As she comes past the umpire, it's back of a length outside the off stump, and it's punched into the cover region. Marizanne Kapp wants to take the single, but Mignon du Preez sends her back as she's halfway down the pitch. The fielder at extra cover makes a really good stop there. She dives to her right. Potential chance for a single, perhaps a missed chance. And white ball cricket, we know, is all about the small margins. So that could potentially have an impact on the game.
Yeah, the last couple of partnerships, the rotation of strike between the batters has been very, very good. South Africa want that to continue, because as you say, it's very important to be proactive with this sort of total rather than get stuck in difficulty.
Charlie Dean here into Mignon du Preez. It's full and straight, and she just works this out into the onside. Come through for a single, which puts Marizanne Kapp back on strike here against the young off spinner from England. In here to Kapp. There's a lot of flight on that delivery, and Marizanne Kapp tries to have a big swing there, but stops halfway through. Good work by the fielder at mid-on, who takes a bit of a rolling dive. It was a bit dramatic, I think. But Marizanne Kapp is safe. Ball pitching, just landing in front of the fielder at mid-on. And Marizanne Kapp just surprised that she did something so risky so early on in her innings. But the third ball of the over is outside the off stump, and it's worked really well, guided out to the vacant third man region. Tammy Beaumont gives chase, and we know she's quick across the ground, and she saves it before it gets to the boundary. The South African batters come through for 2. Puts Marizanne Kapp back on strike against the young off spinner. This ball full outside the off stump, turning into the right hand Marizanne Kapp. She works this out to the leg side, a good piece of fielding there to get that ball from Nat Siver, and they come through for a single. The score now 162 for 4, with 2 balls remaining in this 37th over. Charlie Dean into Mignon du Preez. It's full on off stump, and it's just defended out into the offside to the fielder at extra cover for no run. We see a bit of a comparison here. England were 162 for 4, and South Africa are also 162 for 4. So an even contest here, as we see the last ball of the over being a wide down the leg side. So Charlie Dean will have to re-bowl that ball. Last ball in here to Mignon du Preez. It's full on the off stump, and Mignon du Preez gets a full swing through that. But the fielder at extra cover, that is Heather Knight, does really good work to stop that ball. And that's a dot to finish the 37th over. The score 163 for 4 after 37. South Africa needs 73 from 78 balls with 2 new batters at the crease. Mignon du Preez is on 3 of 7, and Marizanne Kapp also on 3. But of 4 deliveries.
The key is going to be getting accustomed to this pitch, not forcing the issue, not playing too early as we saw Kapp do in the last over. Let the ball come to you and work it in the spaces that are available behind square and that sort of thing.
Yeah, 100% agree. Kate Cross into the attack here. It's full and straight, and Morizon Cup just works this out to the leg side. They come through for one. The score is 164 for 4. Yeah, as you said, Tim, both batters don't need to force anything. They're both very natural timers of the ball. So they don't need to do anything rash. Kate Cross in here for the second ball of her over. It's short and straight, and Mignon du Preez takes full advantage of that ball by Kate Cross, and she pulls it away to the onside, beats the fielder at mid-wicket, and this races for 4 to the cow corner region. A very good shot here by Mignon du Preez.
English won't mind that because it was airborne for some time.
It was Kate Cross in here for the third ball of her over. This ball back over length on off stump, and Mignon du Preez uses very soft hands to get this out to Tammy Beaumont, who is fielding at backward point. She has to move quite a bit to her left, so the two batters decided to go through for a very quick single. Well run, good running, nice intent.
Yeah, that's much more of what is required the next few overs.
Rotation of strike. True. Kate Cross to Morizon Cup. It's a Yorker on middle stump, and Morizon Cup does very well to dig that one out. It just goes straight back to the bowler, Kate Cross, for a dot. The score is 169 for 4, and there are 2 balls remaining in the 38th over. Fifth ball here, Kate Cross to Morizon Cup, back over length outside the off stump, and it's driven into the cover region. Heather Knight at extra cover doing good work once again to save that. It was hit hard towards her, but she does good work getting her body behind the ball. No run taken. The score is still 169 for 4. Last ball of this 68th over, Kate Cross in to Morizon Cup. Past the umpire, it's full on the leg stump, and Cup does good work to get that out into the leg side. But the fielder at mid-wicket, Nat Silver, is there as a brick wall, and she just gets that in. No run is taken, and that brings us to the end of the 38th over. The score is 169 for 4. The South Africans need 67 runs to win from 72 balls.
As they're showing the worm of the two teams at this stage, both matching each other. The difference was that from this point, England lost 4 very quick wickets, which obviously slowed their progress. And South Africa will want to make sure that doesn't happen to them.
For sure, and we see very, very good and very economical spin bowler Sophie Eccleston back into the attack here. Left arm around the wicket, she's bowling orthodox spin here to Mignon du Preez. It's a dot ball pitching on off stump, and Mignon du Preez just does well to keep this one out and punts it out into the leg side for no run. Second ball of the over, back of a length outside the off stump, and Mignon rocks back onto her back foot and punches this out. But Tammy Beaumont, very busy there at backward point, does the work to stop that ball. No run taken. Third ball of Sophie Eccleston's over. It's full outside the off stump, turning away from the right-handed batter, and Mignon du Preez just starts that down into the offside. No run. Halfway through the 39th over, Mignon du Preez ready. She pulls out of her run-up, Sophie Eccleston. Dead ball is called.
This is exactly what England required, getting Eccleston on and just suffocating the England and South African batsmen rather. 3 dot balls.
They were finding it quite easy to rotate the strike with the ball turning into them from Charlie Dean. The ball turning away, it's more difficult as a right-hander, as we see another dot ball here. Sophie Eccleston on the fourth ball of her over, just pitching it on off stump, turning away from the right-hander. Mignon du Preez just defending this straight back to the bowler. No run taken. That's 4 dots here in a row. Eccleston into Mignon du Preez, and she finds the outside edge of Mignon du Preez's bat, and Amy Jones is the one to take the catch. She's had a good day besides that missed stumping that she missed for Laura Wolfart, and she takes the wicket of Mignon du Preez. This will be disappointing for the senior batter, as she would have wanted to stick this out, but 4 dot balls brought this slash. She takes a wild swing at it. But Sophie Eccleston's a little bit of extra bounce, finds the top edge, and Amy Jones' safe hands just gets this breakthrough here once again of the Momentum Proteas team.
Yeah, South Africa in all sorts of bother. They've struggled with the batting all tournament, and it's showing once again. 169 for 5. It was a foolish delivery from Eccleston, which is why Mignon du Preez thought she could go and have a cut at it. It was reasonably wide, got a thickish edge, and Amy Jones on the rebound is able to regather it to take the catch as Chloe Tyrone comes to the crease, with South Africa needing exactly 6 and over, 67 off 67.
And Chloe Tran, I think, in my opinion, is the perfect batter here in this situation. She has a strike rate of about 97. I could be mistaken, but it's very high, and this is definitely what South Africa needs. She's experienced, and she can hit the ball really hard, and she'll be wanting to do this here for her team. Sophie Eccleston in here to the right hand of Chloe Tryon. And she just dots it out into the offside. Tammy Beaumont making a bit of a meal out of the fielding there, but managing to keep the over to a maiden wicket. Very well bowled. Good bowling change here. The England captain, Heather Knight, making a good decision to bring back her main spin bowler. That brings us to the end of the 39th over. South Africa still on 169 for 5.
You are spot on terms of strike rate. It is exactly 97.36 for Chloe Tyrone.
Cool. Let's see who's bowling here for the England women's team. And it'll be Kate Cross in here for her 8th over. It's full outside off, and Morizon Cup plays a wonderful lofted straight drive over the fielder at mid-on. It's a 1 bounce 4. Kate Cross has been hit a couple of times over her head in the last couple of overs. Once by Laura Wolfart, we saw a 1 bounce 4. This time by Morizon Cup, maybe bowling a little bit full, but giving the batter enough space to free their arms. A very well-timed shot there by Morizon Cup. This time, the second ball of the over, bringing the length back a little bit, cramping Morizon Cup as she just defends this out into the offside for no run. Score 173 for 5. Just seeing a replay of the wicket of Mignon du Preez. Amy Jones catching it on the second try. Bobbles out of the gloves the first one, but making sure that it sticks the second time. Third ball of the over. Kate Cross back of a length outside the off stump. Rocked onto the back foot. Morizon Cup just plays this out to the fielder at extra cover. Come through for a single. 174.
Tense moments for South Africa. It's not a do or die situation for them in terms of the World Cup, but it would give them a huge boost beating the world champions.
100%. Yes, this is definitely a game that South Africa want to win and that England need to win. This ball short outside the off stump, and Chloe Tryon takes a wild swing at this, beating the fielder at backward point and the fielder at third man. It races away for 4, and Chloe Tryon's total goes up to 4. Team total goes up to 178. And this is definitely what the South African team needs. 2 boundaries in this over so far.
what South Africa have done well is they've punished the bad ball in this innings. And that was another case in point.
Agreed. Fifth ball of the over, full outside the off stump, and it's just driven off the front foot here by Chloe Tryon into the fielder at cover sweeper for a single. Score is 179. So far, this over has gone for 10 of 5 deliveries, 1 ball remaining. South Africa need 57 from 61 balls. Last ball of the over. Kate Cross to Marizon Cup. Not looking to replicate the first ball of the over. Looking to pull the length back of a length. Make sure she's cramping up Marizon Cup a little bit here. Yep, it's back of a length on middle stump this time. And it's just defended off the back foot to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run. That brings us to the end of the 40th over. And we have 2 new voices here joining us in the commentary box. Tepo Tsayela and Otto Simon.
Hi, you guys. Enjoy the rest of the match. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim.
Bye-bye.
Have fun.
Tepo, only one thing to do now. Bring it home.
Bring it home, baby. 57 or 60. It's very, very doable. Literally, a runner ball will get you over the line. 2 decent batters at the crease as well in Chloe Tryon and Marizon Cup. A flight delivery from Ecclestone outside the off stump. Tryon with a beautiful cover drive, but it goes to the fielder. A deep cover for 1 run, 180 for 5, 56 from 59 required.
Indeed, these two are quality and they are very attacking. They just need to play within themselves for a little bit. They don't need to go whole hog yet.
This one played off the back foot by Marizon Karp. Gets an inside edge, chops it onto her pad. Almost her stumps there. Ecclestone was up in arms, close to getting a wicket. Coming left arm around once again. And Karp trying to send this. Missed it, all ends up, but so does the keeper, and it's running, and running all the way to the boundary for 4 byes. The luck. Wowee.
Well, it is South Africa's lucky day. We can't ask for more drop catches and misfields and misstumpings from a team like England. England are must feel that something has gone against them.
Yeah, lots of drop catches in the field. I saw Laura Wolfhard getting dropped like 3 times. A miss
3 times and a miss stumping.
Yeah. There's tons of luck, but fortune often favors the bold, and will take a bold effort here to get South Africa over the line. As Ecclestone comes, this one outside the off stump, cut late by Marizon Karp to the fielder at backward point. There's also a short third in the same region there.
And if you just after this ball,
back of a length, blocked off the back foot, no run, 184 for 5.
If you look up bold in the dictionary, there's a picture of Marizon Karp right next to it.
But she has hair. No, but really, truly, had a good performance today. This one, RBW appeal and given Marizon Karp. It was back of a length. It was crashing into leg stump, if anything, and she's sending that upstairs. Doesn't even let the DRS timer come up for too long. What do you think, Otto? Everything happening here?
Oh, man, it was on-field decision is out, so it needs to miss that leg stump completely, but I think it might just be clipping. We'll see in a moment. Because Ecclestone has been on point with her left arm spin, but not getting a lot of spin. This one hits Marizon in front of the leg stump, so it might be missing leg. It's difficult to tell how far was she ahead. She was right back in her crease, so not a lot of room for the ball to to actually go ahead and miss that leg stump. It pitches on middle and off, hits her in line and misses. Oh, thank goodness. Another one goes South Africa's way. Can you believe it?
Yes, Otto, I can believe it. The call wasn't the greatest one. It was going down the leg side, and maybe the umpire just missing a trick there. You could see it. It hit Marizanne Kapp very high on the bat and was also well down the leg side. I was very surprised with the call, but to be fair, she was very deep in her crease, so I don't blame the umpire for making that call. 5 off the over now. 41 overs have passed, 52 from 54 required. So it's still squeaky bum time, still 9 overs left to go. And a lot can happen here.
Marizanne went right back into a crease, played across the line and got struck on the pad. So lucky to escape here. Dan De Castro on YouTube saying, pure mental here, so much pressure. England can't afford to lose. Proteas can taste it. My nails are all over the floor, he says in his next comment. Thank you, Dan, for listening. Thank you for sending in your comments. And let's see on Twitter, Lub says oh no, we've read that one already. Thank you so much for listening and thank you for all the support. We do appreciate it. Please tell your friends, support the women's game, and we'll bring you all of the South African Proteas matches.
Runs into the attack here, this delivery back of a length outside the off stump. Chloe Treon just fishes her bat at that, not good footwork there. A dot ball to start, 52 from 53 required at 184 for 5.
Her feet just stuck in place there, playing away from her body. Tryon is there on 6 or 5, Cup on 9 of 17, and England putting the brakes on this final effort.
Back of a length delivery finds the outside edge of Chloe Treon, and yet another fortunate boundary for South Africa behind square. Blunt, literally Blunt, confused.
That would have gone straight to first slip. Straight to the right hand of first slip, and just thick enough edge to beat the keeper. We'll take that. We'll take those runs. Thank you. We'll less than 50 now to go for South Africa. 48 from 52 needed.
Runs coming in again. This one keeps that line and length. A good line. Good length. A line outside off stump, and this one played square of the wickets to point for no run. And one thing I must say I've been enjoying about watching Brunt bowl is the facial expressions that she makes when things don't go her way. She basically crossed her eyes, just being like, things just aren't going my way.
Now, I do enjoy watching her play as well. Very animated player. Wears her heart on her sleeve, as they say.
Always a joy to watch. This one a lot straighter, going towards the leg stump. Also full, but squeezed out by Treon on the offside. Deep cover point will do the fielding, and South Africa will get a single. 47 from 50 required. It is tight.
Extremely. Dan De Castro says... he's a neutral fan in Canada, long story, but I've been cheering your girls and my love for the women's game is really growing. Well, good on you for following the women's cricket. It's really entertaining.
This one's sliding down leg side just a little bit. Easy for Chloe Treon just to send, it was Marizanne Kapp to send to the leg side of the pads. 46 or 49 required now. 190 for 5. And Dan, we love hearing from you. I love the engagement that we're getting. If you want to be like Dan, don't forget you can comment on YouTube. On Twitter, Otto will be reading the tweets there as well at OneWorldSR as Brunt continues her bowling. This one, Fuller in line with off stump. Chloe Treon dots this down to the offside, takes a quick single to end the 42nd over. 191 for 5. Treon on 12 off 9, Kapp off 10 off 8. And once again, South Africa 191 for 5. 45 or 48 required.
7 runs off that over, and that is exactly what South Africa want. They don't want to leave too much to do at the end like Pakistan did and almost beat us the other day. But I think they've really managed to stay with the required rate quite well, slowly, pushing it up. No real bigs like, 12, 15 run overs that we've seen so far. It's just been steady, hard grind here from South Africa, and they just these two need to stay together until like the 48th over, and we'll make it. Apologies if you're an England fan. Try on.
Ecclestone to try on a full delivery. Just squeezed on the inside, played to the leg side, no run there. And what I really do enjoy about England's tactics here is that they've kept Ecclestone for later in the innings, because she's been the pick of the bowlers, been difficult to get away, and is bowling now at the back end of the innings. This one pushed a full-length delivery to the offside. Deep cover point does the fielding, and South Africa get a single, 192 for 5, and keeping the runs required under the balls left, 44 from 46.
Yeah, I mean, Sophie Ecclestone, 8.2 overs, 1 maiden. As we see the next delivery.
Ball just outside the off stump, no run.
18 runs and a wicket. Economy of 2.1 in a ODI where everybody else is going for 4s and 5s. So she's been absolutely unbelievable for her captain and her country.
This one outside the off stump, a powerful drive by Marizanne Kaap, but straight to the cover fielder, no run there. And this is why Ecclestone has been very difficult for the South Africans. She's been very, very economical, as you said, Otto, and she comes in again. Once again, it's full, it's straight, it's blocked out, respected by Marizanne Kaap. And you'd feel that the South Africans just want to see through or see out her last 2 overs.
Yes, she's been very accurate, Sophie Ecclestone, bowling to her field. Lots of, no pace to work with. Awkward areas that she's landing the ball. Yeah.
And this one played to the leg side for no run. That ends a 1-run over, and that over is gold at this stage of the innings. South Africa 192 for 5.
Yeah, best economy in over 41 to 50. There you go. Sophie Ecclestone, 3rd in ICC Women's Cricket World Cup matches since 2017, after bowling a minimum of 20 overs. So she's 3rd on the list now, behind Amelia Kerr from New Zealand and Jess Jonathan at the top for Australia at 3.56. Sophie Ecclestone, 4.64 average economy in the last 10 overs. So there you go. What more do you need to know?
Something else that you can know is that in 4th place is Tumi Sekukune, who's in the South African squad, not in this game, the medium pacer. I really enjoy her. Pocket rocket, very economical. The medium pacer reminds me a lot of her male, of Andile Petrokwayo when he was at his prime in terms of bowling. As Brunt continues, this one a back of a length delivery. Chloe Truon trying to pierce the gap on the offside between points and cover, and does well to do so. The fielders were even converging, so placement to the max to get 2 runs there. South Africa now 42 from 41 required.
Yep, that Ecclestone over sent the required run rate over 6, and getting some territory back there. Chloe Tryon with a nice looking cut shot. There's nobody on the boundary behind those cover fielders. They've got 3rd man, fine leg, mid wicket, and roll on the boundary.
Great bowling from Brunt here. She saw Chloe Truon was advancing down the pitch and literally just bowled it straight to her pads. A muted appeal maybe just for the vibes, as South Africa take a quick single and get 1 leg by, 41 from 40.
Yep, squeaky bum time indeed. 1 leg by there. Brunt is very experienced, and that's foot of Chloe Tryon's just saving her the wide.
Bowling this one down the leg side. Oh, and a great effort in the field on the boundary.
Yes.
But unfortunately, bumps it into her own hand, the fielder there. Is that Damri? And that gives South Africa a 4. A very well played shot from Marizanne Kapp. It was bowled full and on the legs, and she whipped it off her pads to a cow corner region where the fielding was done. And unfortunately for England, that was unlucky there. A great effort, but 4 runs for Marizanne Kapp. 199 for 5, 37 of 39. Runs continues. It's slow, it's full, it's straight, and it's a run-out opportunity here. It should be out. Great bowling, great fielding off her own bowling from Brunt as she touches the ball and it hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. Everything is happening here in the last 10 overs. My word.
And now the luck is swinging England's way just as they need it. Got a feel for Chloe Tryon doing everything right and backing up, but she's way out of the crease there, coming back as Marizanne Kapp sent that into the stumps at the non-striker's end after it was just touched, maybe deflected a little bit by Catherine Brunt going down in her delivery stride. Desperately unlucky for Chloe Tryon. She departs for 15 of 13, run out by Catherine Brunt. And South Africa 199 for 6. They need 37 from 38 balls with 4 wickets in hand. And Mpo says he's seen a few run out at the non-strikers at this tournament.
Yeah,
so we'll take his word for it.
We have seen a few, and what we're seeing now is some exciting cricket. A great way to start your morning. It is so tight here. England still believe that they're in their game, and Brunt's definitely keeping them in the game, just showing that the game's not over until the last ball. You've got to give it everything you've got, and it finally paying dividends here for England. Is the luck finally going in their favor this time? We'll have to wait and see. 38 deliveries left, 37 runs to get for South Africa, and 4 wickets for England.
Yeah, this is so close. Marizanne Kapp on strike once again.
A slower delivery on off stump. Powerful drive straight to mid-off for no run. 37 of 37 needed. Oh, wow. Just look at that run out.
Yeah, it was deflected by Catherine Brunt. It would have missed the stumps at the non-striker's end. And Chloe Tryon, what can you do? I mean, you're doing everything right, and luck just doesn't go your way.
A beautiful delivery here from Brunt once again, attempting the Yorker, squeezed out by Marizanne Kapp. She gets a single as this is fielded at mid-on, and that ends the over. 44th gone, 200 up here for South Africa, 200 for 6, coming in 44 overs. They need 36 off 36 now to win this game. Guys, don't change that dial. Keep listening because, hey, guys, this game is tight.
Yeah, exactly 6 runs per over needed, 1 run per ball. The last 5 overs, the run rate was 31 for the loss of that Chloe Tryon wicket. So South Africa Kapp and Tryon were really piling it on. Current run rate is 4.54, but that doesn't matter anymore. It's 36 runs off 36 balls for South Africa to go undefeated and to make England remain winless. Anya Shrubsole is back into the attack. She's got 6 overs bowled so far at an economy rate of 2.83, and she replaces Sophie Eccleston. Some tense expressions on the face of Sunay Lees there in the dressing room for South Africa as Marizanne Kapp will face Shrubsole.
This one a back of a length delivery. This one a back of a length delivery just played around the legs of Marizanne Kapp. Fine leg does the fielding. A single taken. 35 of 35 needed here.
Good running there, let's say. 201 for 6. And Trisha Chetty is an accomplished batter. She's somebody who can rotate the strike. And let's see, third man, backward square leg, and mid-wicket on the boundary behind square, and then the fielder sweeping on the offside.
This one, delivery outside the off. Delivery outside the off stump, just driven by Trisha Chetty back past the bowler for no run.
35 needed from 34. Which way is it going to go, Tsepo? What do you think?
Yeah, it can go either way here, Otto, as this one outside the off stump whipped to the leg side to the fielder at mid-on for no run. And which way is it going to go? It's hard to know. It's going to go to the side that takes their chances well, and that keeps the fortune fountain flowing in their favor.
Making less mistakes at this point. Any mistake at this point can cost you the match. 35 from 33 needed. 3 to go in the 45th over.
A slower ball outside the off stump. Trisha Chetty just tickles this to the leg side for a quick single. That's what South Africa will need to do. Just keep that scoreboard ticking to make sure that by the end of the game, they're still kept in it. In the last over, if you have less than 10 runs to get, that is a very, very reachable target. So that would be South Africa's best chance, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be Marizon Cup. If England get the Marizon Cup wicket, they are definitely in full control. So we see this next ball.
A good length delivery in line with middle stump. An on drive off the back foot from Marizon Cup sends this down to long on for a single. 203 for 6, 33 from 31 required.
I think if South Africa don't lose, if South Africa aren't bowled out, they should be able to chase this down. So I think it will be up to England to take the wickets. So that's what I think.
Whipped off the pads by Trisha Chetty, a full straight delivery. There's a fielder at deep square leg as South Africa will take on the arm and do well to do so. 31 from 30 required now after those 2 runs. South Africa and England very much still in this game. And after 45 overs, 205 for 6 on the board. Trisha Chetty, 3 of 4. Marizon Cup, 17 of 28. And looks like we'll have Brunt to bowl her last over. Something that you mentioned, I believe it was Dan de Castro that said, as long as South Africa play or bat all 50 overs, they should make this a comfortable win. Contributions at the top of the order from numbers 2 to 4, Wolfart, Brits, and Bliss. 250 partnerships between the 3 of them. So that would be perfect foundation for South Africa.
Yes, indeed. And we have
delivery. It's in line with the stumps, swiveled around the hips by Marizon Cup. There's a fielder that is sweeping there on the boundary. So that takes the score to 207 for 6, 29 of 29 required after that shot.
2 runs a ball will do nicely. Now it's a good pull shot there from Marizon. Good work on the boundary as well, because that was racing along and would have beaten the fielder at fine leg, but didn't beat the fielder sweeping on the mid-wicket boundary. Highest successful chases in an ICC cricket Women's Cricket World Cup, 207 versus Pakistan.
A cheeky slower ball here from Brunt. Oh, it's actually, she threw it, how do you say, from the back of the hand delivery, keeping it outside the off stump. Marizon Cup couldn't get hold of that one. 29 of 28 required off that dot ball. Very well done.
Yeah, she's got that wrist spinner action that she bowls the ball out of the back of the hand, literally.
Oh, it's a full toss after that, trying to execute. And Marizon Cup says, thank you very much. Spanks it over the square leg boundary for a maximum. 23 of 27 required. Oh, you hate to see it if you're an England fan. What a shot, Marizan.
Just as we were singing Catherine Brunt's praises, she lets one slip out of their hands as she tries to roll her fingers over that, and it goes full toss onto leg stump, and Marizan Cup says, thank you very much. 213 for 6, 23 needed of 27.
A slow delivery, back of a length. Marizan Cup just tickles us to a leg side for a quick single.
Now it's really just a runner ball. Just a runner ball. Here we go.
But what if there's a full toss, Otto? What if we want a flurry of sixes to finish this game?
No, look, the bad balls have got to go.
Otto.
The bad balls have got to go. Bad balls have got to go.
Bad balls got to go. Got to go.
Yeah.
England fans will be saying the same thing. They've got to go. They need to stop. South Africa will be saying they've got to go. Censor the boundary. Either way, keep commenting who you think will win. We have Tariq Rajput on Facebook saying England will win. So does Wasif Khan. He says the same thing. And Fezi09 says you need 3 or 4 boundaries in the next 30 balls. And there's one of them. As Brandt comes a slow delivery. Trisha Chetty just plays this late and plays this down to third for a single. 21 of 25 required.
Good work there from Trisha Chetty. She just needs to rotate the strike now with Marizan Cup in her usual destructive mood. And she is the one that can punish those bad balls at this point in time. As we see, Brandt took a bit of a tumble there after delivering that leg stump full toss. So definitely not comfortable there. She's now conceded more than 6 runs and over, which is very uncharacteristic.
Slower ball on the off stump, played by Marizan Cup, square of the wicket for a dot ball. That ends the over, ends Brandt's 9th, 2-4-10 off the over there. So exactly the over that South Africa needed. The win predictor says it in the balance. The balance has just shifted from 52 to 57% for South Africa, and now 43 for England.
215 for 6 after 46 overs, 21 required from 24 balls. That is the situation there in Tauranga and on the edge of the Pacific Ocean, the North Island, the Bay of Plenty, the Bay Oval, and it's Anya Shrubshaw that will continue with the attack, one of the most economic bowlers in the England team today. And I think this is her final over.
She's coming in right arm over the wickets. Outside off stump is this delivery back of a length. Trisha Chetty doing exactly what she needs to do. Rotate the strike quickly, leading this to third for a single. But no matter what runs the South Africans get now, Anis Mohammed's comment will ring true. Ooh, gents. Squeaky bum time again for South Africa.
Yes, Anya Shrubsole is bowling her 8th over, so she's been held back for the death bowling. She's doing that now.
Marizan Cup on strike. Great bowling here. It looks like a slower ball straight on the stumps. Cup tries to block this, but finds an outside edge, and it bounces just in front of the fielder at short third man.
See a replay here of some of Marizan Cup's highlights. She's on 26, not out. And South Africa are not out of this game as long as she's there.
Slower ball outside the off stump. Also, a wide slower ball, sorry. Marizan Cup had to fetch that. Played that cross bat shot. Played that straight to the fielder at deep cover point for a single. 217 for 6, 19 of 21 required. And this is all South Africa needs to do. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. The bad balls will come and you'll dispatch them.
Not so many bad balls from Shrubsole, though. She's been very economical. 24 runs she's conceded. She's taken a wicket and she's into her halfway through her 8th over. But let's see what Trisha Chetty can do. If she can get Marizan back on strike, or is she going to
Oh, she tries to send this over the infield towards square leg. It was airborne for quite some time, but the square leg field is on the boundary. Scriver comes in, does the fielding. There's a single, and there's looks of concern. There's looks of tension in the South African dressing room. It is tight. It is squeaky bum time, and it is 18 runs from 20 required for South Africa to win. Only 4 wickets for England to win as well.
Protection on the boundary, all on the leg side, and then just one sweeper on the offside.
My goodness, a beautiful shot. Shrapsel, a back of a length delivery as Marizan Kaap punches this off the back foot past the bowler, this time keeping it on the non-strikers inside, so the bowler can't do a run out. Cross does the fielding. It's just the single, 17 of 19 required.
Now, long on, one of the fielders on the boundary, deep mid wicket and square leg also on the boundary. 17 of 19 now needed. Who's going to flinch?
A slower ball pitched full of a slower ball pitched in line with leg stump off a good length. Trisha Chetty tries to heave this to the leg side, gets a little bit of an inside edge as it runs to the fielder on the deep square leg boundary to end the 47th over. 3 overs left, South Africa 220 for 6. They need just 16 of 18.
Oh my word, this is nerve-wracking. So looking good for South Africa so far, but anything can happen, and it usually does in cricket, especially in Cricket World Cups, when these two countries play each other. There's a long, sordid and painful history that we relive every time we think about World Cup matches. Luckily, this isn't a knockout yet. It could be for England. 3 losses, that'll make it very difficult for them to get up into the top 4.
Yeah,
3 losses from played.
Yeah. That's true. England have lost their 2 games that they've played. South Africa, on the other side of the spectrum, have won their 2 games. So it's a very desperate time here for England. But South Africa have a job to do here. I'm not sure I subscribe to reliving World Cup heartbreaks. I've had my fair share. I think we'll be fine here. No matter the result of this game, what you can say is that we've been treated to some really great cricket from both teams as Ecclestone continues. Trisha Chetty plays this off the back foot, a back of a length delivery to the offside. They get a single, 15 of 17 required for South Africa.
Steady as she goes. I think from this position, it's South Africa's match to lose. They've got this in their hands now. As Marizan Kaap faces once again, just long on, deep mid wicket and square leg, all the boundary fielders on the onside.
Oh, this ball pitching nice and full on leg stump, but turning towards off stump. So Marizan Kaap did well to just keep this one out, and looks like they're just going to see out Ecclestone because she's a difficult bowler to face. Definitely don't want to lose wickets here. Another block as this back of a length delivery pitched in line with off stump.
And those 2 dot balls. Yes. So well done, Sophie Ecclestone. She has just been exceptional in this game. Superlatives fail me. 221 for 6.
This one, a nice full delivery, blocked out by Marizan Kaap, this time to cover for no run. And Diana Patterson on YouTube saying, Otto literally squeaking. Probably.
Yes, that's my chair. Sorry, I'll sit still.
Marizan Kaap tries to release the shackles, but misses the ball. All ends up. So does the keeper. It's running, and it wins the race to the boundary.
Yes.
Oh, yes, it's despair here for Ecclestone. She knows that that was her chance there, a potential chance as well. Oh, it was an outside edge from Marizan Kaap. So a potential chance for the keeper there. Literally anything can happen. Heads in hands if you're an England fan, because you know that if Marizan Kaap missed that delivery, she would have been out. If the keeper was there to catch that, she would have been out. but luckily
First
for
slip.
her, Marizanne Kapp, it ran to the boundary. Sorry, Otto, yes.
Yeah, no, straight through where first slip would have been for the spinner.
Oh, my word. This one blocked out to end the over. 11 off 12. Squeaky bum time indeed, as 11 is just needed off the last 2 overs.
Sure, Sophie Eccleston is visibly upset. She's walking around absolutely inconsolable. She's got 10 overs, 23 runs for 1 wicket. What a performance. 72% dot delivery percentage. And exceptional work by the England left arm orthodox spinner. She was almost impossible to score off, and really put England into the picture at several instances throughout the match. But she's done for the day, thankfully, from a South African point of view. And some of the other bowlers a little bit more expensive means that South Africa only need 11 from the last 2. What are we looking at chasing in the last over?
On off stump, Trisha Chetty plays this down 2 deep square leg for a single to just add another run to the tally here. 11 balls left, 10 runs to get. And you can literally see the dejection in the England camp's face here. They know that this game is very, very close to being over. And with that, if they lose this game, probably their World Cup winning hopes. Shrubsole continues a slower delivery, a beautiful one. This one is plumb. Marizanne Kapp is out. And there's a twist in the tail here. 10 off 10. Yeah. She's reviewing this one. If the only thing that can save her here is an inside edge. Otto, what is going on?
There you go. England, just as they thought things were done and dusted, Anya Shrubsole comes to the rescue. I think she's got Marizanne Kapp here. Yep. And that'll bring Shabnim Ismail to the crease along with Trisha Chetty. So Trisha Chetty being the wicket-keeper batter. Let's see if there's any glove or anything on this. That goes cannoning into leg stump, halfway up. It was a sweep attempted by Marizanne. Let's see if there's anything on it. And judging by her reaction, there's nowhere near, the bat's nowhere near the ball as it goes past there. So no saving Marizanne there. So let's see the ball tracker. Where's it going to go? Still doable for both teams, especially with that wicket. No, that's going into leg stump, eh? That's hitting the top of leg. So good work there from Anya Shrubsole. Getting the wicket of Marizanne Kapp. And England now in control. No doubt, I would say they can now control the game from this position. And Marizanne Kapp's figures, LBW bowled by Shrubsole for 32 or 42. She hit 3 4s and a 6, the strike rate of 76.1.
I wouldn't be so fast to just give England the control just yet. 10 runs to get off 10 balls. It's a runner ball. It's not the toughest ask. Look, Shrubsole has been very economical, but it's definitely doable for the South African tail. As we see, Shabnim Ismail, she's coming in. All she has to do here is just give the strike to Trisha Chetty, and Trisha Chetty just needs to see South Africa over the line. Both teams very much still in this game. Honestly, if the win predictor comes up and says anything but 50-50, Otto, I'm not buying it.
No, I think it's slightly in England's favour at this point. Although Shabnim Ismail, she's a tough competitor.
She has an average of 10. She has an average of 10.
We'll take that. We'll take that. Strike rate of 50, though, which is not what we want. That'll bring South Africa 5 runs short. So, but if she can score her average, just a runner ball, ladies, just a run a ball. That's it. And England will be saying just 3 more wickets. 3 more wickets for England to take it. 10 more runs for South Africa.
The left-handed Ismail on strike. Shrapsol comes around the wicket, and Shubnam Ismail just throws her bat at this and sends it to the backward point boundary for 4. You've got to love it here. Live by the sword and get your reward.
There we go. Shabnim Ismail. If you swing hard. Beats the inner ring fielders. Third man inside the ring goes in between third man and the wicket keeper there. And Shrapsol just closes her eyes, throws her head back. She can't believe it. 6 runs needed off 9. 230 for 7.
The game is ebbing and flowing after every ball. This one rocketing into the leg stump. Shubnam Ismail does well to just tickle this around her pads and get Trisha Chetty on strike. 5 off 2 balls. Job done for the South African bowler. 5 runs off 8 required for South Africa. Oh my gosh. It is tight, but it's not over. Still very, very doable.
Yes. All 3 results still possible, as they say in the test matches. Let's see what Shrapsol can do about this. She needs to pull it back now for England.
She plays this. She bowls this outside the off stump. Back of a length, Trisha Chetty finds the gap on the offside. Dan Key does the fielding at deep point, and South Africa gets a single. 4 off 7 required here. Oh, it's tight.
Yes. And now it's Shabnim Ismail facing the last delivery of the 49th over.
She just needs to stay in after. Just third.
Almost there. Almost there.
She stays in. She plays this down to mid-wicket. Mid-wicket fields very, very well. It's Captain Heather Knight. And that ends the penultimate over. And it's down to the wire, folks. Here we are. 4 runs required off the last over. 3 wickets required for a win here for England. Literally any result possible. It's good to be here, man. Sure.
No, this is just every time it looks like one of the teams are taking control of this match, the other team is just fight right back. It's just fighting right back. So it's been a really interesting match so far, and I think it's a good win if South Africa managed to get this through. And if England win from this position, they will go home back to the hotel wondering how the hell did we win this from this position. 4 runs from 6 balls to go.
A comment here from Anis Mohammed. The first one was, no, my heart, when Morizan Cup went out. And this next one is 1999. And a comment like that makes you question whether Anis Mohammed is a South African fan.
He's infiltrated our ranks. No, thank you so much for listening wherever you are.
This one down the leg side. 3 runs. That's not the delivery you want to be bowling. As Trisha Chetty just whips this around her hips. She gets 2 runs. The second run was very, very tight. An appeal for run out as she dives at the striker's end. So we're going to see this is being sent upstairs. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Everything is the answer. Everything is happening now. So don't go.
So that was either a single and a run out, or that was 2 runs off 1 delivery. Let's see what Trisha Chetty manages to do here. She's quite fast player, puff of the cheeks from Laura Wolfhard. She's got the bat behind the line as Amy Jones brings the ball into contact with the stump. So she's home safe as Trisha Chetty. Well run single then in the end. Well run 2. And that means that South Africa need 2 runs or 5 deliveries. 254 for 7.
Sorry.
Some nervous smiles there in the South African dressing room.
There are smiles nonetheless, though. It's definitely a very difficult position to lose from. But yes, 2 or 5, it's very, very doable. Should be done, especially when you have Trisha Chetty on strike. She's facing up to this delivery. It goes down the leg side, should be given as a wide, and it is. And that is A very anticlimactic way to get this game to a tie, I'm not going to lie.
So, South Africa can't lose. England can't win. Scores are level, 235 for 7 and still 5 balls to go.
That's
Poor
not
Nat
really
Siver.
fun.
Spare a thought for the bowler. Nat
Yeah.
Siver, she's been bowling really well. She's got a wicket, and just things not going her way. I mean, she only had 4 to defend in the last over.
Trisha Chetty over the infield. There it is, a back of a length delivery. And that does the trick for South Africa. 3 from 3 in the World Cup. They've done well to beat England here and beat them by only 3 wickets. It is tight, but it is all over. And it's probably all over for the hopes for England to make it to the knockout stages here, as they've lost their 3 games in this World Cup so far. My word, what a tight game to watch, Otto.
Yeah, that one really came close for both teams, but I think that second to last over with that 4 from Shabnim Ismail, that was where England lost their way. Up until that point, I really felt that they were in control after they took Marizon Cup's wicket, but just a bit wide and into the arc of Shabnim Ismail. And so congratulations, South Africa, and well done to England as well. They put up a real big fight, and they'll be super disappointed. They're going to cop it from their media back at home. I don't envy them at all. And so if you are an England fan, go easy on your national team. They're not losing on purpose. And so let's see. Are you going to go through the scorecard for us?
I was actually going to ask you to go through the scorecard because I
Let me do that.
But while you find
Let me do that.
What? Oh, just tell me when you're ready. But yeah, the performance here from England, you must say that in the key moments they let themselves down, just bowling a little bit too straight. They had a good plan in the middle overs, but were unable to take wickets when it mattered most early. And South Africa just controlled this game and made it nice and smooth to get through to the win in the end. We're just seeing scenes of Trisha Chetty's shot over the infield to do the trick for South Africa. 3 from 3 here. And Otto, if you're ready, please do take us through the scorecard.
So South Africa had to chase down 236 runs to win. Lizelle Lee and Laura Wolford opening the batting. Lizelle Lee went bowled by Anya Shrapsol for 9 or 15 with the score on 18. Tasman Brits then came to the crease, put together a really good 50-plus partnership with Laura Wolford before she was caught by Kate Cross, bowled by Nat Siver for 23 or 46. And the score on 74. Sunay Lees then came to the crease, another big partnership with Laura Wolford, and that was, I think, where South Africa sort of broke the back of the chase, just getting through those middle overs. In the 35th over, Laura Wolford, in the 35th over, Sunay Lees was stumped by Jones off the bowling of Dean for 36 or 49 with the score on 147. And then Laura Wolford, soon after the next over, she holed out after scoring some aggressive shots. She was caught by Nat Siver at mid-on off the bowling of Kate Cross for 77 off 101 with the score on 158. Mignon de Pree then joined Marizon Cup. They put together a small partnership before Mignon de Pree was caught behind by Jones off the bowling of Sophie Eccleston for 8. With the score on 169. And then Chloe Tryon and Marizon Cup pushed South Africa close. With the score on 199, Chloe Tryon was run out at the non-striker's end by Catherine Brunt for 15 off 13. And then the last wicket to go was Marizon Cup in the 49th over with the score on 226 with 10 runs short. She got caught LBW by Anya Shrapsol for 32 or 42. Chloe Tryon, Trisha Chetty and not out on 11 of 13, and Shabnim Ismail not out on 5 of 3. The bowling for England, Catherine Brunt, 9 overs, 54 for no wicket, economy of exactly 6. Anya Shrubsole, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 34. Kate Cross, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 40. Sophie Eccleston, by far the most economical bowler for England. Just the scorecard jumping all over the show here for me. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23 for Sophie Eccleston. Nat Siver bowling the final over, 4.2 overs, 1 wicket for 21 runs. Charlie Dean, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 33. And Heather Knight bowled 3 overs, no wickets, no maidens for 19. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening. Remember to follow us on our YouTube channel, One World Sports Radio. On Facebook, we're also One World Sports Radio. On Twitter at One World SR, One WORLDSR, onewsr.com for our schedules. But the easiest way is just to subscribe to our channel on YouTube and switch on the notifications so that you know when we go live. Thanks, Tepo. Any last thoughts from your side? You're on mute, Tepo. You'll have to give us your last thought one more time.
South Africa scored won all 3 of their games here, so they're looking good to take it all the way this year. So if you're a South African fan, definitely support your girls because they can take it all the way.
Yes. So next up is New Zealand on Thursday. Start of play at 3 o'clock in the morning South African time. That is 1 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time for another day-night match. And that's against the hosts, New Zealand. So do join us then. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.